roll, karma just catches. In the shadows we seek a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts we search for some marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. You'll see, through trials and tribulations, I'll keep the fight alive. With courage in my heart, I will continue to strive. You may throw obstacles in my way, try to make me fall, but the warrior in me will rise above it all. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Who are we so blind to the truth? Ignoring the facts, we've lost our roots. Loyalty's gone, there's no trust anymore. No need for new friends, we're alone at our core. Staring at the mirror, asking where went wrong. Where's the loyalty, respect, and morals? Long gone. Who are we divided by war? Falling like flies, we can't take it anymore. Bullets flying in the air like the 4th of July. But who we hurting as innocence dies. Caskets for children no longer than 3 feet. Heaven's playground full, God's anger and meats. But no one notices, not enough love. Too much hate, it'll take a shattered life to rise above. Who are we so quick to judge and condemn? Why can't we unite and stop killing our own kin? The white man isn't the only one with hate. Let's put our pride aside before it's too late. Forgetting the youth watching, we take a step back. Celebrities aren't the ones who raise our kids on the right track. A world divided, our children suffer and bleed. The solution lies within us. It's time for us to heed. So many ignorant to the facts, they just don't care. But the solution lies within us. It's time to be aware. Who are we to let this world fall? Just take a minute and listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Forced to be a woman ahead of time. Never learned what real love was. A crime. Always scared to cross the sidewalk sign. A shield in her heart, a defense so prime. Such a loving person full of redemption. How can you love in a world of deception? Where hate reveals evil's true intention. But she saw past the dark clouds. A divine intervention. A blessing from above she was chosen to be. Took a lot to get here. Not where she wants to be. Always doubted by everyone. Her motivation. God took her breaking point. A divine revelation. Just when she was about to give up the fight, God said, no, my child, you'll be all right. Took a lot, but the worst is yet to come. She never thought she could do what she's done. Realizing she's blessed with love so true, it was in front of her the whole time. Who knew? Always yearned for a family portrait, her dream. Now she has hers, a team that gleams, In a world where I felt misplaced, thought there was a flaw without a trace. But now I know I'm far from perfect. Just like any soul with love, I'm worth it. My heart beats with a love so strong. Untouched by pain is where I belong. Though it's been torn, it still loves fiercely, never ceases. In the depths of darkness, it found its light. A love that grows, reaching new heights. Through every trial, it only grew bolder. Though scared, it became so much stronger. Now I'm in a place where I finally belong. No longer questioning where it went wrong. With a heart that loves hard, just like the rest, I'll journey forward knowing I'm blessed. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. In this world full of evil, she saw the light. Through dark clouds, her vision took flight. A blessing from above guiding her way. Not where she wanted, but where she had to stay. Always doubted by everyone around. But that pain fueled her. It kept her feet on the ground. Motivation grew stronger. With every doubt, she proved them wrong, no room for backing out. She's not where she wants to be just yet, but she's on her journey, never willing to forget. With each step forward, closer to her dreams. In a world full of evil, she shines and redeems. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid grounds. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Just listen, take a minute to listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. In the face of darkness, Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble night. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. This y'all, shorty racheal. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast, yo. And this is part 2, right? We're gonna be starting off where we left off last weekend, right? When innocence is lost, right? And we're gonna start off with the case of Janiyah Russell, right? When innocence is lost, the cases of Janiyah Russell, right, and Kmani Latique, right? So we're gonna be diving down these two cases and trying to see what's really going on. Both these cases is like, yo, messed up, shout out, crazy, right? And they're involving right parents that are supposed to be here protecting our kids. Last week we dove down this case, right? And I asked questions, right? I want to say thank you to those that, left their comments, right? Answered a lot of my questions. Those that, had a conversation with a shorty during the live. I appreciate y'all, man. Because, you know, like I tell people, y'all comments here do matter. We're not here to bash. We're not here to bring nobody down. If anything, let's bring, solutions to the table. We're not going to sit here and debate, especially when it has to do with the lives of our kids, right? So let's talk about it. So let's pick off. For those of y'all that are not going to understand what's going on, y'all would have to watch last week's live, right? When innocence is lost, and it's it is going to be like 3 hours, right? We reviewed and reacted to an hour and 14 minutes of this case. So we're going to pick off from there. We're going to continue to watch to see what happens, right? It breaks my heart to see cases like this, right? I feel as though, right, when it comes to the Janiyah Russell case, it's a case that is very little information. So we was reviewing to, I think he's a detective and investigator, right, that put the case together. I think the grandmom of the child in this case, right, wants to find out the truth. So we're trying to see, right, if the stepmom is the one that unalived this 5-year-old child in the bathtub, right? Is she covering up for the father of this child, right? So far, we know that this 5-year-old child, right, Janiyah Russell, was unalived. She was beaten to death, right? She had bruises from her face all the way on down. And not just that, to top it off, they found semen inside of her, right? 2 sets of semen, right? One belonged to the father, and the other fraction of the semen, it wasn't enough, DNA in there to see if it belonged to the father too, right? This is a very sad case, right? Where, like in so many situations, right, the parents are not the ones just failing the children, right? We got the system, right? The DHS, CPS that had failed these kids. It was crazy. I don't get tired of seeing it time after time, right? The system, the CPS, DHS, right? I don't know how what you call them from whatever area. I'm from North Philly. We call them DHS, right? But I feel as though that when they need to be involved in these cases, they're not there. Where in the world are they? Right? But yet they want to get involved in the families that are already, how can I say, asking for help, getting the resources that they need, trying to get on their feet and do what they got to do. But yeah, you got a family neglecting kids, right? Like in the case of Janiyah Russell and Keimani Latique, right? Where in the world was CPS at? So just like last week, right? I'm going to be asking questions. Y'all know that I write this, right? I be asking mind-provoking questions, guys, right? So, let me get to all right, here we go. So when it comes to the case of Janiyah Russell, right, what are y'all thoughts on the role of law enforcement and investigators in uncovering the truth in cases like Janiyah Russell? How can communities better support children who may be at risk of abuse or neglect? Right? Here we go. And do you think the media's coverage of tragic cases like this helps raise awareness or sensationalize the issues? Sensationalizes the issue. My bad. I had to pronounce the word right. So with that being said, guys, hopefully, y'all leave your comments down below and let's get this discussion started, right? Let's get the video started. And we're going to pick up right where we left off last weekend. All right. Everything is straight. Wait. All right. Let's watch the video. Not my pretty little face. So let's start. Let's start off right here. This is where we left off a minute. Well, I rewinded it back a little bit, right? And let's pick up from here.
Now is claiming Janiyah's bath happened on the early morning of September 11th, not the
Let's
night
go back
before.
a little bit more.
I still thought
in their mouth.
So that idea went out the window. What happened?
We're gonna stop.
Sometime just
All right. So we're gonna start off from right here. It is crazy how this lady, right, switched her story up 3 times. And my thing is, right, I feel as though that, she was there, she knew what happened. Did she unalive this child, in the beginning? I thought she did. But my opinion on this case has changed. I feel as though that the father did it and she's covering up for the father.
before 911 was called, and this certainly changes the dynamic. She further claims that Janiyah wasn't responsive and acting normal after the bath, stating that she thought Janiyah was just playing around or being dramatic. Janiyah's body was in fact loose or limp when she was carried out of the tub. She was also laid over the tub, something Chevion didn't mention in her first interview. In fact, Chevion's first interview paints the picture that Janiyah was responsive, active, and totally coherent, at least in the bath and shortly after getting out of it. But the child's condition must have been bad enough to cause some concern because Chevion proceeded to blow breaths into Janiyah's mouth before she called 911. Yet after this and dressing her, Chevion left Janiyah on the couch and went back to bed. When she finally checks on the child again, 911 is called. This is where Chevion adds that water was coming out of Janiyah's mouth as she performed CPR on the girl, while under the instruction of the emergency dispatcher. Now tell me, at what point in this new timeline would you have called for help? And if someone going through this experience didn't call for help, what might be their reasons? There's so much conflicting information in Chevion's first 2 interviews. There's so much obvious deception. But that big question still lies in that one single word. Why? Why lie? Well, there's still so much more to talk about. A short while after Chevion's second interview concludes, police decide to take Chevion back to the apartment and have her do a video reenactment of what happened earlier that morning prior to the 911 call.
Am I off mute? Yeah, I'm off mute. What's crazy, right, when it comes to this case, like, I don't understand how is it that they're telling her, right, that they're going by science. And this chick right here is like, I don't know, either she's deaf of hearing, can't comprehend, right, or doesn't understand. Like, I mean, and they all mean the same shit. But this lady, I don't know, something's off with her. I'm not sure if she got some type of mental issues or what's going on with her. Right. And as a woman, I have no respect for her. You sat here and watched a man, right? Even though it was the father, like, you watched him abuse this little girl, the little girl that had called you mommy for the past year and some change. Let me, I gotta deal with some business real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this video play, and then I'm gonna give y'all my commentary.
Much like you and I, are having trouble following her summary of events.
This is Detective Conover, P number 8388. This will be one video reenactment. Today's date, or the event number, I'm sorry, is 1909-000-50332. Today's date is September 11th, 2019. The time is 17:26 hours. Also present is Detective Hernandez, P number 7567. And also we have Chevion Miller, and that's SHEVHUAN. Miller is common spelling. And our Chevion's date of birth is 7/4/96. The location where we are is 4855 Boulder Highway, Building N like Nora, apartment 1161, Las Vegas, Nevada 89121. We are here related to a child death. And Chevion, if you could, now you know this is all voluntary. You don't have to participate. Do you agree to go ahead and move forward with us to help us understand what happened today? Yes? Can you verbally say, okay, there we go. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to hand you the doll. What I like to do is I'd like you to take the doll into the bathroom and show me when you gave Janiyah the bath this morning. Can you show me how she was in the tub when you started the tub water? So she was.
She started out.
So she was laying on her back
Yes.
with her head towards the top of the tub. I'll call it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you turn the water on for her?
Yeah. I already had this in the tub.
Okay. So you put the plug in.
Inside. You leave over here.
Okay.
I took over. The water was running. I left in the room, started smoking a cigarette, came back, and she was like, this.
Okay, so she was face down in the tub at this time with her head turned to her right side.
Yes.
Okay. How full was the bathtub?
Well, you see this?
That ring right there?
Yeah.
So it was a full tub.
Yeah.
Was the water still running?
I think I might have turned it off already. I don't recall that part.
Okay. Do you remember if you turned it off when you came in and saw her like that, or you turned it off prior to it being like
I
that?
don't remember that part exactly. I don't
Okay.
remember if I already had it off, and I don't remember that part exactly how.
Okay. And then when you saw her like that, what did you do?
I immediately grabbed her up.
Okay.
And I was like, I sent her right here.
You sent her on. Did you have to hold her?
No. That's why I thought she was just fine. So when I got her out and she was just, kind of looser than normal, I'm just like, still not really thinking nothing of it because, like I said, I didn't have the board up here. So I'm thinking, she's just kidding or something. And
Would you describe her as being limp?
like I said, she
That's
was
what she was.
looser than normal, yes. But like I said,
She's saying she was looser than normal. Listen, mind y'all, right? By this time right now, she had changed her story already 3 times. 3 times, right? And for those of y'all, right? I mean, y'all gonna have to catch part 1 of this, right? But for those of y'all that don't know, right? She says that the dad wasn't there, right? The night that, the morning that the little girl was unalived, right? It was supposed to be only her and the little girl in that apartment, right? But according to her, she ain't do nothing to her, right? The night before, right? She had no bruises, right? She had gotten into a scuffle, right? She said she didn't see no bruises, right? She blamed the bruises that appeared in her body that was in the autopsy on, a little fight that the 5-year-old had outside within the community, right? But then she says that when she put the little girl in the tub, she didn't have no bruises, right? That she had to, when the little girl was, she seen that the little girl was limp, she had put her to the, on her stomach towards the tub and stuff like that, right? What's crazy is, though, when the detectives, sat here and got the CSI and they're involved and stuff like that, there was blood in the tub, right? So like we were saying last weekend, it seemed like she got her in this tub, right, to get rid of the DNA, to get rid of the blood. And that makes me feel like she was there. She seen what the father did to this child. My thing is, I'm not sure if he's arrested, right? I do know for sure that the charges are being pressed on her. She is guilty as hell. They need to throw the book on her. As a woman, how can you how can you sit there and watch a man violate this little girl? I get it. She's not your daughter, but still, as a woman, I cannot sit here and watch a man violate no little girl like that. Sit there and do nothing. Man, look, listen, I'll give my last breath in order to save that little kid. You got me chopped.
Since I didn't have to hold her up here, I didn't really think too much of it right then and there. And like I said, I really didn't think much of it at all until I came back to check on her and she was just not responding.
Did you say anything to her when she was in the tub or when you got her out? Did you talk to her?
I think that's what I was telling you. I was like, Janiah, quit playing. And then
Did she respond?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say yeah, and I'm not gonna say no, because it's like I kind of feel like I'm just throwing that at her too. Like I don't.
For her eyes open or closed?
Her eyes were open.
Now, when we talked to you at the hospital, you said that you gave her some breaths. You actually breathed into her mouth.
Yeah, and I thought she was just playing. That's when I had actually got her dressed and stuff. He put her on the couch, and I thought she was just playing. So I had her on the couch, and I'm like,
Where was that at? Can you show us how that went happened?
so she's already dressed and stuff like that, and she's here on the couch.
Wait, you got away? She was laying that way?
Yeah.
Not this way.
No,
Okay.
she don't live.
Hold on, you got her out and got her dressed.
Yeah.
Can you go through the process?
This John froze on me. What is going on? Why are you loading?
Okay, so you got her out of the tub.
Yeah.
I just have a question. When she got her out the tub, she ain't noticed that she was limp. Listen. I said it last week. As a mother, right? Even as a stepmother, right? When you're raising a kid, even as a guardian, a grandmother, when you're raising a child, right? You're telling me that you're not going to tell the difference when your child is acting different one night out of every day. Your child is acting like something's wrong with them. You're telling me you're not going to sit here, take them to the ER, figure out what's going on? Let me ask you a question, right? And yes, I'm going to ask the same questions I asked last week, right? What steps can be taken to prevent tragedies like Janiyah's from happening in the future? And how do you think the justice system should handle cases involving child abuse and neglect? What role do extended families and neighbors play in identifying and reporting signs of abuse? Right? Does it make a difference when, anybody in the community sits here and calls DHS? What's crazy is, right, when DHS is really needed within the communities, they're not out there. And I feel as though that sometimes, when they're involved in the good families, is that because you got one of these little, how can I say, one of these caseworkers, right? That got the urge to sit here and just want to mess with somebody. I apologize. Want to mess with somebody. Don't got nothing better to do, right? But what if was pulled on you, right? And this is something that I've heard a lot of parents say, like, damn, what if we was to sit here and call social services on them, right? And they're not doing nothing but, what they got to do. They're not abusing their kids. But, what if was pulled on them? Would they like it? Somebody sitting here, in their life, trying to take their kids away, knowing damn well that these parents are doing what they got to do, but yet they neglect the parents that are sitting out here, right, abusing their kids. Why don't they spend time trying to help those kids, right, instead of trying to screw over families that are doing what they got to do? CPS, DHS does not have a good reputation. Not one at all. And what's crazy, there are some good social workers out there. But unfortunately, right, I feel as though that a lot of these social workers are corrupt.
I normally carry her out, came later right here, put her clothes on her.
Okay.
So at this point, like I said, I'm still thinking she's just joking around and stuff. So I'm like, okay, you need to stop playing. So I put her up here. Then I walk off because, like I said, I'm thinking like, maybe I think too much of it. Come back. And I'm like,
She walked off.
And I come back and check on her. I don't recall exactly at the point of when, I kind of still jokingly was, over her like, oh, you want me to blow some butts on you? And I'm like doing that. And I felt like she was blocking me from doing it because maybe it was like the position that she was in or something. But I felt like she was blocking me. So I'm like, oh, you don't need no breaths. Like, you're playing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking she's still playing. But when I realized she still had that same look on her face, I'm just like, okay, something's wrong.
How many breaths do you think you gave her?
At that point in time, like I said, I wasn't really being too serious. So it was probably like 2 or 3. Nothing.
At that point in time, I didn't even pick this when I was hearing it last week. I wasn't even being that serious. So I gave her 2 or 3. You could tell when she did the 911 call, it seemed like she was emotionless, like she didn't care. Like if this child, nothing was happening to them. When they was telling her to do the CPR and shit, it's like if she didn't even do it, you could tell when somebody's on the phone trying to do CPR. It's like she didn't even put an effort into trying to save this little girl. And I feel as though she could have probably, because I think I heard them say when they was reading the report, the autopsy, that I think that the blow that she got to the stomach where her liver was at, it killed her in 2 to 3 minutes. There was no saving her, I think. So I think when she called 911, right, the baby was gone already. This baby was unalive before she put her in that shower. And the only reason that I feel as though she put this baby in that shower was to get rid of DNA.
Severe as it should have been.
Did she react? Did she say anything to you?
No. She just, it kind of seemed like she was just spitting out something. Like, you know, like she was just. Like,
What did you dress her in?
The clothes that she had on, the leggings with the, I don't remember exactly what was on the show.
It kind of seemed like she was spitting out something to like, was she taking her last breath? You know, because that kind of happens.
I don't know, where's the t-shirt.
A t-shirt, pajama bottoms.
They weren't pajama bottoms, but they were legging pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
And underpants.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting because that's automatic.
Okay.
But yeah. At that point, when I had her up here, and I realized she wasn't responding, then I called the ambulance. And they told me to move her to the floor and her. And then that's where they told me to properly position her, and then perform the CPR as I gave her the breaths, you know. And then they counted with me through the process.
Did any fluid come out of her mouth when you were giving her CPR?
Yes, that's what I was telling you before, but that was two different instances. Actually, that's in the one. This is in detail because I said I was out here kind of playing about the post, and then like I said, actually before, you know, when I'm like, you know, on the phone with you guys, like when I'm trying to call her dad, like, okay, something's wrong. That point, that's when I tried CPR myself, and that's when the fluids was coming out her mouth.
So you did chest compressions?
Yes, that was before I was instructed to do it.
So not just the breaths you gave her,
Yeah.
you also did chest compressions.
Yes, I did. But like I said, once I realized, you know, it was serious, I actually, you know, cuffed her nose, blew in her mouth. I mean, I probably wasn't doing it right, but liquid was coming out. So at that point, I'm really concerned. And when I walked off and came back, she was like spitting out or something. I'm not really sure what was going on, if it was her or if it was just the reaction, but it was something was like mucus was coming out.
Then she was on the couch.
And she was on the couch, yeah. And when I walked off and I came back, her head was actually like this, like to the side. But she was like straight up and down at first. And then when I walked off and came back, she was like to the side, so it was like falling out the side. And I'm like, okay, no. And that's when I called CPR. They told me to get her on the floor and to do it that way.
How was her body to the touch?
Her body was warm. Her hands were cold.
And was the
Her hands are normally cold.
tub water warm?
Yes, the tub water was warm. Her hands and feet are normally cold when she get out of stuff. So at first, that's what I'm saying. A lot of signs of it really made me feel like it was just her playing alone, just her normally, because if she get off the tub, she's wet. Her hands and feet are cold. She don't have socks on. Her hands and feet get cold. So like I said, her body was warm to the touch, but her hands were cold. And
was she breathing when she got out of the tub?
That I didn't really check for because I was not really sure at the moment that anything was wrong.
How was her head? Did her head bobble like she was asleep? Or
when I picked her up at the tub, that's what I'm saying. I really am paying attention. Like I said, normally I get her out, you know, come in here, get dressed, whatever kids may be. And then I like, you know, place her on the floor. So I didn't really.
You had to dress her, right? She didn't dress herself.
Yeah, no, she didn't dress herself. I normally help her to dress her, but at that time it was me dressing her.
Because she couldn't dress herself at that time, could she?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Because she's unconscious.
I'm assuming so. And then what else were you see?
So we have the positioning. We know it closed. We know that you called 911.
You said you walked off. What do you mean you walked off? You said you did some breaths, then you walked off. Did you walk to the bathroom? Or you walked to the
No, I walked in the room.
Okay.
You talking about when I was like, well, I thought she was just
Yeah.
coming. No, I had walked in the room real quick because I had a cigarette.
Just over there.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
just right here.
Okay.
And I would, you know, I puffed it and I came right
You
back.
didn't step outside or
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, you know, she was still okay because she just looked offish. Like she seemed like she was playing because she looked like she was just staring at me.
Mhm.
But in a sense, she just seemed off.
Okay. Now we know that you called for help a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, it was 7.
Okay.
who'd you call first?
I called her dad and then I called him right after, but it was at 7:45.
Because they record all the calls, and I have a log of the call.
If you have the phone, you can go through the call list and they'll show the 911 time.
Okay. And then we showed up at the hospital.
But once I realized, okay, I was upset that I even waited that long. And as you can see, that probably simply caused the situation to progress the way it did. Because she could have probably been saved if I would have noticed that from the beginning, something was wrong
You know this from the
But
beginning. You just ain't care.
I'm really thinking she was just playing.
Okay. So come in here and I want to show you something. So I remember I told you a lot of our investigation is scientific.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the things that we do.
Yeah.
Now, when we saw Janiah a couple hours later, after y'all had gotten to the hospital, we noticed a lot of bruising on her face, on her abdomen, on her arms, on her legs. She was bruised and cut up. But not a lot of cuts, but a lot of bruises.
How she get the cuts? Why did she have cuts? Why did the stepmom have scratches in the back of her neck and stuff like that day, which an officer pointed out when she was in interrogation. And she got interrogated, she got interviewed 3 times. And this right here is her 3rd version of her story on how this child got unalived. And I don't believe one bit of what she's saying. Right? How do y'all think that, the justice system should handle cases involving child abuse and neglect? What role do extended families and neighbors play in identifying and reporting signs of abuse? How can schools and educators contribute to protecting children from harm?
Did you notice any of that? Now, because you had put her in the bathtub.
Yeah.
And you had taken her out of the bathtub and you had dressed her. The bruises were very obvious to us. Did you notice that extensive bruising when she was in the tub?
As you can see, the right in the ear is nowhere near as far as it is anywhere else. But nonetheless, in light, you can see. I told you, like the face and stuff, yes, I get to see that. But and then, like I said, the one on I don't even know where that came from. I literally just saw that. But the arms and stuff like that, I don't know about anything else other than the face and then that mark right there.
She wasn't bleeding when she came in here. She didn't have any cuts.
So you remember I did tell you that she, her mouth was red, like she was bleeding, and then she was like spitting out blood from the other day when, because I give her a bath all the time.
Was she spitting out the blood from the prior day?
Huh?
Or was that this morning?
No, that was the part.
From yes, okay. So one of the things we do is, and like I said, it's scientific, and we test for blood.
Yeah, I know.
And what I can tell you, come on over here. You see the blue here by the tub edge, and you see the blue inside the tub.
Mm-hmm.
That's blood residue. That's blood.
Oh, that's
so. What that tells us?
Yeah,
she was in the bathtub, and then on the bed here, and on the tub here, where you said that you leaned her over. There's blood on the floor, and there's blood in. Well, it's science.
It would be blood right here too if it drilled her. That's what I would say first off. It did not, none of that. And you can come and retest all this if you need to. But it would be dripping off the tub. She would have been hanging over the lid. That did not happen that way.
Well, if she was over far enough, it would have either got on the towel that was lying on the floor.
It was.
There was blood on the towel?
It was missing water, and I cleaned up the mess from, and it was just sitting there.
So how does the blood get in the tub?
Because the tub probably wasn't properly cleaned out.
From?
The last time she had the bath from when the incident first happened, from when she came in and all.
So you're saying that this blood that is in the tub here was from a day before?
Yes, because I ran this water more than one time. So it's like the fact that that's still in there.
It's crazy how she'll prefer to call herself dirty. She said, that means I ain't cleaned the tub properly. Lady, do you know you can't get rid of blood? No matter what you do, you could tell it was blood. Something happened right there. And you could tell you know how hard it is to get rid of blood on clothes, on any type of platform that you touch, like whether it's a wall, a tub, like blood stains are not easy to get rid of. I mean, unless you're a forensics expert and you really know how to cover this shit up, but I doubt that. You can't even get your story straight. Then to top it off, I still can't figure out, like, she kind of changed her boxers in her head. Because, she had boxers in her head. So I think she kind of fixed the holes. But she has drawers in her head. I'm trying to figure this one out. Like, is this supposed to be like some type of homemade bonnet? Do people use boxers as a homemade bonnet or some shit like that? Why not just make one? But not with boxers.
That's really surprising. That means I don't do a good job there. I didn't clean it out, to be honest. Okay. But you can see it's a ring around the toe.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's pretty dirty. I'm not
so you're saying that blood
is
the altercation from the day before?
Yes, because I'm telling you, if she was over here dripping blood, first of all, she wouldn't have been sitting here like that. And this would be
because that looks like a lot of blood to me.
It do, but it wasn't. It was mixed with water. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I do know.
Yeah, that wasn't. That looks like a lot of blood to me as well, and that's a lot of bleeding. All of that. That's a lot.
And have you cut yourself in the tub? Any bleeding from you in the tub?
I bled. I cut my hands.
Okay.
Yeah, I bled plenty of times. Like,
So when you bathed Janiyah yesterday after the altercation, Janiyah, I'm sorry, she had blood in her mouth.
Mm.
Okay, and she washed out in the tub or in the sink.
No, she washed out the tub. I had immediate requirement.
Okay, because we have blood on the sink as well.
Well, you know, I told you I cleaned her off with some tissue as well.
So
I don't know exactly.
Is this the tissue here that you cleaned her with?
Probably not, because it would be red new. Oops. But yeah, I don't know where this. I don't. Did you guys already get it up?
Yeah, we already did.
Yeah.
So, and this is for the ID guys are gonna process it. So and we took your swab, right? They took your swab already. So we're gonna know your DNA, your blood, their blood, your boyfriend's blood. Is that pretty much gonna be her blood, or is that some of your blood, or
it could be a mixture of any.
Okay.
But that towel has been sitting there, so it's like that could have been old already. You know what I'm saying?
Like old blood.
That's what I said. That tub wasn't cleaned out right.
Okay.
Because the fact that it looks like that, it didn't look like that when I put her in it.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I would have seen the bloody tub with her in it.
The call
It didn't
you
look
is
like that. And I think it would have been. I don't know.
Okay.
That's really. I mean, you guys are doing what you have to do.
Yeah. No, absolutely. We're gonna analyze all that stuff, and
Yeah, of course.
that's science stuff. Again, we got the doctor tomorrow,
Yeah.
so we'll come talk to you guys afterwards.
Please.
All right, this concludes the interview. Same person is present. The time is 17:41.
In this case,
Chevion Miller is allowed to leave that day, and she returns to the apartment with Richard. No arrests were made on the day Janiah died. But the following day, September 12th, she'll do one final interview on video in formal interrogation style. We'll come back to that in a moment. But Janiah's father, Richard Davis, was also interviewed about Janiah's death. There's no available audio or video from his interview, but I have the transcript.
but why? Right, y'all have her video and her audio available, right, along with the scripts, right? But why isn't the audio and the video of his interrogation, right, his interview available? Just transcripts. What was happening? What was going on? And I feel as though he's who harmed that little girl, and she watched. I mean, unless she joined. Sick mofos.
Transcripts, which Las Vegas Metro Police charged me $600 for, and some of the information divulged in them is hair-raising, especially when combined with some of the other information I've gathered. If you recall, some of the observed damage to Janiah's body was found on her bottom, specifically in the form of bruises, and these contusions were fresh. Because Chevion mentioned that Richard hits Janiah with a belt sometimes as a form of discipline, when the detective spoke to him, they decided to go further into detail with Richard about his parenting methods, and this is where some seriously alarming information was leaked. When questioned, Richard claims the last time he used a belt on his daughter was roughly Sunday, the 8th of September. He stated that the reason was because Janiah had a tendency to remove the diaper or clothing off the two little kids that he and Chevion babysit and do something he described as really strange or really bad. The transcripts are censored, so the exact details are unknown. But these two little girls were not the same two little girls that he was watching for his ex-coworker, Liz. In fact, these children were the ones that Chevion described in her interviews as her nieces. Richard referred to them in the same manner before clarifying that they weren't actually related to him or Chevion, but rather belonged to a long-term friend of Chevion's who lived with them for a little while up until that week. This is the woman Chevion referred to as her sister, and her name is Dejanay Williams, or Dejanay Johnson as she's later named in court documents. According to Richard, it was Dejanay that caught Janiah doing the really bad aforementioned stuff to her children, and she informed him about it. He claims he had to discipline Janiah for that because it wasn't stuff she should be doing. One detective.
A 5-year-old having sexual behaviors wouldn't that led somebody to think that something's going on in the home? Somebody's touching her inappropriately, or she's seeing things inappropriate that she's not supposed to be seeing at that age. Like, with that alone, if that was really happening, why didn't, the babysitter speak up or say, you know, I mean, she said it to the dad and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is it was something deeper. You could tell, like, so you just left it at that. And what's crazy is, right, the same babysitter sat here, right, and watched how they beat that little girl. Man, I can't. What are your thoughts on the emotional impact of such cases, right, on the families involved in the broader community when it comes to, you know, situations like this?
Asks him, so she took off a baby's diaper and was blank? Again, I can only speculate about the censored information based on further context. Regardless, Richard answered yes, and then was asked, does she blank her own blank? To which Richard claims he doesn't know and states that he's very hands-off when it comes to girls. He doesn't even like it if he has to go to the bathroom with Janiah and prefers that Chevion handle all that.
So how was his DNA found inside that little girl's body?
It's weird, and it makes him uncomfortable. At one point, Richard is asked, are you implying that at 5 she blank? Again, censored information, so we'll have to guess what's being said based on further context. Richard answers saying that couldn't be possible at Janiah's age. He's also asked if Janiah ever mentioned being sexually assaulted to him. He said no, but she always seemed like she wanted to tell him something. Janiah also had trouble sleeping at night and would frequently wake up in what Richard described as a real deep sweat.
For those of y'all that don't know, right, if y'all go check, you know, part 1 of this live, right, that we did last weekend, you will see the video of the little girl telling, you know, the grandmom, she's like, you know, if my daddy is mean to me, I'm going to call my mommy, right? And then she was like, my mommy said, I think, listen, I'm not going to say word by word because I think he's going to play it a little later. But my mommy said if my daddy touches me, not to let him, right? And she said how her daddy was touching her. And my thing is, how in the world would a judge hearing this still give this man custody? And what's crazy is before the judge gave this man custody, right? And we're going to find out, I think, later on this video, why the mom wasn't involved. Because I'm a little curious, like, did the mom give, you know, up custody and stuff like that? But we'll find out a little on in this video, right? When the judge gave this man custody, right, it was supposed to be the first time that he ever spent any time alone with his daughter. But it seems like, you know, he had, I guess, visitation rights before. And there was a reason why the mom didn't want. But we'll find out, right? It is just so much neglect involved, so much abuse, right? And with the confession of that little girl, me being the judge, I would have never, ever gave custody to this man. But apparently, right, unfortunately, we have a judge that didn't, you know, see the full details of this case and still handed over this child to this predator and his accomplice.
Not like a normal sweat. He did mention, however, that he knew she went through some stuff with her biological mother when she was younger, but that stuff was never elaborated on. As far as I know, and from what I can gather, there aren't any allegations of sexual misconduct at the hands of Janiah's birth mom. Regardless, Janiah was beaten by Richard with a belt for what she did to Dejanay's youngest child. By his own admission, she was struck 20 times on her bare bottom. When asked if he was upset, Richard said extremely, because what Janiah had done, in his words, was very, very bad. He even recalled seeing visible damage begin to form on her bottom while in the process of beating her.
So that, listen, man, that's not a whooping. That's abuse. He beat his child. His skin started tearing. Like, yo, I'm telling you, he did something to this little girl. What's crazy is, right, there was blood in the tub when the stepmom put her in the tub, right? And I don't think this child was alive when the stepmom put her in the tub. I think this woman witnessed what this man did to her. And I think that he didn't just beat, I think he abused this little girl, right? And then he beat this little girl. And when I mean abused, they have his DNA inside of her. How in the world did this man, this little girl's father's DNA end up inside of her? 5 years old. She had a ruptured liver. Her liver exploded inside of her. She had blood inside her tummy. lacerations throughout her body, bruises from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. He overdid whatever he normally does with that little girl that night. And it seems like he was constantly doing things to her. If not, if it's true what this little girl did to, this 5-year-old girl did to that little, girl at that, while the babysitter was watching, then that means that this little girl was witnessing things like that, or she was going through it, and she was repeating the act. She's 5 years old. She's going to mimic. And it seems like that night that the little girl mimicked what he was doing to her, to the other kids, that probably took him overboard. I mean, this is just my opinion from what I've been listening about this case. This bastard predator sexually assaulted his daughter, his own blood, abused her till she took her last breath. And this Lilith of a bitch over here sat and watched. These ain't human beings. These are demons, monsters. What y'all think that what we grew up listening to, right? Y'all really think that monsters look like what we read in them fairy tales and them books, the movies? Oh man, in real life, us humans are the monsters. And we turn these kids into bigger monsters.
Much so that it caused him to stop and realize it was a little too much before making her go and stand in the corner for 30 minutes. He was also asked if he may have missed her buttocks with the belt and hit her legs, and he said possibly. Now, cops described bruising to one of her legs as so severe that it went down to the bone. It literally affected all of her leg tissue. If the bruising on her leg was caused by this spanking before she was made stand in a corner for 30 minutes, I can only imagine how much pain and fear this little girl was going through. And Richard claims he didn't use a belt on her often, but the belt that he used had no clasp or buckle. This was clearly a belt that was kept for one purpose, and that purpose was attacking someone. It was used to harm someone who seemed to be already dealing with the most horrible trauma imaginable. Trauma a 5-year-old girl should never have to face. If you ask me, this child needed help long before she was murdered. And in my opinion, she was crying out for that help. Cries that it seems to me were met with a belt. So regardless of who you think killed Janiah by the end of this, I want you to remember what her father definitely did. Remember what he did instead of actually going and getting her help. He should have got her professional help, but instead, he tried to beat it out of her. That's a fact. How else can you describe the details that you just heard? But it might be important at this point to...
listen, that's because he was a part of the problem. He knew that what she was doing was because of what he was doing to her. And I think he was trying to, get her to stop or censor her by beating it out of her. That wasn't going to work. You should have never, ever touched the innocence of this child as her father, as a man. As her father, he should have protected her. But instead, he violated her. Let's make it make sense.
Clarify just how Janiah ended up in the custody of Richard Davis. About a year prior to Janiah's death, Janiah's mother called social services on herself in Arapahoe County, Colorado, and basically admitted to being unfit to or unwilling to raise Janiah. The child ended up in foster care at this time for a short while before Richard was contacted and informed. Why
didn't the grandmom stay with her? I think, the grandmom should have fought. The grandmom should have fought for custody, stood with her, right? Dad's never been with her. You see where I'm coming from? And then listening to the little girl, they should have took her statement, what she was saying about the dad serious, even though she's 5. And that's something that I see a lot, right? And I don't know why people constantly do it, right? For some reason, when our kids are telling us what is going on with them in their lives, when somebody's abusing them or saying things to them or doing things to them, people pretend like they don't know what they're talking about, like they're crazy, right? Or like they're making up stories. When in reality, these kids are going through what they're actually saying they're going through. Why do we make kids seem like liars, right? Why do we push them to the side when they're telling us, when they're screaming from the top of their lungs that these things are happening to them? Things are happening to them that should not be happening to them at certain ages. And when they don't get listened to, they act on it. See, people fail to realize that. Another thing people fail to realize is that we was kids at one point. How do y'all expect children to, lash out, behave when they're going through some type of trauma?
My understanding is that Richard flew out to Arapahoe County and visited Janiah there while in the custody of the system. But this is where things get dark. According to sources close to the family, Janiah claimed that her father had been touching her inappropriately during this visit. She told this to multiple people in Colorado, but nothing was done about the allegations. Social services were apparently set to step in again, but instead, Richard offered to take Janiah back to Las Vegas and assume full custody of her. Janiah.
Why didn't social services step back in? If this little girl was claiming of her dad touching her inappropriately during this visit, why didn't social services step in? The claim is coming from the little girl. It's like the case that we reviewed and reacted to, right? Of the 9-year-old boy, right? That was, how can I say, he reported his mother. She was threatening him, saying that she was going to kill him, and she actually unalived him. But nobody did nothing. CPS was in and out, and it was like what the little boy was saying meant crap. It landed on deaf ears. That's what it landed on, deaf ears.
As mother agreed to the decision, and that's how the child ended up with her father. And if you think about it, this actually lines up with what Janiah said while sitting on her grandmother's lap in the clip I showed earlier. At the time, Tirza was under the impression that Janiah was saying, if my daddy's mean to me or if he touches me. But based on what we know now about the allegations in Colorado, I believe she was trying to say something else. Let's watch that clip again with this new context.
Pay attention, guys.
You gonna have fun with your daddy?
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm gonna pause it right here, right? Before we play that video, right? Do y'all think that public awareness, right? The public awareness campaigns are effective in preventing child abuse? Why or not? Why not? And I feel as though they're bringing awareness, right? And this is the reason why this question is being asked. I feel as though that bringing awareness to cases like this might help change certain policies. You see where I'm coming from? Like, and might help our children, right? And people don't realize that our kids, right? And I have videos uploaded, right? I think it's towards the beginning of, of when I started this channel. I have videos uploaded, and I think it's like 2 or 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And I speak on our kids' rights, right? Do children have rights? And they do. The thing is, right, that the parents, right, the guardians, right, are the voices for these kids until they reach a certain age and are able to speak for themselves. But people, they don't know their policies. They don't know the laws. They don't even know the amendments. You know where I'm coming from? And it's like people don't care. They turn all the cheeks they could turn. Like, how many cheeks can you turn before, oh, my bad. Their eyes open up when the devil's knocking at their door. When they open that door and it's them the devil strikes, that's when everybody screams, I want change. I want change. How much change do y'all really want? Do y'all really want change? Because when the solutions come to the table, y'all push them away. Y'all make excuses on why all these solutions won't work. So how can society ensure that children's voices and experiences are heard and validated in cases of abuse? I would love to hear y'all comments down below so that we can get this discussion started.
Father had been touching her inappropriately during this visit. She told this to multiple people in Colorado, but nothing was done about the allegations. Social services were apparently set to step in again, but instead, Richard offered to take Janiah back to Las Vegas and assume full custody of her. Janiah's mother agreed to the decision, and that's how the child ended up with her father. And if you think about it, this actually lines up with what Janiah said while sitting on her grandmother's lap in the clip I showed earlier. At the time, Tirza was under the impression that Janiah was saying, if my daddy's mean to me or if he touches me. But based on what we know now about the allegations in Colorado, I believe she was trying to say something else. Let's watch that clip again with this new context.
You gonna have fun with your daddy?
Yeah.
That's good. You can call Grammy anytime, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna give your daddy my phone number because I love you.
I'm gonna talk to my mommy, and then I'm talking to my mommy when he's being mean to me.
Oh, okay. That ought to be interesting.
That's why mommy tell me don't don't my dad touch me.
Mm.
And then he's still touching me
No, hopefully he
at the
won't.
house.
He won't.
And then
Oh, okay.
Listen, pay
That ought
attention.
to be interesting.
that's why mommy tell me I can don't my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me
No, hopefully he
at the
won't.
house. Touch me. Tell me
Oh, okay.
Pay
That ought to be
attention.
interesting.
that's why mommy tell me I can don't my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me.
I think she's trying to say that the mom wasn't, not letting her dad touch her, but he still touched her. Could there be a reason, right? That, could the mom be going through some issues, some mental health issues? Could this man put her through some shit? Could this man have did something to this child and she left? You see where I'm coming from? I don't know what was going on with the mom, but it seems like she was going through some shit. But she was, I don't know if the mom was trying to, help the daughter and something's on. See, listen, it's just that she didn't know how to express herself, how to put the words right in the right place so that the adults could understand her. And that's the problem, right? When our kids cannot say the proper words so they could be understood. People take it as, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. They're probably not asking the right questions. They're trying to ask it this way because they think that's how they should, ask a question. But you gotta realize they're kids, man. So as parents, right, as adults, as guardians, right, that are taking care of these kids, right, we have to take the time to listen to what it is that they're telling us. Because, yeah, they're playful, they're goofy, but at the end of the day, right, we got to pay attention to them words, right? Because even though they can't get the words out right, they're telling us something. And they don't even know what's right and wrong yet. They're still trying to comprehend, try to understand. Especially at 5, man. This father ain't shit.
No, hopefully he
At
won't.
the house.
We won't be doing all of that, okay? And you
Okay.
just have a great time with your daddy, okay?
Okay.
Hear it again.
Okay.
No, I want y'all to hear that again.
That ought to be interesting.
It's being mean to my mom.
I'm gonna give your daddy my phone number because I love you.
I'm gonna talk to my mommy and then I'm talking to my mommy when he's being mean to me.
Okay.
It's because of how she was saying it. I'm gonna talk to my mommy and say he's being mean to me. No, I think she's saying that if her dad if her dad is mean to her, she's gonna talk to her mom and let her know. Right? Now listen.
Okay. That ought to be interesting.
That's why mommy tell me I can don't my dad touch me. And then he's still touching me.
See?
No, hopefully.
That's why my mommy said, don't let my dad touch me, but he still touches me.
At the house.
At the house. So it seems like, the little girl's trying to say, but my daddy was doing this to me and my mommy didn't want it to happen, but he still did it. And look at her eyes. Look, listen, man, you could really see, a person, right? How they feel, if they're telling the truth, if they're lying, when you look into their eyes. And you can see the fear in this little girl's eyes, just going with her dad. Just the thought of leaving with her dad alone, I think, you could tell. And what's crazy is a year within living with her dad after this video, she's unalive. Days before her birthday, I think it was. Or after her birthday. I'm not sure if it was something like that.
Be doing all of that, okay?
Okay.
And you just have a great time with your daddy, okay?
Okay.
You tell me in the comments what you think Janiah meant in that clip. We should also remember that a sperm sample was found on Janiyah's body, a sperm fraction was found inside her body, and there were micro tears to her private area. At this point in the investigation, those samples are still being tested. We'll be coming back to all this. This is far from over, and there's more that will tie in later. The day after Janiyah's death, Chevion is picked up by police, taken to the station, arrested for the murder of Janiah, and formally interrogated on video. The first thing to note before this plays is that when Chevion is picked up, she has visible signs of injury on her body that were not there the day before. Not only were there marks on her wrists indicating potential self-harm, but she had what looked like 2 ligature marks around her neck as if something had been wrapped around it twice. Now remember, Chevion went home to Richard that previous night. Yet it doesn't appear as though a call to emergency services on Chevion's behalf ever occurred. So put yourself in Richard Davis's shoes. Your 5-year-old daughter's suspicious death occurred mere hours ago. The only person with her at the time of her death was your girlfriend, and her story has changed over and over. Then later that night, while at home with you, your girlfriend attempts to harm herself. What is the first thing you would do? Would you call someone immediately? Or would you do nothing other than simply wait for the authorities to pick up your girlfriend the following day? I can hazard a guess as to what most completely innocent people would do. Regardless, this is Chevion's final statement.
That's that guilt. That's that guilt, yo. That's that damn guilt. Darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. You'll see, through trials and tribulations, I'll keep the fight alive. With courage in my heart, I will continue to strive. You may throw obstacles in my way, try to make me fall, but the warrior in me will rise above it all. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Who are we so blind to the truth? Ignoring the facts, we've lost our roots. Loyalty's gone, there's no trust anymore. No need for new friends, we're alone at our core. Staring at the mirror, asking where went wrong. Where's the loyalty, respect, and morals? Long gone. Who are we divided by war? Falling like flies, we can't take it anymore. Bullets flying in the air like the 4th of July. But who we hurting as innocence dies? Caskets for children no longer than 3 feet. Heaven's playground full, God's anger and meats. But no one notices, not enough love. Too much hate, it'll take a shattered life to rise above. Who are we so quick to judge and condemn? Why can't we unite and stop killing our own kin? The white man isn't the only one with hate. Let's put our pride aside before it's too late. Forgetting the youth watching, we take a step back. Celebrities aren't the ones who raise our kids on the right track. A world divided, our children suffer and bleed. The solution lies within us. It's time for us to heed. So many ignorant to the facts, they just don't care. But the solution lies within us. It's time to be aware. Who are we to let this world fall? Just take a minute and listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. My heart won't break. It's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Forced to be a woman ahead of time. Never learned what real love was. A crime. Always scared to cross the sidewalk sign. A shield in her heart, a defensive crown. Such a loving person full of redemption. How can you love in a world of deception? Where hate reveals evil's true intention. But she saw past the dark clouds, a divine intervention. A blessing from above she was chosen to be. Took a lot to get here, not where she wants to be. Always doubted by everyone, her motivation. God took her breaking point, a divine revelation. Just when she was about to give up the fight, God said, no, my child, you'll be all right. Took a lot, but the worst is yet to come. She never thought she could do what she's done. Realizing she's blessed with love so true, it was in front of her the whole time. Who knew? Always yearned for a family portrait, her dream. Now she has hers, a team that gleams. In a world where I feel misplaced, thought there was a flaw without a trace. But now I know I'm far from perfect. Just like any soul with love, I'm worth it. My heart beats with a love so strong. Untouched by pain is where I belong. Though it's been torn, it still loves fiercely, never ceases. In the depths of darkness, it found its light. A love that grows, reaching new heights. Through every trial, it only grew bolder. Though scared, it became so much stronger. Now I'm in a place where I finally belong. No longer questioning where it went wrong. With a heart that loves hard, just like the rest, I'll journey forward knowing I'm blessed. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. In this world full of evil, she saw the light. Through dark clouds, her vision took flight. A blessing from above guiding her way. Not where she wanted, but where she had to stay. Always doubted by everyone around, but that pain fueled her. It kept her feet on the ground. Motivation grew stronger with every doubt. She proved them wrong, no room for backing out. She's not where she wants to be just yet, but she's on her journey, never willing to forget. With each step forward, closer to her dreams. In a world full of evil, she shines and redeems. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid grounds. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. Just listen, take a minute to listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith.
My bad. Now she hit her head. That's all that guilt inside of her. No, I'm telling y'all.
Now, you remember yesterday I told you this was going to be kind of a scientific investigation. You know, we're detectives, and we've done this for a long time. And we know things when we see things. We're smart guys. We are. And I told you that the doctor is going to tell us what happened to this little girl. He's going to tell us what happened to this little girl. And Detective Fernandez was at the autopsy today. And I'm going to tell you right now, the injuries to that little girl are so severe, you got to explain it to me.
Can you explain to me what her injuries were, please? Because I really don't know much.
I can't explain the injuries.
Please.
She has bruising both eyes, to the sides of both face. Her mouth is cut open. She has bruising on the tops of her arms, on the back of her arms, both arms. She has bruising on the tops of her legs, on the bottom of her legs. She has bruising to her abdomen. She has bruises that are so deep that it goes to the bone.
What?
When you and I walk into a door and we get a little bruise up here, we get a little bit of a blood vessel up here, and that's what causes a bruise. Her bruising is so deep that the blood goes all the way to her bone.
Wow.
That baby was beat to death. No doubt about it.
And she knows what happened.
It's not a question.
We
know that's what happened.
She was alive, but she wasn't told.
Yeah, I believe you. I
don't believe her. I don't believe her.
But she didn't get to that bathtub on her own, and she didn't make it out of that bathtub. Oh, she walked to the tub?
Yes.
Okay.
She walked to the tub.
What happened on the way to the tub?
Nothing.
Something
She was
happened.
in the tub the whole time.
Minutes.
I just
The
want to
injury
fly.
she sustained to her abdomen, minutes.
Minutes? What do you mean minutes?
She had minutes to live.
What
Yes.
do you mean?
I don't know how else to explain it. She had an injury that would have killed her within minutes.
I'm confused right now.
There is nothing to confuse. She has an injury that was sustained that would have killed her within minutes.
No.
She didn't live longer than
She was
a
in
few
the tub.
minutes.
No.
I'm telling you right now, this is what showed
She
you.
was up in the tub. And I said she got
So
in the tub, she was laying down.
so
And when
something- what happened in
seen
the
her
tub?
laying down, I was just like,
Then what happened in the tub?
What can possibly, I don't know. I walked off and came back and seen her like that. And like I said, the only thing that I knew of that I did was laid her over the tub. That's the most that had happened.
Janiyah,
What?
look at me.
She cannot
Look at me
seem to
for a
get the story straight for 1 second.
Is this a joke?
This ain't a joke.
Are you serious right now?
That
You're very
is not a
serious.
joke. That is worse than a gunshot wound.
What is
That
that?
is not, can you tell? It's a liver. That is not a joke. Minutes. Janiyah.
Yo, what in the world did they do to this little girl to make her liver explode? Did they box her? Did they stomp on her? Were they throwing her up and down? Were they pushing her on walls? Was she being used as a human punching bag? How in the world? I mean, she's only 5 years old. How could a parent say here? Like, first of all, you take the innocence of this child in the most messed up way in this world. So if she would have survived, she would have still been traumatized. And then you decide to take her innocence by taking her. These two right here ain't shit. And this little girl lived in a house of horrors for a year. I feel as though that I don't know. I mean, at first I thought the dad was pimping the little girl out when they say they found semen. But then when it was his DNA, I started looking at it real different. Real different. What systematic failures might have contributed to Janiah Russell's tragic death, and how can they be addressed? And in my opinion, right? I mean, listen, I don't know what y'all think and what y'all opinions are, right? Leave y'all comments down below, right? Let us shorty know what y'all think, and how y'all feel, right? Especially, on this question right here, right? What systematic failures might have contributed to Janiah Russell's tragic death, and how can they be addressed, right? And in Janiah Russell's situation, she got failed in every way possible. Like, for real, I feel as though that the grandmom should have fought harder. The grandmom should have listened. The grandmom don't seem like a bad person. But the grandmom wasn't understanding what, the granddaughter was telling her at that moment. So it's like, because of, misunderstandings, right? Certain people, right? I guess didn't know what to do or how to do it. She thought that the dad was going to be okay. And that, her granddaughter was just probably telling her stories, right? So it's kind of like, this is why we need to listen and pay better attention to our kids when they're talking to us, because sometimes they don't know how to put the words right into place to get us to understand what it is that they're trying to tell us. Right. So with that being said, what are the psychological and emotional impacts, right, on families dealing with the loss of a child in such circumstances? How can communities become more proactive in identifying, right, signs of potential harm to children before tragedy strikes? And what ethical responsibilities do adults, right, like Janiah's father and his girlfriend, hold in ensuring a child's safety? And they had a lot of responsibility. Like, the book need to be thrown at them. They need to, throw away the key. Leave these mofos in a hole or something. Like, this is crazy, man. A parent is supposed to protect their child and their child, teach their child. But you got parents that use their kids as tools for their needs or to get whatever they want.
I'm not lying to you. We are not lying. You got to tell me what happened.
I'm not making this up.
I know you're not making it up, but you're not telling us what happened.
I'm literally telling you what I know.
You were the only one in the apartment with her. I'll be back.
I'm really confused right now.
What is there to be confused about?
Come on.
I don't even understand that. Like I said, even when I see the bruise on her, I don't even know where that came from. Or I would have told you, oh yeah, that's where. No, I don't know where that came from.
I do.
What?
I do.
Where did it come from?
It came from you.
No, it didn't.
It did.
It did not. I'm telling you, it didn't.
You don't. It's
You had parts.
No, it's not. I'm not gonna. No.
You did something you watched. You did something you watched.
And we know.
No, I didn't.
And we know it.
What did I do?
But you have to explain to me why.
What did I do? If you know that I did that.
What did she do that was so bad?
What did I do? If you know I did that to her, how did I possibly do that?
You beat her to death.
No,
you did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I did not.
Those injuries that we saw, that type of injury comes from car crashes, from airplane crashes, and from people to fall from extreme heights off of the top of buildings.
No.
This isn't an accident.
No, she wasn't alive when she got in the tub.
No, man.
This was
I'll
not
beat that
intentional.
child to death.
She was very well in alive.
That was very intentional. Y'all was that was very intentional. Y'all was trying to get rid of evidence and everything. You was cleaning up the DNA on this child. And as a woman, I cannot respect you. As a woman, I see you I see you like nothing more than just Lilith in disguise. That's what you are. Evil, conniving. Ooh, I just want to get you off the screen, and I just want to pimp slap this hoe. I just want to stomp on her till her liver explodes. That's how I feel. That's what my mood is like right now.
I don't know what could have possibly happened. I did not beat her to death. I did not.
Lying sack of shit.
I really didn't.
Well, there's only 2 people in that apartment.
I didn't. I don't know how that possibly happened.
And Richard's one. That's it. And by the look of your neck and by the look of your wrists, that's somebody who feels guilty.
That I did not do it.
Why else would you try and hurt yourself?
I didn't do enough.
So,
I thought she was playing.
that's because she was guilty.
I didn't help her when she should have been helped.
That's right, because that's your job to protect her.
Exactly.
And I don't know if you lost your cool, if she did something
What?
that upset you.
Oh my gosh.
But this is the time to explain it. Because
I cannot explain this.
Because the medical evidence is what it is.
Can I see the rest of the medical evidence, please?
You said, can I see the rest of it?
No, it's not really time for that. No, I need to know. I need to know what else you guys, because this is really mind-blowing right now.
Her internal injuries were so beat up that she fled to death.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
She had no plenty of time to have blood coming out of her.
Inside her belly. Inside her belly.
No.
They took so much blood out of her belly. I have never seen that much blood.
That has to be a joke.
It's not. I trust you. Listen, this is far from a joke. But once you tell the truth, you'll feel better. I promise you'll feel better.
He's serious.
I cannot feel better about something I didn't do.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Janiyah, stop.
This is cold.
I'm telling you, I did not.
The time for this.
No.
This is over.
No.
It is.
No.
You told me that Richard was gone. You told me he was gone, that he checked out. He was at the clinic.
So who else did
We
it?
know that the injury to her liver was so severe that she died within minutes of the injury. He wasn't in the apartment.
And this is why I'm saying that I think that she's covering up for him. Because, like I said, I feel as though, like, if she had parts in it, I don't know, right? Like, when I'm saying parts in it, like trying to help him beat her and do whatever was done to her, because, listen, somehow, some way, his DNA got inside of her. His sperm got inside of her. Inside of her. Like, her father, like, yo. The cuts. You see where I'm coming from? Did this child really get beat because, you know, what happened when the babysitter was there? Or did this child get beat because she was fighting back the father? Was he actually, you know, it's crazy. And yes, I'm about to get deep into it, right? Because I need y'all to understand that this father penetrated this daughter and she fought back and cried. You see where I'm coming from the pain and stuff like that. And he just beat her ass so bad. Was she sitting there and watching? And then when this child was limp, like that, she couldn't move, right? I'm guessing he left the apartment and she sat here and tried to get rid of the evidence, try to clean everything up. That's why she's like, no, in the beginning, I'm sitting here like, she'll prefer to sit here and say that she's dirty, she don't know how to clean, than to say, well, look, listen, this happened, No, she preferred to sit here and say, well, I didn't clean this tub right. That's probably why you can't get rid of blood. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the dumbest mofo out here. Like, do people forget that forensics exist? That they could bring a CSI to the, you know, crime scene and figure out what happened in a matter of seconds?
She was alive. She was alive. There was no reason she could have possibly died from an injury like that when she was alive the whole time in the tub until I walked off.
Tell me what happened.
I walked off from her. That was it.
No.
Yes.
The time for sticking to this story is over. You can't fight evidence. We have medical evidence that shows how she died. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. I'm not trying to.
She had water coming out of her.
I agree. She did have water coming out of her. That's not what killed her. What? She bled to death.
No, she didn't. I'm telling you, no. Janiah was alive in the tub.
So you a doctor now. You a forensics expert now that you're saying no, she ain't died before she got that in that tub. So now you're the forensics. Now she has expertise in fields that she don't even know about.
Tell me what happened.
No.
Please.
I didn't do anything.
Please explain to me why this beautiful little girl that just turned 5, she should be running around with pigtails in her hair. She should be swimming and playing with her friends. But unfortunately,
We were just doing all that stuff.
she can't do that anymore.
We were just doing all of that stuff with her. That doesn't add up.
It took her life.
I really don't know where that. No, I don't know where that came from. I do not know.
This is the time to tell me.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
You have to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Please don't let this little girl's death go unjustified.
She don't.
Please don't do that to her.
I'm telling you.
She doesn't deserve it. She's an innocent.
There is
beautiful
no
little
way.
girl.
I'm telling you, there is no way
Help me.
that she could have possibly. I told you, the most that I know of that hurt her, she got into a scuffle. I didn't even realize she had that bruise on her stomach until that day.
Now she's back to the scuffle. Now the scuffle did all that to her. He's telling you that the blow to her stomach, right? Whatever blow, whatever got done to her stomach, whether you stomped on her, threw her against something, and it hit her stomach real hard, because she's 5 years old. And she was very tiny, very skinny, very fragile. That blow would have unalived her within minutes, a minute or 3 at that. Like, come on, man. She's not listening. She's not paying attention. She's still trying to make excuses and cover up for what happened that night during the crime scene. She knows exactly what happens. And as a woman, right, seeing that happen to that little girl, you still covering for that man? Shit. Power of the pussy exists, but so does the power of the dick.
Hey.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. Look at me. Look at me. Hey. Chevion, look at me. The injury to her liver. She bled to death in a matter of minutes. It didn't happen at a scuffle out in the yard. It didn't happen from bonking her head on another kid's head.
There is no reason she could have possibly gotten an injury like that.
I know. There's only one way it happened.
There is no way. I'm telling you, there is no way she could have possibly gotten an injury like that. She was very well and alive and sitting up when I left the bathroom.
I see those injuries all the time.
No.
No, I do.
No.
I see children with lacerated livers.
No.
All the time.
No.
I see children with lacerated small intestines. I see children with lacerated large intestines. I see children with lacerated hearts, with broken ribs, with their heads smashed.
No.
I see all that.
That wasn't her.
And it only happens from one thing.
That was not her.
Because someone close to them,
Someone
who loves them.
No, I'm telling you.
And I believe
that didn't happen like that.
Girl.
But it did not.
I do believe that you loved her. But I believe something happened that upset you.
No.
And I want to.
No.
And if it was an accident, you need to tell me that it was an accident.
No, it wasn't an accident. I don't know how that happened.
I do. She was beat to death.
You can't say it was by me.
You were the only one there.
I don't care who was there. It wasn't me.
Are you going to tell me that some ghost came in and did this? When there are only 2 people in a room and one person ends up dead, that's it. You already told me this.
What do I say?
I'm really trying to figure out like what is really going on right now.
I'm telling you what's going on. Texas Connor's telling you what's going
This
on.
is
We're not
crazy.
lying to you.
I feel like somebody's lying to me.
You could think that, but you know the truth. You know.
The truth is, she was in the tub, alive.
I'm not down there.
Walked there herself.
I believe that. Something else happened though.
I don't know what.
You do.
No, I don't.
Shit, man, you do.
I'm
And
telling
it's
you.
gonna be the hardest thing for you ever to admit.
Oh no.
It is.
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna admit something that I didn't do. That's what I'm not gonna do. There is no way. There's no way.
Then explain it to me.
Can you explain it to me?
No, I have explained it to you a couple of times.
I'm still in disbelief. I still cannot believe this. This is a joke.
Who killed that child?
I don't. No. What?
Who killed that child?
Nobody. Like nobody should have possibly killed her.
You think that she just woke up dead?
I thought it was the tub.
You thought the tub beat her to death?
What?
When let me tell you something. Do you know what a liver is supposed to look like?
No.
I'm gonna show you. Let me show you real quick. This is what a liver is supposed to look like. Smooth, shiny. That's the way our organs
Could that have possibly happened when I did CPR on her? Because I was pushing her whole body.
These lacerations, I told you, we see this in airplane crash victims. We see this in people that have been killed in car accidents.
No.
We see this from people that fall from great heights.
No.
Yes. This is what it should look like. This is what it looks like after somebody has punched or stomped on somebody's abdomen so hard that it ruptures their inside.
No.
Yes.
Nobody does anything like that.
Absolutely. People do it all the time.
No.
People do it all the time.
No.
This isn't a trick. This is real. This is Janiyah's. This is her liver. I'm not making this up. I'm not making it up. You were the only one with her. That's it. Why didn't you
happened to her in that tub?
Why didn't you protect her?
Where did it happen?
Nowhere. She was fine.
She went fine.
No,
Well,
she wasn't. But you got to help me understand, because you seem like a nice lady. I got to know how you were capable of doing that.
whoa, no. I'm not. At all.
We see two types of people.
I'm not capable of doing that.
You know, we see good people. We see people that love.
I genuinely thought it was the water. The whole, like, when I gave her CPR, it was water coming out of her. I don't understand right now. I don't understand. I thought it was.
I know. Listen, I know you're not a monster, but sometimes people are weak, and sometimes we do things that we regret.
No.
Sometimes we make decisions that we can't take back. We do something. There's an action that we can't take back once we've done it.
That time back to the.
And this is what happened.
Something's happened.
I can't see you get.
There has to be a mix-up.
How'd you get so mad at her? What did she do?
What?
What did she do to make you that mad?
No, that's not gonna work. Cause
No,
I
that's
didn't do that.
Work.
No, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yo, not at one point in this video did she take accountability for what she did. It is crazy, even with them showing her the evidence. And this is why I say she probably didn't unalive this child, right? But she witnessed what happened to this child. Because she had probably hit this child, I don't know, probably, right? But I feel as though, right, something deep down inside of me, right, from watching this video is telling me that she's covering for the father of this child. Something deep down inside of me that, is saying they did this together. Whether, even if she didn't unalive this child, you was there. You were his accomplice. You helped him. You covered up for shit. Now everything is looking like you did it. Now all the evidence is pointing at you because you was alone with this child in that apartment before she was unalived. Women like this, I cannot claim, I cannot respect. How can Child Protective Services and law enforcement improve their methods for preventing abuse or neglect, right? What role do socioeconomic factors play in cases of child endangerment or neglect, and how can society, right, mitigate these issues, right? I would love to hear y'all comments down below, right? Put y'all solutions, bring the solutions, man. Let's get this topic started.
There's no doubt about it.
It's a doubt.
No.
I didn't do that.
You were the only one in the apartment. Richard wasn't there. Her death occurred within 2 to 3 minutes. I'm not saying this. A doctor is saying this. A super smart person.
There's no way
who is a lot more
her
educated
death could have possibly occurred within 2 to 3 minutes. No, she was up.
So she's a doctor now. She's a doctor. For the past hour and some change, she's been a forensics expert. She's been a doctor. She's been a therapist. But yet she can't explain what happened to this 5-year-old child in this apartment the morning she called for 911.
She was up. She was doing fine.
Is this why you tried to kill yourself last night? Is this why? I mean, because I can't imagine the guilt. I can't imagine how guilty you must feel that that baby died while you were taking care of her. Now, from the looks of your wrists and the look of your neck, I'm going to say you either tried to cut yourself, but just weren't able to do it deep enough. Because cutting yourself is tough. I'm going to guess that you tried to hang yourself at one point, or at least strangle yourself, so that you lost consciousness.
Her dad is feeling probably the same exact way, if not worse than me.
You don't have a mark.
The only difference.
You don't have a mark on his body. Talking to him the whole time.
I know.
He's in there crying, breaking down. I don't know what to do with him. He's so upset. He's beside himself.
He can act better than her, I guess.
Now I talk to you. Not a tear in your eye. You got cuts on your wrists. You got contusions around your neck.
I'm in disbelief.
You can believe it because you tried to hurt yourself. Because you're feeling so bad about what you did that you tried to take your own life.
No, I feel bad because she was right there and I thought she was fine.
Are you right now thinking in your head, if I just keep denying this?
No, I'm not thinking that at all.
Because there's so much evidence. So much.
That's what I'm thinking. What other evidence?
How much evidence do you need?
I'm really trying to figure out what is really going on.
Have you ever built a puzzle?
Who haven't?
Right. You ever missing a couple pieces? Feel like, oh shoot, I'm missing a couple pieces. But you can still figure out what the picture is, right? That's where we're at. I might be missing a few pieces of the puzzle. I might be missing how it happened, why it happened, where in the apartment. I might be missing some pieces, but I got the picture. I got the picture. The picture's there.
This has to be wrong.
This chick is not a good liar.
There's nothing wrong about it. Now, if you were hitting her and you went too far, you had, maybe you didn't realize how hard you were hitting her, or maybe you fell on top of her and didn't realize how hard you did that, that's understandable. But if you woke up that morning going, I'm going to beat the crap out of this little kid, that's a different person.
No.
That's what we need to figure out who we're talking to.
Will she confess on the dad, or will she take the whole blame?
I don't know who we're talking to right now.
I have a feeling she's going to take the whole blame.
There's no amount of denial that's going to get those cuffs off today.
It's not about, I'm really trying to think right now. What could have possibly happened?
You should know. You was there.
You're the only one that knows. There's only 2 people that knew.
This is crazy.
Why you going with 2 people in the apartment? Shavy online. Tell us what happened.
Don't let this little girl's death go without an explanation. She deserves it.
I didn't.
This little girl deserves the truth to be told. You owe it to her.
No,
to tell her the truth.
I didn't do it.
She called you mommy. She thought of you as her mother.
If I would have known that something like that was wrong with her, she would have been on hospital way sooner. It doesn't matter what could have possibly happened. It doesn't matter what could be possibly going on. As long as she's okay, that's the only thing that matters. So if I would have known that something like that severe,
How would you?
I mean, it does matter. How you don't notice that a child has bruises in her face, in her stomach, in her thighs? How you don't notice that she's got cuts? You put her in a tub. You washed her up. You dressed her. How you don't notice that you put a child that's alive into a tub? I would have noticed. Who puts a child that's not, how can I say, communicating with them or reacting normal into a tub? She said the child walked to the tub, but forensics proves that she was unalive before she got into the tub. Lady, whatever hit she took towards the stomach, right? That bruise that was in her stomach, however she took that hit is what unalived the child. She knows what happened. And I feel as though she's covering for the dad. I don't know if they locked the dad up or not. We're going to find out soon. Hopefully they do. Because how y'all going to let him walk if y'all found DNA? Y'all found his sperm inside this 5-year-old girl. And I know the detective knows that he was there. But because she's saying that he wasn't there, he's saying that he wasn't there, it's like she's the only one there. So all evidence is pointing towards her. But if they found the sperm inside of her, what? So what she do? Take a little sample of his sperm and put it inside the little girl to try to frame her? Come on, guys. Come on. How can child protective services and law enforcement improve their methods for preventing abuse or neglect in cases like this?
what exactly? How would I have known?
I don't know. I didn't say you knew that her liver was lacerated because
So if I would have known something like that was going on, she would have been in the hospital.
But something happened.
Way sooner.
Something happened that caused those injuries. What do you mean way sooner? What are you talking about way sooner?
What are you talking about?
Hold on, wait a minute. According to her, right, the little girl had a scuffle where her face was beat up, she was bleeding from the mouth, and in that situation, she didn't take her to the ER. If you didn't take her to the ER in that situation where she could have had a concussion, what makes us or what leads us to believe that you would have took her if you would have seen her limb? You didn't give up. You didn't care. You didn't care. You didn't care then, and you didn't care when you noticed that the child wasn't in this world no more.
You pulled her out. You dressed her. You put her
Exactly.
on the couch, and you didn't call her.
Exactly.
You called her.
That's why I said something would have been done way sooner.
When she was dead.
I didn't know.
You didn't know. How do you know?
How do I know? How do I know?
All right, you know how I know? Because when you're on the 911 tape going, I don't know if she's breathing. I heard it.
Yes, that's what I didn't know if she was breathing or not.
I don't know.
That's not how I would have done it at all.
I have the tapes. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
We have all of it.
Yes, I know you have the tapes. I'm not confused at all about that, but I'm really confused about this. I really am.
You seem very confused.
I am.
Then why are you saying you're not confused?
I'm not confused that you have the tapes. I'm not confused that you didn't hear what was going on, but the fact that you're trying to say that I was careless on the phone saying, I don't know. No, that's not right.
Are you confused about the medical evidence that we have?
Yes, I'm confused about all of this. The fact that you guys are saying it was bruises to her bones?
To the bone.
That's insane. That's insane.
There's nothing insane about this.
I don't even know.
There's nothing insane about this. You want to know what this is? This is her leg. This is the inside of her leg, and that is blood that's not supposed to be there. You want to see her arms? This is blood that's not supposed to be on her arms. Do you understand? That is blood that is not supposed to be there. Her legs are supposed to be almost milky pink. These are bruises. These are legit 100% bruises caused by an adult with a whole lot of force.
This is insane to me.
I already showed you what I need to show you. I ain't got nothing else for you.
I thought she would have got up at some point in time. Like, mommy, I'm just kidding. That's how in disbelief I am and was about the situation. Fine, she was. She was. Fine. She was.
You know what? You're probably right. She probably was okay when she got in the tub. But that's what happened after.
She wasn't in the tub that long. Nothing happened after.
I swear this detective has the most patience with her because I would have walked out that room. I just would have told her, "You're going to jail. Fuck it. Stand up. Put your hands behind your back."
So she did that for Johnny. So why was the water coming out of her?
Because it's natural. I mean, why? She was in the water. So water got inside her.
No. She was breathing. I seen her. That's what I told you guys. She was breathing in the water. That's why I told her to sit up. She sat up. And then I left and came back and she was laying back down. She was not in a situation to be.
She was breathing in the water. So now your child is a mermaid. She was breathing in the water. Yo, I can't make this shit up.
I told you guys, she was breathing in the water. That's why I told her to sit up. I seen her. That's what I told you guys. She was breathing in the water. That's why I told her to sit up. I seen her. That's what I told you guys. She was breathing in the water. That's why I told her to sit up.
She made no sense.
She sat up. And then I left and came back and she was laying back down. She was not in a situation to be, oh, no. I'm still like, damn, is she gonna come back? Is this really a fucking game right now?
It's a game
Is
that
there
you
any
won't
way
do.
possible she's just gonna get up and you guys are gonna tell us to come get her?
She's not coming back.
No. She was breathing in that water. I'm telling you, she was alive.
She was breathing
Nothing
in the
happened
water.
to her in the tub. She was breathing in the water. And I'm telling you that for sure. Because I had to tell her to sit up and stop doing that. And she did. She was fine.
So did she get the whooping before you put her in the tub?
What? She didn't get a whooping.
Or was it after?
She didn't get a whooping that morning. At all.
It makes
She didn't
no
get a
sense.
whooping.
Shivia, we've explained to you what happened.
Why do you think she got a whooping that day?
Well, if you said she was alive when you put her in the tub,
Very well.
the injury could have happened prior to you putting her in the bathtub. And then she expired while she was in the tub.
No. I'm telling you, she was up.
That right there makes sense. Because she's like, she was breathing in the tub. Like, listen, I don't know if she was pretending she saw Ariel in the tub that night, but there's no way in hell that we breathing under the water, all right? We need something to breathe under the water. A mask, the little tubes and shit like that. Nah, lady. Come on, man. Blessings. We got BDBGP in the building, guys. Make sure y'all go check out BDBGP. He be doing the beats tournaments, right? And music, stuff like that, right? Love his channel. Go check him out. Y'all will not be disappointed. Make sure y'all go check out Gary Bust It Down, right? Great conversations, great topics. I love the fact that Gary Bust It Down would touch on the most touchiest subjects, right? He's also got a sports channel, but he's got great conversations and great topics, right? And he will speak on the topics that people are scared to touch on. So make sure y'all go check out these great men here on YouTube, right? Y'all will not be disappointed. But back on to this little bitch right here, right? Besides her changing the stories, right? This is her, what they said, the fourth and last interview, right? Me personally, like, listen, if y'all watch part 1 of this live from last weekend along with this live, right, y'all will see that, like, I don't know, maybe y'all might see it different, but me personally, I feel as though she's covering for her boyfriend, the Janiah Russell's dad. But everything that's been said, everything, from everything I've seen when it comes to this case, I feel as though the dad is involved. Does he get arrested? Hopefully he does, especially with his semen being found inside of her. He should be arrested. And once again, I feel as though that he sexually assaulted his own daughter, then beat his daughter to death because his child is either fighting back or crying due to not being able to take the pain. And this is a messed up situation. How can there be parents like this? How do parents like this exist? Unfortunately, right? I don't think none of us got the answer. If you do, man, leave that, in the comments down below, right? But unfortunately, nobody has an answer to that. I mean, I guess, some of us, got a good side, and some people, their bad side is just beyond bad, demonic, right? This is crazy. How does media coverages, right, of these cases shape public perception of justice and accountability? In what ways can society provide better emotional and financial support for children in vulnerable situations like in Janiah Russell's? Leave your comments down below and let's get this discussion started.
Well, I'm saying she could have maybe walked to the tub with that type of an injury. I doubt it. You would have probably had to carry her.
No, she walked to the tub.
See, the thing that unfortunately that we're faced with, that we have to deal with, because this isn't going away. It's not. This is real. This is as serious as it gets. It doesn't get any more serious than this. We have a 5-year-old little girl that loved her daddy and loved her mama. And when I say loved her mama, I'm talking about you. That little girl woke up Wednesday morning. It's like it was another day. And then sometime between the time she woke up and 8 o'clock in the morning, she died. And children just don't die.
Not just
There
because.
were only 2 people inside that apartment. You and her.
Because according to her, the dad was not there. According to the dad, he was not there. But how does DNA?
You're smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. And enough to understand what I've explained to you.
I keep saying it because, like, it's like they're trying to make the dad seem innocent, but I don't think he is. I feel as though, like, especially, listen, right? The dad didn't make it to the Red Cross, wherever he was donating his plasma to, right? I don't know where he went to go donate it. You could donate it in multiple places, not just the Red Cross. But anyways, right around 7 something, almost 8 o'clock, I think, in the morning. Though, listen, I have to go back to the beginning to figure out the time. But anyways, according to the autopsy, right, this child passed away around 3 something, 4 something in the morning. So yes, I have a feeling that the dad did this, and the stepmom is covering up, was trying to clean up the evidence and wash away DNA. But she didn't, wash enough DNA because they still found the father's sperm. She was trying to wash away all the blood from the crime scene, but didn't do a good job. She would have preferred to call herself dirty and nasty, saying she don't know how to clean, than to sit here and say, hey, look, listen, man, I witnessed the father do this, and I covered it up because I didn't know what to do. But you had parts in it. You had parts in it. Both these mofos is soulless. You got Lucifer himself and fucking Lilith.
She was breathing in water.
I'm sure that it's hard to deal with.
I understand that. I don't want to believe that this.
I know you don't.
This can't be normal.
I know you don't want to believe it. I wouldn't want to believe it either. I wouldn't want to believe that I would be capable of doing something like that to a child.
I didn't.
Straight up.
No, you did.
I didn't.
And you probably think that if you continue to deny,
No, I don't think
it's
that.
going to make a difference. But it's not.
Yeah, you guys already have your mindset that it was just me.
You told me it was just you. Richard.
I didn't do that though.
Both of you told me that he left. He was gone. You both said that. You said that you were alone in the apartment with her.
She was fine though.
She wasn't.
She was.
No.
She was fine. She was.
Then why'd you try to hurt yourself?
I didn't do what I needed to do for her.
Why would you try and kill yourself? If it wasn't your fault. What?
Because I was there with her.
So?
I thought she was sleeping.
You didn't think she'd sleep.
I genuinely thought she was
You're
sleeping.
smart enough to know when somebody's sleeping.
No, she played right. She's a playful kid.
You don't
It's
know
not about that.
when someone is dead.
No, apparently not. I haven't ever been in that type of situation before, so no, I wouldn't know the difference. Like I said, she was still warm. I didn't even realize she was warm.
Shivy, I know you don't think I'm on your side, but I'm the only voice you have right now. This is it. You got me. I am the only one that's willing to tell your story.
She was alive. She was fine.
So what you want me to believe is that this poor child got the beating that ended her life. She was beat to death. The beating that ended her life. Nobody knows how it happened. It just happened. It happened while she was in the tub and you were out having a cigarette. Because 1 minute she's fine and the next minute she's dead.
She was alive in the tub when she got it. She was alive.
And she could have been.
She was.
But either what? So then what happened before. It doesn't change anything. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter if she was in the tub. It doesn't matter if she was in a car. It doesn't matter if she was laying on the couch. It doesn't matter where she was.
It doesn't matter because if she wasn't in that tub, she wouldn't have died.
It doesn't matter. You're still not understanding that once she got that blow to the stomach, right, to the side of her stomach, right, it only took 2 to 3 minutes for her to, so it seems like that last blow that she received, I mean, I don't know if it was the last blow. It could have been the last blow. But it seemed like she got that last blow and then you put her in the tub. If she was alive when you put her in the tub, prior to you putting her in that tub, either you or your boyfriend hit her and caused that blow to her stomach, which ruptured her liver. But I have a feeling that, it was him who did it and you put her in the tub. He had more than enough time to do what he did. Crazy part about it is this woman's sitting here really vouching for this deadbeat mofo. Because he didn't have a job. Neither did she. That's why I'm looking at the judge that gave them custody sideways. Like, what was the judge thinking about? Should he get charges pressed on him too? Because what the hell was this judge thinking about?
But if I would have walked off, she would be still here.
No, she wouldn't.
She would. She would.
She'd be on.
She would still be here if I didn't walk off from her. If I didn't think that.
She had already bled to death.
No.
She did.
She's still trying to be a forensic.
No, she didn't. It's not a mystery. We know what killed her.
She didn't.
She did.
She didn't.
I don't. Listen, you can say she didn't as much as you want. You can say it till you're blue in the face. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't. I'm sorry. And if that's what makes you feel better, then you can.
And she died. How could she have possibly been breathing in the
Oh
water?
my God.
How could she be possibly doing that if she had died?
We told you it takes 2 to 3 minutes for something like that to happen.
She was in the tub over there 2 to 3 minutes.
What?
Okay. So you probably, if what happened, which I'm
She's
assuming,
turning into
for whatever.
devil.
Possibly doing that if she had died.
We told you it takes 2 to 3 minutes for something like that to happen.
She was in the tub over there 2 to 3 minutes.
What the hell?
So you probably, if what happened, which I'm assuming for whatever reason you got upset and you put that whooping on her.
No.
And then you put her in the tub trying to clean her up because she would have been bloody.
So what?
From her mouth, because she's got injuries in her mouth. She would have had a bloody nose.
What?
So you put her in the tub to clean her off.
No, that's completely made
That's
up.
what she did. She was trying to get rid of evidence.
But I didn't ever agree to or say that that's what happened.
The first time that I've seen that.
I didn't at no point in time agree to saying that happened. I didn't say that happened.
First
Come on,
time that I've seen
detective,
a
I was
baby
waiting
with
for
a
this.
lacerated liver, that baby died because.
Yo, this detective was being too nice the whole time to this. Oh my God, this hole right here, yo. I don't like cussing. I mean, well, listen, I do like cussing, but I've been doing so good. I got a whole, like, listen, it is so hard. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I don't like cussing because, listen, man, I love cussing people out like this. Like, listen, I build caskets for mofos. Like, there you go, Ray. Just find the proper words. Turn the cuss words into something else. Don't come on, man. You say you wasn't gonna have a potty mouth on this live. You say you was gonna be a good girl. But right now I'm in my day's low bag, yo. So I do apologize if I get out of character sometimes, all right?
Because of that? This ain't the first time. I see this
Thanks,
all the
Gary.
time.
Thanks.
She was breathing in that water.
But then you whooped her before you put her in the tub.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You did.
No.
Now, I don't know if you used your feet or if you used your hands or how you did it or if you struck her with an object that was inside the apartment to cause that type of an injury.
No.
But there is no doubt in anyone's mind that that child died from a beating. And like my partner said.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. 100%. Because you yourself said
she was breathing in the water.
That's how you sure.
She didn't have no bruises the night before when you put her to bed.
Exactly.
You all said when we put her to bed, she was just fine.
Nobody did.
These were her own words.
Got into a scuffle. Outside.
Well, sure. Okay. Not that kind of.
Oh, wait a minute. You said she got into a scuffle, but she didn't have no bad injuries. That's why you didn't take her to the ER, even though she had a black eye. But according to the autopsy, she had 2 black eyes. What makes us think that, yo, if you didn't take her to the ER when she had that scuffle, I mean, as a parent like that, let me take my child to the ER, hope she don't got a concussion or nothing, right? I mean, you didn't even go challenge the parents. You just brought your child in, right? And told her to stay inside the house. You didn't even say, let me take her to the ER. You didn't fight the parents. I mean, I'm not saying go fight the parents. What I'm saying is you didn't even go knock on the door, go see who was this kid, who are their parents. Let me go have a conversation. And if shit don't go right, let me put these motherfuckers up for, hurting my child. No, she ain't doing none of that. Then she comes and she switches her story up. For the second time. Now she's changing it up again a third time. Now over here, she's got a mixture of all 3 stories. She can't even find a way to get her story straight. This bitch is covering for that asshole. I apologize, yo, but Lilith is covering for Lucifer.
Scuffle.
She got into a scuffle outside.
Then she would have been dead that day. She'd been dead that afternoon. Are you telling me you had a dead baby in your house all day and you never called the police?
She died.
No, she died in the morning.
Dumbest mofo.
After Richard left.
No.
Yep.
No, she didn't.
Yep.
And
she died before Richard left.
I know she did.
She drowned.
No, she didn't. She was beat to death.
You just said that, y'all covered the bed, nothing was ever wrong with it. Like, I
told me
didn't.
that.
No, I didn't. I told you she had a scuffle, and that's how she got beat up like that. I told you that from the beginning.
That didn't cause that. You said she came in with a little black eye. She had dinner, had a sandwich. Y'all watched TV. You put her down on the bed. Okay.
Those were her words.
You said the scuffle was around 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's
Y'all
her
had
own
dinner
words.
and good night and put her in bed. You got her up for a bath the next day and put her in the bathtub. You said she walked to the tub.
He said to her with
So
her
if
own
I
words.
possibly did that, she would not have been up in the tub for more than 10 minutes. If you guys are saying that that was a 2-minute type of situation, no, she was up.
I mean, this is
Very alive.
This is just what you're telling me. I mean, I don't know the timeline. I have to go off what you say. I know she was in the tub because her hair was wet. We know she was in the tub because there was blood in the tub. We know she was in the bathroom because there was blood on the floor. No
that was
doubt,
old.
No
that
doubt in my mind
prior.
that you put her in the tub. I agree.
That was prior to
100%.
that. So if I go run the water in the tub right now, that blue stuff is gonna fill up the whole tub. And if I let it out and don't wash the tub out, it's gonna fill up again.
But that's not in question. You put her in the tub. You said you put her. I believe you. I believe you did put her in the tub. I do. I do.
So are you guys trying to arrest me for murder?
You are in charge with murder.
Are you serious?
I was waiting for this shit. Charged the itch already. She
I
did
did not do that.
Guilty.
Chevion was charged with 1 count of murder and 6 counts of child abuse, including neglect or endangerment resulting in substantial bodily harm. But Richard Davis was allowed to go home and plan a funeral for his daughter. Janiah's birth mother never attended Janiah's funeral.
Why y'all let the father go home? He's obviously not innocent.
Police were also unable to obtain an interview from her. About a year later, lab results for the DNA found underneath Janiah's fingernails confirmed that that DNA belonged to her father, Richard Davis. Due to the sperm fraction found inside Janiah, he was arrested on August 17th of 2020 and charged with 1 count of murder, 6 counts of child abuse, neglect or endangerment resulting in substantial bodily harm, 1 count of SA with a minor under the age of 14, and 1 count of lewdness with a child under the age of 14. At first, the trial was going to proceed with the objective being to try the couple together, but a conflict of interest was determined and the courts decided to try the pair separately, with Chevion Miller's trial being dealt with first. She never testified in her own defense, but there were some key points brought up during her trial that certainly need to be addressed. So let's start with the DNA found on the child. The sample taken under Janiah's fingernail definitely, beyond the shadow of a doubt, belonged to Richard Davis. There was no question about that. There was, however, contention during the trial as to whether or not the DNA found inside Janiah actually belonged to Richard or was even a match for Richard. But the prosecution showed a photo and claimed that the swabs used to conduct the test took the samples from a position far enough inside the body that a towel simply wouldn't reach. What we do know is that the tiny fraction that was found inside Janiah's body was confirmed to have 2 DNA donors. One was likely Janiah, and the other was definitely a male, but the sample was just too small to determine exactly who the male donor was, so the test results on that could neither confirm or exclude Janiah's father. Richard's arrest stemmed from the fact that there were no other males present around Janiah for days leading up to her murder. But then about 8 days before Chevion's
obviously, but it was his DNA, fool. What the hell?
trial, Richard's SA charge was mysteriously dropped.
What?
There were also major disputes about Janiah's time of death. While Janiah definitely died in the apartment,
How in the world did y'all discharge his sexual abuse charges? His DNA was in her. He had parts. Janiyah Russell was dead for 4 to 5 hours before she was pronounced dead at the hospital at 8:25. That means she could have died somewhere around 3:30 in the morning. See? That's before Richard left to go to his early morning appointments. That's what I'm saying. Yo, Lilith was covering for Lucifer and this mofo because of the way they had their stories and there was no cameras. Got away with freaking murder. You know what? His karma's gonna come. His karma's gonna come. Is he still walking free in 2025?
apartment. Her official death was recorded at the hospital as 8:25 a.m. Her body temperature, taken slightly before that, was 87 degrees Fahrenheit, which is significantly lower than normal. Because of this, her estimated time of death was initially believed to have been roughly 2 hours before first responders arrived. And if that was the case, then yes, Chevion was the only one that could have murdered Janiah because she was the only one with her at the time. But later, Dr. Cornell estimated that Janiah may have actually passed 3 to 4 hours before she was pronounced dead, which means she very well could have died as early as 3:30 a.m. And that changes everything. I wonder if the bath and the heater were simply ways to keep the body warm long enough for a monster to get offside. And while we can only speculate,
Yeah, that's probably true. That could explain why only her hands and her feet were cold, but her body was warm. They put her inside a warm bath and raised up the heaters to maintain the temperature of her body at a certain level. See, they was trying to think, you know, like the forensics experts, but they didn't know what they was doing. So boom, they had so many mistakes. They couldn't cover up their tracks. This witch thought she cleaned up the tub better than but she apparently didn't. She locked up and he's free. Yeah, there needs to be some changes done in the justice system. For real, for real.
Thanks to the trial, we now know that could indeed be a possibility. According to the defense, neither the bat nor the belt found in the apartment, as well as other items and evidence, were ever tested, which is kind of odd, especially considering that neither Chevion nor Richard had any damage to their hands. And what about those boxing glove type things seen on the floor in the evidence photos? They'd certainly be a good way to protect one's hands while attacking someone else, but as it stands, they don't seem to have been tested. Another alarming thing the defense brought up was Exhibit 301, which was a video that showed Richard Davis at the Telcris Plasma Donation Center. The claim was that Richard looked visibly distraught roughly an hour and a half before he should have known anything had happened to his daughter. He was described as slouched in his chair, head down, shaking his head. He was also noted by a Telcris worker to not really have reacted much to the news about his daughter. It's impossible for me to watch these clips and not think there's something off about Richard. His demeanor is certainly alarming, but is that due to the context of this video or the lack of context in understanding Richard's baseline behaviors? There's no doubt in my mind that Richard Davis knew something and had something to do with this. And personally, I find his presence in these clips highly unsettling. There's no denying that Richard, by observation only, could be considered strange in his mannerisms, but strange is not evidence that he murdered Janiah.
Yo, but that's crazy. Just because he admitted to whipping his daughter the week prior to, when she wasn't alive, right? But it's like his confession, right, to admit to whipping his daughter lines up to what happened to the morning of when his daughter was unalived. That's what's crazy. I'm sitting here like, what happened? Like, I don't understand how this got past any judge, any lawyers, you see, any detective, any police officer. How y'all didn't put these clues together? What was y'all rushing to close the case? I'm watching this and I could tell that he's the one that did it and she covered up for it. She could have probably put hands on the kid too, though. With her, it's a little like, but she knew what the hell was going on. She had parts. How, in what ways can society provide better emotional and financial support? Wait, didn't I read this one already? Yeah. My bad. The tragic truth uncovering Janiyah Russell's heartbreaking story. Where the heck is my question? My bad. Here we go. I got all this combobulated, right? What do cases like Janiyah's teach us about the importance of consistent, clear communication in criminal investigations, right? And the reason I'm asking that, right, because it seems like not just CPS, right, was inconsistent, right, with following up with this case, right? It seems like the investigators, right, that were investigating this case, right, missed clue pieces, right, on this puzzle to put it together. And it seems like all the focus was on the stepmother. Even though they had evidence that the father could have did it, they ignored it because all they had was the sperm inside of the little girl. But that right there should have been more than enough. The little girl's testimony on saying that the father was touching her should have been more than enough. But apparently, right, a lot of things were ignored, especially while, they were investigating this crime scene. They never tested them gloves. It's a lot of stuff they failed to test. A lot of stuff. What was they doing? What was they focusing on? Right? They missed those key pieces to this investigation. Right? How do we strike a balance between raising awareness about tragic cases and respecting the privacy of those involved? I would love to hear your comments down below, and let's get this discussion started.
Another big thing that was brought up briefly during Chevion's trial was Dejanay Williams, the friend Chevion referred to as her sister, the one with the kids that Janiah allegedly touched inappropriately. The prosecution had tried relentlessly to get Dejanay to respond to subpoenas, but they simply couldn't locate her. They had her name down as Dejanay Johnson, spelled like this, so who knows, maybe that had something to do with it. But suddenly on the last day of Chevion's trial, the prosecutor was somehow able to locate Dejanay and talk her into testifying that morning. In the 3 years leading up to the trial, no one had ever interviewed this witness about the murder. According to the prosecution, Dejanay said she had babysat Janiah in the apartment on the Saturday before her death and hadn't noticed any injuries on the child. But she did state that she found Richard weird and that he made her uncomfortable. But at the time, she needed a place to stay, so, in her words, beggars can't be choosers. Dejanay also allegedly told the prosecution that on multiple occasions, Richard Davis would turn the TV up and discipline Janiah in the other room. Dejanay described how she could still hear Janiah screaming over the noise, but she wasn't exactly sure what Richard.
What does that remind y'all of? Doesn't that remind y'all of the Melendez brothers? How certain family members would, see the father take the kids up to the room, right? And they would notice, odd things, but nobody spoke up. Well, we got this babysitter that, heard this little child screaming over the TV and did nothing. I listen, I ain't going to apologize, but I'm going to say it like this. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. If I hear a father or a mother take their child into the room and then I hear a child scream out their fucking lungs, right? And I'm just sitting, there's no way in hell. I'm going to get up and I'm going to find out what's going on. I'm going to get up and I'm going to find out. I don't care how mad this parent gets at me. There's no reason why you're disciplining your child, right? That this child is screaming like, you're hurting them, like you're abusing them, like if they're about to lose their life. Like, come on, man. Think about it. Remember the Melendez brothers, right? They were the family members were saying that, the father was doing that to the boys. But we have a case over here where a babysitter saw the father take the little girl behind, closed doors multiple times, right? The little girl was screaming and shouting like something was wrong, and she didn't get up to find out why this child was screaming like that.
Was doing to her. However, she went on to note that Chevion had recently told her she wanted out of the relationship, and she was tired of watching Richard's child and being responsible for her. The prosecution alleged that Dejanay heard Chevion say she would kill Janiah. Not only that, but there was evidence submitted before a grand jury in the form of an anonymous Crime Stopper tip that also claimed someone was going to kill Janiah. There's no proof, but the prosecution seemed to think that person was Dejanay. The prosecution also mentioned several jail phone calls between Chevion and Dejanay until suddenly, Dejanay decided to sever contact with Chevion for good. The jail phone calls are recorded somewhere, but I was unable to obtain them. Due to objections by the defense, Dejanay Williams was not allowed to testify at Chevion's trial.
Why?
Also submitted into evidence was a text message from Chevion to Richard days earlier stating, "Your daughter is the devil." Chevion Imani Miller was convicted of first-degree murder and child abuse resulting in substantial bodily harm. She was sentenced to serve 20 to 50 years behind bars. She's currently serving time in the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Facility in Las Vegas, Nevada. Richard Davis was eventually released on bail, and I haven't been able to find a single update on his case.
Could this woman have been jealous that the father was touching the little girl? If she did put hands on her like that, could that have been out of jealousy? I mean, was she witnessing what the dad was doing to the little girl? And you know how there are some mothers that notice that the fathers are doing things to the daughter and they think that the fathers are in love and they're not paying attention to them, you know, but they love the daughter more. They know that the father is touching the daughter, but they don't speak up. Could this have been her case? And she probably thought that if she got rid of the little girl, the father would pay more attention to her. But I think the father is hopping on rainbows. And if y'all watch part 1 of my live, y'all will see why I think he's hopping on rainbows. But how did his DNA get inside of this little girl? Because she had took a sample of the father's DNA and put it in there to try to pin it on the dad. If it's like this, But my perspective on this case doesn't change. I think they both had parts in this.
If you all had known my grandbaby, you would totally love her. She loved her siblings like she loved her siblings. The world is gonna miss out. They're already missing out on the beautiful soul that she was. She'd have been 10 years old. And I wonder what would she have looked like? How long would her hair be? Because she has so much hair. It was crazy. Like, I'm low-key jealous, but she has so much hair on her little tiny head. But I just wonder, would her hair be longer? Would she have wanted it cut? Like, I just all of it. What would she be into? Like, all this stuff that I think about. And I don't know. There's no answer. There will never be an answer for it. At some point, my daughter, Janiyah's mom, confided in us that Richard had physically put hands on her abusively. And I'm just like, what? I remember one time he was telling us about a fight that he had, and he beat this person down so bad that out of his own mouth, he said, my hands are registered weapons in the state of Nevada. And I was like, wow, that to me was a red flag. This person make you angry and you just took it out. Like, I don't know. I don't remember the details. I just remember that phrase that he said, and it kind of blew my mind. I kept that in the back of my mind.
I just have one question for you, Grandma. And it's like, it's just like, it's just pounding in the back of my head. Why didn't you fight to keep your granddaughter? If you knew that this man, you know, was never really a part of your granddaughter's life from the day she was born, right? And, you know, there was a reason. Then hearing your granddaughter say the stuff that she said about him, why didn't you fight the, you know, dispute this in the court? Why didn't you gain custody of your granddaughter? What made you, you know, sit here and feel comfortable enough to hand your granddaughter over to a man that y'all really didn't know? That y'all only know a little bit about. Especially hearing your granddaughter say them words about that man. She literally said that her dad touched her. Inappropriately. But nobody paid that no attention. I'm just like trying to figure it out. Why didn't you just sit here and say, no, I don't want my granddaughter with him, especially after your granddaughter said what she said? How can what she said be taken as a game or as a joke? I mean, I just ask so many parents this question, so many grandparents, so many guardians. When a child says that somebody is touching them, why do y'all keep thinking that it's a game?
Mind all these years, I just remember that when she made the decision to send Janiah, everybody was against it because I couldn't understand why my daughter didn't call me to be like, can you help me with the girls? Because if I had to get a second job or whatever I had to do to help her, I would have made myself available to do that. Richard wasn't in Janiah's life, and now all of a sudden, you want to take care of her and it's that and blah, 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 which I didn't understand. It's like, you've been gone and away for 4 years now. My daughter's been pretty much doing this on her own with intermittent help from me as I understood where she was at. And now you want to show up? What's that about? Like, what do you have to gain from this?
And those are the red flags that I'm talking about. I think a lot of kids' deaths could be prevented if people paid attention to what's going on. The same way you have your life, this child has their life. The same way you need a shoulder to lean on, children need a shoulder to lean on. And we have to pay attention to the words that come out their mouths, because not every children knows how to put them in a way that people can really understand them.
Well, then we found out that he had a girlfriend, Siobhan. I didn't know her, had never met her, didn't know anything about her. But my daughter did tell me that Siobhan had had a miscarriage. And then I found out in the strangest way, Siobhan's mom, after the trial, that Richard had beat her and she lost baby. So Siobhan's mom told me that. And they let my grandbaby go from Colorado to Las Vegas illegally. The state of Colorado wasn't even supposed to let her come back here because they were the custodians at the time. So she wasn't even supposed to come. No paperwork was done. No, nothing was done. They dropped the ball. They totally dropped the ball. They did not do what they were supposed to do. Now she's in the grave. He could have just sent her back to Colorado. I would have went and picked her up. I would have picked her up. You wouldn't have had to twist my arm. You wouldn't even had to convince me. None of that. I need to come get you. I'll be there tomorrow. And would have left immediately. So her death was unnecessary, except for revealing who Siobhan and Richard really are. The next time I had heard anything about Janiah, her welfare, her well-being, was the day I got the phone call from social services, 15 days after her birthday. She was killed. She was beaten to death. She didn't even get to be 5 years old or start school. Her funeral was on September the 24th of that same year. And I would have liked to have participated, but it seems that Richard and his family took control over the whole thing. They didn't want us to come to the wake. Like, none of that. It's like, what is wrong with y'all? I didn't have any information. Like, I hounded him on Facebook. I need to know when the funeral is because I'm coming. If you think for 1 minute that you're going to bury my granddaughter and I'm not going to be there, you got life and the other stuff completely mixed up. So he finally gave me the date and the time. And so I wanted my daughter to be there. She was going to come and then she didn't. She was going to come. I had $400 to my name and I said, I will buy you a plane ticket right now. But she said, Mama, if I go, I don't trust myself. So me and my mom and Sarah and her best friend went to the funeral. And some people are like, well, why didn't her?
The mom should have went though, no matter what. I mean, I understand, but still, that kind of like shows a little more too on the mom's behalf. Why didn't you go to your daughter's funeral? Why did you miss out on your daughter's funeral?
Her mom, why didn't her? You know what? Don't knock it until you've been there. And I wasn't angry with her for not showing up. I was able to speak at the funeral on her behalf. So we get to the funeral. Richard is standing there, tears. And I'm thinking, I gave him a little side hug because I wanted to feel his spirit. And my mom, she wasn't hugging. She was like, no. She didn't ever like him either. So she certainly wasn't going to give him a hug. So I gave him a little side hug, a little pat, whatever. And it was so fake. It felt fake to me. And that may be harsh, but I was there. It felt fake. And so we're sitting there during the service and the whole thing. And then Richard goes up to the casket and he's, I'm looking at him like, bro, this don't feel right to me. This feel like you had some.
Yo, we got old heads talking about bro. bro, like, yo, wait a minute. I don't know. Maybe I bumped my head in some way, somehow. I don't know. Did I go to sleep one day, and just transition into another life? I'm just back in the same earth with the same people, but now these old ways now are talking about bro and all this stuff that these new generation kids are saying. Bruh. Like, hold up, man.
Something to do with it. And in my opinion, he did have something to do with it. We went to the trial.
I feel the same.
And I knew it was going to be intense. I knew it was going to be graphic. I knew it was going to be a lot of what most people may not be able to handle, but I needed to know what happened to my granddaughter, because it wasn't no freaking her heart stopped. Well, yeah, her heart stopped because she was beat to death. That's why her heart stopped, but it wasn't because she had a heart attack or some heart complications. Don't get me twisted, because it didn't make any sense. So we get to the trial, and we hear all this testimony about the stuff that happened to her, and I am floored. She wasn't just beat. Like, when they showed a picture of her liver, and then they said it is a lacerated liver, the pathologist said it wasn't just like she got, like, maybe punched in the stomach. It looked like someone had stomped on her, and her liver looked like mush. So all the details after that, I mean, it was just more and more and more. The bruising all over her body, from her from her neck all the way down to her ankles. And I'm thinking,
if the stepmom really did beat her like that, that stepmom was beating her with hate. How can you hate a child? Like, what can a child do to you, right, that can cause so much hate to the point where you take their innocence?
all are trying Siobhan. And
whoa, what happened?
And she, and I'm thinking, you all are trying Siobhan. And she, as far as I'm concerned, foolishly took the rap for it. Where was Richard in all this? Her daddy. Okay, the one that seeded the egg. Where is he at in all of this? Because something in my maternal mind, as a mother and a grandmother, could not possibly calculate or compute the fact that this one woman did all of this. And I still don't fully believe it wasn't. Oh, yes, she's culpable for sure, because she was there and didn't do nothing to stop it. But I don't think it was her. I don't. So we get through the trial. We literally watch them take my granddaughter apart a little bit at a time. Like, we saw the inside of her ribs where she had hemorrhaged because they were broken, and some, if I remember correctly, had broken and healed, and fresh fractures and things like that. And I'm thinking, and then I remember when Richard said to me, my hands are registered weapons with the state of Nevada that never left me. And it came back screaming loud and clear. I was glad that she was found guilty, but it still didn't sit right in my soul and my spirit that it was all her, because it wasn't. There's no way. But see, that's where my faith comes in handy, because I know that the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, he gonna get the final say. I don't care what nobody say. So we have prayed, me and Sarah, that God would deal with Siobhan's heart. Don't give her no peace. Don't give her no rest until she speaks the truth out of her mouth. Until the absolute truth comes out, there's going to be no justice. There will be no justice for Janiah. But the paramedics said that her hair was not wet. Now, if you know anything about people's hair, when it's in braids, Janiah's hair was braided, and it gets wet, it takes a minute for it to dry. unless you got like super thin hair, when it's braiding cornrow, it takes a minute for it to dry. So by the time the paramedics arrived, if she had truly been in the bathtub and drowned, her hair would have still been wet. And he said her hair was not wet.
Exactly.
So that was like key to the fact that this situation did not happen in no water in the bathtub. Not like that. So we heard a lot. We seen a lot. The stuff that might give some people nightmares. So yeah, that's what happened to my grandbaby. But in my heart, it's not over. It's not over until the truth comes out. Because I need to know what part Richard played in Janiyah's death.
You know, it's been 3 years since I first heard the name Janiah Russell. It's been a lot of tracking down documents, evidence, USB drives getting lost in the mail, multiple times I might add, and even refusals of FOIA or open records requests for various reasons, including Chevion Miller's appeal, which was recently rejected. I've spent so much time researching this little girl's case and her life that even I feel like I should have been at her funeral. It's a horrible case, and cases involving children always stick with me. And this one specifically reminds me so much of Fallon Friedli's murder. For those of you who haven't seen my video on Fallon Friedli, there's so many similarities between these two cases. Kirsty and Chevion were both supposed to be babysitting the little girls that were found murdered in their care. Both crimes involved a bathtub. Both crimes involved severe liver injuries and bellies full of blood. Both cases involved adults who went for a smoke during crucial moments. Both cases involved neglecting to provide or call for aid when it mattered most, when it was obvious the children wouldn't survive without it. And then when it comes to the interrogations, if you ever question whether or not Chevion is guilty based on hers, just let me show you what a guilty person looks like. This is Fallon Friedli's murderer, Kirsty Flood.
According to the doctors in the ER,
Yes.
her belly is full of blood. She's got an injury to her liver, her spleen, and her colon.
Oh my God. Stop.
She's got bruises all over her body.
Oh, stop.
She's got bruises all over her head.
Oh, I can't
Yes,
even
Mom. I swear to God.
How exactly? How would that even have happened? No, that is extremely confusing. And the only thing that I could even think of is if she tripped.
So her tripping and falling would not cause those injuries.
I don't even understand.
So tell me how this happened.
Neither of us are violent people. That doesn't even make sense to me how that would even happen. But I would never lose my cool on that level. I did not do anything to that little girl. And you are not about to ruin my life over that. How?
You tell me. I wasn't there.
All over her head.
You want to see the picture of the baby?
All over her head. Do you know that accidents happen all the time?
I do, because I have 4 kids.
Exactly my point.
If she hadn't been caught on her own home surveillance system, she might still be free. She makes a lot of the same statements Chevion made, and she's adamant of her innocence. I've actually connected Janiyah's grandmother and Fallon's mother. I hope that connection will be fruitful and help them heal from their losses, knowing that they aren't forced to face them alone. Both did this. And if they did, I hope they were eagerly waiting for Richard's day in court. There's so much more to this, even just with my involvement. I've spoken to other people close to this case, and I even have conversations with some of them recorded. Hell, I spoke to Chevion's own mother, who makes some pretty outlandish claims. And who knows, maybe she's right. I can't speak about all those here on this channel, though. But along with some of Janiyah's family members that care, I've started a Facebook group called Justice for Janiyah Russell. And I'll be discussing these other letters from the Justice for Janiyah Russell page, or on my own new true crime channel, One Crime TM, to find out more and show your support.
All right, y'all. All right. I would love to hear your comments down below, right, when it comes to this case. What are y'all, what are y'all opinions, right? What do y'all think? How do y'all feel about this? Ask questions throughout this live, right? The same way that I asked the same questions, right, on part 1 of this live. Who do y'all believe unalived this child, right? I already gave my opinion, right, my perspective. I feel as though they both had parts in unaliving this child, right? For many of y'all, right, you'd be like, damn, the parents supposed to, protect their child, defend their child, teach their child, right? But you got people out here that'll sit here and abuse their kids, right? But like I said, leave your comments down below, right? And let's get this discussion started. How do y'all feel about this case, right? And let me see, do I got any more questions? Because I know I wrote these drawings down. Yeah, like I said, my last question for this, right? How do we strike balance between raising awareness about tragic cases and respecting the privacies of those involved, right? And before that, I asked, right, what do cases like Janiyah's teach us about the importance of consistent, clear communication in criminal investigations, right? Mistakes were made, right, through the investigators investigating this case, CPS, DHS, right, the family involved along with the community. Red flags were seen throughout this whole case, right? And it's kind of like everything was ignored. The justice system had parts in this case, and they still couldn't sit here and save or protect this little girl. So we're going to move on to the next topic, right? Hold on 1 second. We're going to move on to the next topic, right? But before we do move on to the next topic, give me 1 second while I set it up.
Hearts unplanned, no longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catch up.
My bad. What happened? We were supposed to play the second one.
Shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. You'll see, through trials and tribulations, I'll keep the fight alive. With courage in my heart, I will continue to strive. You may throw obstacles in my way, try to make me fall, but the warrior in me will rise above it all. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Who are we so blind to the truth? Ignoring the facts, we've lost our roots. Loyalty's gone, there's no trust anymore. No need for new friends, we're alone at our core. Staring at the mirror, asking where went wrong. Where's the loyalty, respect, and morals? Long gone. Who are we divided by war? Falling like flies, we can't take it anymore. Bullets flying in the air like the 4th of July. But who we hurting as innocence dies. Caskets for children no longer than 3 feet. Heaven's playground full, God's anger and meats. But no one notices, not enough love. Too much hate, it'll take a shattered life to rise above. Who are we so quick to judge and condemn? Why can't we unite and stop killing our own kin? The white man isn't the only one with hate. Let's put our pride aside before it's too late. Forgetting the youth watching, we take a step back. Celebrities aren't the ones who raise our kids on the right track. A world divided, virtuous and suffer and bleed. The solution lies within us. It's time for us to heed. So many ignorant to the facts, they just don't care. But the solution lies within us. It's time to be aware. Who are we to let this world fall? Just take a minute and listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Forced to be a woman ahead of time. Never learned what real love was. A crime. Always scared to cross the sidewalk sign. It showed in her heart a defense so proud. Such a loving person full of redemption. How can you love in a world of deception? Where hate reveals evil's true intention. But she saw past the dark clouds. A divine intervention. A blessing from above she was chosen to be. Took a lot to get here. Not where she wants to be. Always doubted by everyone. Her motivation. God took her breaking point. A divine revelation. Just when she was about to give up the fight, God said, no, my child, you'll be all right. Took a lot, but the worst is yet to come. She never thought she could do what she's done. Realizing she's blessed with love so true, it was in front of her the whole time. Who knew? Always yearned for a family portrait, her dream. Now she has hers, a team that gleams, In a world where I feel misplaced, thought there was a flaw without a trace. But now I know I'm far from perfect. Just like any soul with love, I'm worth it. My heart beats with a love so strong. Untouched by pain is where I belong. Though it's been torn, it still loves fiercely, never ceases. In the depths of darkness, it found its light. A love that grows, reaching new heights. Through every trial, it only grew bolder. Though scared, it became so much stronger. Now I'm in a place where I finally belong. No longer questioning where it went wrong. With a heart that loves hard, just like the rest, I'll journey forward knowing I'm blessed. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. In this world full of evil, she saw the light. Through dark clouds, her vision took flight. A blessing from above guiding her way. Not where she wanted, but where she had to stay. Always doubted by everyone around, but that pain fueled her. It kept her feet on the ground. Motivation grew stronger with every doubt. She proved them wrong, no room for backing out. She's not where she wants to be just yet, but she's on her journey, never willing to forget. With each step forward, closer to her dreams. In a world full of evil, she shines and redeems. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid grounds. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. Just listen, take a minute to listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought.
So much going on. All right, listen. The next topic we're about to hit on, we're going to do like a little hour, right? Hour and a half into it, and then we'll pick up on it again next weekend, right? So we're going to dive down the Kmani Latique case, right? And I've been watching so many podcasts, or so many YouTubers, right? So many bloggers, right? Review and react to the news. I haven't been able to, put the clips together because I've been real caught up, right? So I do got we got the Trey King show, right? We're gonna review and react to he's got the some clips put together, right? And we're gonna react to another video, right? But before we do jump into that, right? I'm not sure, right? I've been hearing people say that the grandmom has something to do with this, right? But I'm not so sure. So what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna dive down this case ourselves, right? And we're gonna listen to what's happening, what's going on, right? So apparently, I'm not sure if the father got unalive during his arrest or what happened, but this clip got sent to me, right? And I think is a recent update. It's from yesterday, March 27th, right? But it says Keimani Latigue's latest body cam of Darnell Jones' arrest. Full interview with the Toledo police chief. All right. So we're gonna watch this video before we jump into. We're gonna watch a portion of this video, right? Before we jump into, all the video clips, right? And try to figure out what happened in this case. Does the grandmother have parts in it, right? Apparently, the dad is guilty, right? I'm not sure. So we're gonna dive into it, right? So instead of a shorty listening to bits and pieces of podcasters reviewing and reacting to it, right? Like I said, I love watching the Trey King show, right? And I think the other girl's name is Carlos. I think Carlos King. Listen, we're gonna watch both these videos, right? And I love the way that these men review and react to it. They always, sit here and do thorough research before they talk about these cases. So we're gonna review and react to their videos right after this. We might have some time tonight, we might not, right? Because I know Word should be coming on by 12:30. So let's see how much we could review and react to this, right? So if y'all haven't checked out the Word, make sure y'all go check out the Word, right? Great conversations, great topics. I do know that he has a live set up for 12:30, and I'm definitely gonna check that out, right? And instead of, I said next weekend. I don't know why I said that. I got a whole 3-day weekend. My daughter don't go to school Monday. Shit, we'll pick this shit up right on tomorrow. On some real shit. Fuck next weekend. Let's pick this shit up right tomorrow. So we're gonna do part 2 to this live tomorrow, right? Because there's a lot of videos, yo. I'm not gonna sit here and lie, but I'm trying to figure out, like, damn, what could cause a father, right, to sit here, cut off the hands of his daughter, and sexually assault his daughter the way that this father did. Leave her in a burning house. Like, man. Guys, like, y'all, listen, man, if y'all haven't yet, make sure y'all sub up, man, because if Shorty doesn't schedule lives, I just pop up, right? And I'm not sure what is up with YouTube, but for some reason, maybe, I don't know if it's the stuff that comes out my mouth or what, but they don't be pushing out the live sometimes, right? Like earlier, I just noticed, right, that a few people hit the like button, boom, they just took them Jones away. Fuck hitting the like button, man. If y'all can share a Shorty's live, right, and help a Shorty, keep bringing awareness to cases like this, to topics like this, right? And before we hop into this live, right, I would love to ask y'all a couple questions, right? And it's kind of similar to the questions that I've been asking before, right? And mind y'all, I do ask mind-provoking questions, right? When it comes to this case, right, what systematic changes are needed to better protect vulnerable children like Kmani Latique, right? How can communities work together to prevent such horrific crimes against children? What role does law enforcement play in ensuring justice in cases like this? And how can they improve? So I would love to hear, your comments down below, and let's get the discussion started. Ooh, I'm pressing play on the wrong video. Can y'all see the video? Nope, not yet. Here you go.
Dude, show me your hands right now.
Damn.
Hand out your
That's him?
I swear to God, pull
Did he have a gun?
We're tracking new details in
Oh,
the
shit.
death of Keimani Latique.
Wait a minute.
right now. Pull your hand out your. I swear to God, pull your.
I don't know what was.
We're trying.
Dude, show me your hands right now.
I know he has a phone in his hand,
I swear to God, pull your.
but he reached for his pocket.
We're
Oh,
tracking new
shit.
details in the death of Keimani Latique. The full unedited body cam video as police find and shoot
Like,
the
did he
man
die?
they say killed her. What it shows happened just before an officer pulled the trigger. Plus, we get answers from Toledo's.
Listen, if they unalive this ass, I don't feel bad. Shit, I got a casket somewhere in Fantasyland with Peter Pan ready for him. That shit lined up with his name on it. We're gonna dig a hole 10 feet underground and bury his ass. Fuck that, man. What he did to his daughter, I don't even think Lucifer himself would do that shit. Lucifer Morningstar, I swear to God, he wouldn't even do that shit to his own kid.
Top cop.
We were able to develop information and leads, and as sad as it is, recover her and bring some closure to the family, to the community.
The investigation into the abduction and murder of the 13-year-old girl continues. The full uncut interview with Toledo Police Chief Mike Trenley.
Political officials are going to have to step up. The local organizations, nonprofit and private, the businesses are also going to have to step up, because at this point, we should have been doing this a long, long time ago.
We just can't wait to make this happen and make it better for these kids out here.
The call for answers and justice continues as our community mourns the death of 13-year-old.
Blessing CC. How you doing? CC says, hey, Rachel in chat, this broke my heart, shaking my head. Yeah, this seems like a heartbreaking case. I've been seeing a lot of people talk about it. I've had a lot of people DM me, send me certain videos, but I haven't had the time to put these videos together. So we're going to review and react to this, like I said earlier, right? And then we're going to watch, the Trey King show and another video, right? Another podcaster. They have the videos they went down the rabbit hole in this case, yo. So I love the way they put it together. So we're going to review and react to this case, today and tomorrow, right? While we got the chance. And let's find out what really happened. What's crazy, right? I have a question, right? What can lead parents, right, to do things like this, right? I've seen certain videos, right, where people were reviewing and reacting to where it seems like the father has some type of mental health issues. I'm not so sure, right? And then apparently, according to some videos, right, the mom gave up custody of this baby when she was 9 months old. But now that this child is unalive, you hear the mom, scream, what happened to my baby? What's crazy? The opposite of the mom from the last case that we was just reviewing and reacting to, Janiyah Russell, right? The biological mom didn't even want to go to the funeral. This mom just popped up. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of crazy. But in that situation over there, we know why the mom didn't have custody of the child. Oh, in this situation, I'm not even sure why the parent, doesn't have. Well, apparently she gave it up 9 months, but why? You see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like, why get pregnant and just give up custody? I mean, unless you rushed into it. I mean, you see, like, did you even want this child? I got so many questions, right? So my condolences go to Keimani's family, right? I do not feel bad that the officers unalived her father, right? If he is the one that did all this to her, he should be, man, listen, fuck 10 feet underground, man. Like I tell everybody, somewhere in, La La Land, along with Peter Pan, right? I got caskets built up for him. They lined up for predators just like him.
Kmani Latique. Her family is remembering her life as she would have celebrated her 14th birthday this week. And her father remains in the hospital, shot by police. And
he's alive.
Killing.
Oh, man. Karma ain't catch him. Karma should have caught his ass.
Her. Here's how the story has unfolded. Toledo police posted the alert that Keimani was missing on Tuesday, March 18th. It was just after 4 p.m. She was last reported at her grandmother's home on Elm Street in North Toledo. The next day, WTOL 11 spoke with the teen's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue. She's also Keimani's legal guardian. She said she came home from work Tuesday morning, found Keimani was missing. She called her school before making a report to TPD. By Friday, March 21st, family, friends, even strangers came out to North Toledo to search for Keimani. Her mother, Tiara Caston, was there from Cleveland. Keimani's dad, Darnell Jones, would be charged with abduction on Sunday, March 23rd. Court documents show he was the last person with her before she went missing. Then on Monday, March 24th, police found a body inside a home on Miami Street in East Toledo. The Lucas County Coroner's Office would later identify the remains of those of 13-year-old Kmani Latique. Her time of death was 12:19 p.m. Jones would be charged with murder that same day, and Columbus police tracked him to the city on Tuesday, March 25th. It was then that officers ended up shooting him and finding a gun at the scene. In a moment, we'll show you the unedited body cam video of this encounter.
Yes, Cece. I think I was watching the Carlos show. I think it's him. He's gonna be on his video. He's gonna speak on it, right? And I love the way he reacts to these videos, right? And watching him is how I learned that he sexually assaulted his own daughter before he unalived her. He took off, he cut her hands off and left her in that. I don't know if the building was burnt before he left her there or after he left her there. But either way you look at this shit, this right here is, Lucifer reincarnated. This is, I think, one of the worst sides of Lucifer himself.
We do want to warn you, the video is graphic. There is profanity.
Yes, Carlos.
Columbus police identified Jones walking in the short north. They approach him. He says he wants to die, ignores police commands, appears to move his hand in his pocket, and then is shot. You're going to see two views, one from the officer who shot Jones, and then it switches to another responding officer whose body-worn camera better shows what happened next. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sex trafficking and child exploitation.
Yes, I am.
Everywhere, thriving in darkness. But our rescue brings
charged with abduction on Sunday, March 23rd. Court documents show he was the last person in the camera. Better shows what happened next. Viewer discretion is advised.
Come here, man.
Don't do it.
What's your name?
Just kill me.
Dude, show me your fucking hands right now.
Bro.
He said, oh, snap. He was challenging the officer already. He said, kill me. Just kill me. Kill me, bro. So he's looking for a death wish. But it's like it looks like he has no emotions. Like he was just walking like nothing. He don't care. Why? Why would he do this to his own daughter? Why are there men like this? Why are there women like this that would take the innocence of a child with no regrets in this world? I can't picture myself harming the hair in my child's body. Like But what you did, you should be more than capable enough to pull that trigger yourself.
Pull your fucking hand out of your.
He on the
I swear to God,
suicide. Oh, he did have a gun. That was his. Wait, well, that's theirs.
Pull your
He did
fucking
reach
hand
out
out
in
of
his
your.
pocket.
I swear to
Did he
God.
have a pistol? Oh no, that was them. They were just shooting fast.
Shots fired. This is a second. Get medic, please.
Don't fucking move.
Don't move.
He can't move. Y'all got him. Man down, code 4.
He's got 33 right there. 33 in his hand. No, it's a walkie-talkie, but there's 33s right here. Don't you move or you're gonna get shot.
Oh, he did have it.
All right. Got it.
He did have a pistol. What's a 33?
That's him.
They had a Glock or something? What's a 33? I don't know shit about guns. I just know that I need a license and a permit to carry one.
All right. I got cuffs.
We had a Magnum?
Thank you, brother. We'll get you help, okay?
No, that's not a Magnum.
I just want to die, bro. No, I know,
Look
but
like
we
one
can't
of them
allow
old
that.
guns. Yeah, he had a gun.
I don't want to live.
They just show it right here.
I just want to. I got cuffs.
Oh, wait. I gotta pause it in the right place.
All right.
Right there. That's the pistol he had on him. They call it a 33. I don't know what a 33 is. I'm gonna have to go look at Resident Evil. I don't feel bad for them shooting him. They should have unalived his ass right there. Perfect excuse. He had a gun.
I got cuffs. There you go. Thank you, brother. We'll get you help, okay? I just want to die, bro. No, I know, but we can't allow that. I can't. Right. I don't want to live. Get us some cruisers. Secure this scene. All right, who fired? Him in the car. He did too. All right. You did? I did not. Okay. He did. Okay. You good? All right. You good? All right. I know. All right. Listen to me. Listen,
Mom
I gotta
popped
roll you
up
up. I gotta
afterwards.
get you up on your side, okay? I gotta get you up on your side. I got you. All right. Where you hit at, bro? I don't know. All in my leg. All in your leg. He's all hit right here. I know. He's hitting his arm once.
Good.
Medic here now.
Arms and legs.
They're coming. Okay. We got him. He's hit once in the arm. All right. He's hitting the side here. Yep. You're hitting the side. Okay.
Good.
Hey, look. You know what's good about this? Sit up. Okay. You're gonna be fine. I can't move my leg. I know. Okay. I know. I think you're broke. Where do you guys need us? There you go. How's that?
They broke your ribs with the gunshot? You stupid.
I can't get up. Okay, we're gonna leave you sit here like this. Take a deep breath. Do me a favor. Take a deep breath for me, okay? Hey, move your car. Block that road. You're on shell cases. Get that road blocked. We can't lay you down. Okay, you gotta stay up. I'll hold you up. All right. You just relax. Lean back into there. There you go. You're gonna be fine. Listen. Hey, nothing's ever that bad. All right.
It is. It is. Don't try to make him feel better. Don't try to comfort him, because how he had this girl feeling was probably like this. In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind. In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind. And that's a shame, because I feel as though that in this little girl's life, that was her Freddie. Like, yo, he sexually assaulted his daughter, cut her hands off, and left her either in a burnt building or a building that was burning. Did the grandmom know what was going on? And if the grandmom had suspicions of what was going on, like I asked the grandmom in the previous video, why not Why not fight for your child? Why have this man around this child if you feel that they're capable of committing something demonic like this? And I'm not blaming the grandma. I'm just saying that I've heard, what so many are saying about the grandma. But, let me answer this. I'm gonna press play. I gotta answer this call.
Okay, well, Darnell, right? Do you have anything else on you? Do you have any more guns? Yes.
Where's the guns at? Where's the other gun at?
I don't.
Darnell. Hey.
Sorry.
Darnell.
Do you have anything else on you?
Yeah, you said you had a gun.
I don't. I think he's just fading. I don't know. Nope. Just stay back, okay, please?
Stay back.
Hey. Okay. Okay. We're making good witnesses. You're fine, ma'am. You're fine.
We got to get him searched. The medic's going to take him.
I know. Hey. Hey, you guys just go chill.
Somewhere else.
Hey, have that cruiser start getting scene tape.
Let the medic in. Step back.
They're fine. It's fine. Yeah, we need a cart. We need a cart.
Cart. I know. Stay with me, bro. Keep talking to me, guys.
Hey, 511. If anyone is listening at home, officer support.
Sit here, legs, arms.
Which way do you want his head? Here. Right there. Okay. Up.
You need him out of the cuffs?
Yeah, we're gonna need him out.
All right. We're gonna have to, hey, listen, we're gonna roll you over one more time, all right? Gotta get those cuffs off you. See, relax.
Clean up. There you go. He's hitting the arm,
Leg, arm, and I believe left chest.
Okay. I get a good search on him.
I am.
Everything's got to come off. You taking him down enough in this? Yeah. All right, that's fine. Pull this off. All right.
Cut the cuff off.
Please cut your gun.
You have to help us lift?
Yep.
Grab the one, grab the head. 1, 2, 3. Down. We're down.
Hold on. Just stare. All right, I'm good. Hey, don't move your arm. I know it hurts. They're gonna help you. Okay. Well, we're not trying to hurt you. We're not trying to kill you. No, we're not going to take it off your arm, okay? They're going to cut it off in just a second.
Jones was due in court on weapons charges in Columbus, but did not appear because he remained in the hospital as of Thursday, March 27th. Now the call for justice continues. Rumors swirl on social media, and there may still be more questions than answers. WTOL 11's Silver Barker took the discussion to our city's top cop. She sat down with Toledo Police Chief Mike Trenley to separate fact from fiction.
So my first question for you, Chief Trenley, there's been a lot. So let's kind of do like a timeline, and let's start with first question. Let's go back to when Keimani was first reported missing. There was a report sent out, but is there a reason why there wasn't an Amber Alert? That's a lot of people's question.
Yeah, so when she first went missing, our Amber Alert requires specific criteria when and how we do our Amber Alerts. And that's kind of like a national standard. And so it did not meet that criteria because at that point, there was not any thought of there was a family kidnapping or family being involved or any foul play at that point. At this point, we had a lot of different stories about a missing 13-year-old that may or may not have ran away for different reasons. So at that time, we'd already interviewed all the family members and we were talking to everybody. So there was nothing that would have qualified for an Amber Alert or that actually an Amber Alert would have done for the investigation.
What is the usual criteria for an Amber Alert, just so people know?
Yeah, so there's different things, but a lot of times, especially when it involves a family member, we need to have that we suspect a family member has kidnapped them and has run off with them, that we have descriptions of cars or locations and stuff like that, something that we can provide. And for this type of case, it just did not meet that criteria.
Now, my second question for you, TPD received a tip. You guys received a tip about the body that was found in that house. That's how you guys first found out about it being there, correct?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, actually. Which tip?
You guys received about the body being found on Miami Street in the house. There was a tip that you guys received, or was it anything in the report? It was mentioning that you guys were notified, and I believe it went to the detectives' work as well. There was communication and messaging through, was there a phone call or anything, or Crime Stoppers? Was there anything sent out? How did you guys find out about the body inside the house?
Through detective work, really. So, so through some interviews and some investigating. At this time, I can't disclose why or how, because it's still very pertinent to the investigation. And at this point, we're not ready to talk about that aspect of it. But yes, it was our detectives doing a great job interviewing and investigating and following up on some leads that got us to that location.
Now, going to the body when it was reported that it was found in the house, when lots of people found out and it spread in the community, people showed up very soon right after that while you guys were there doing your work. There are a lot of people live streaming on their phones, showing it and kind of just talking about it in general. There's a huge presence there. I mean, we saw it. I was there that day. Did that at all impact your guys' work there while you were doing that? Did it affect how you guys were doing? I mean, could you guys have done anything differently there if people weren't there, yelling, shouting? What? No,
obviously, anytime you add a little bit of chaos to a scene, that makes it a little bit harder for us to do our job. But, we're prepared for that. So we have officers that can contain the outer perimeter and make sure that no one gets in. And then our detectives, they're focused on their job. They're going to do their job, whether there's people watching or not. So they're still going to be able to do it. It's just the outside officers being involved more and trying to maintain, as you just said, a very highly agitated scene for good reasons, right? But the reality is, it doesn't affect the investigation itself. It just makes it a little bit harder for the officers on the scene to maintain that perimeter.
Do you have any idea how many of your officers were out there that day?
I actually don't know how many we had deployed out there that day. I know we had a lot of detectives, roughly 10 to 12 detectives that were on scene. As far as the outer perimeter for the number of patrol officers on scene, I don't know that number.
Now, moving on to Darnell Jones, he's in the hospital currently, and that's where we're kind of at with that situation. But I know that yesterday you mentioned in an interview that you guys sent detectives down there for questioning. Has he confessed to anything? Has he confessed previously before then? What are you guys getting? So
we did send detectives down and interviewed him in his hospital room. We made progress there. So we have some things that we're going through at this point. Once we get all the information that he provided that we've gathered, we'll meet with the prosecutors. We'll walk through that timeline with the prosecutors and decide with their guidance on the charges that will be filed. And then at that point, we'll talk about, what charges are going to be out there. We'll release that information. But right now, we did talk to him. We are moving forward. I would say we're in a pretty good spot investigatively anyways on moving forward with this case.
Speaking of charges, on Monday, we read in a report that he was charged with third-degree felony of abduction. At this point, what charges are we still looking at? Do you happen to know? Is that charge still there, and is a murder charge as well? So,
as my understanding right now is the murder charge is added and the abduction charge is still there, but that's right now, those are the only charges that are out.
So, even though he sexually assaulted his daughter, he's not getting charged with sexual assault? So it's just a murder charge and the abduction charges. Why not throw the sexual assault charges too, if he did all of that to his child?
Out there, obviously, as we work through all the statements and all the leads that we have now, there may be additional charges.
Do you believe that Darnell acted alone, or is at the time right now, are you guys considering other suspects, or is there other people you guys are looking at?
we're always looking at the chance that there might be multiple people involved. I don't necessarily believe that or disbelieve that that's the case right now, but that is something that we will continue to run down through the investigations. There's statements that always conflict each other, and there's always kinds of things that need to be tied up in an investigation, and that's the phase we're in right now. So right now, we only have one person charged.
I know why you guys can't say what he told detectives yet. You know, there was a lot of talk earlier about you know, his statements not matching, which was said in a police report. There were a lot of inconsistent statements and stuff. The statement that he's given now, is it a bit clearer? You don't have to say the details of that. I know you guys are still working, but is it clear?
I think we have a much better understanding of what happened. By far a lot more understanding after we talked to him. But at that point, that's about as much detail as I can give you on our conversation with him.
With all that being said, right, what roles does law enforcement play in ensuring justice in cases like this, and how can they improve? How does cases like Keimani highlight the importance of early intervention in at-risk situations? And what are the psychological and emotional impacts of such tragedies on families and communities? Whew. What solutions can we bring to the table, right, when it comes to, you know, a case like this, a situation like this, right? How can media coverage of these cases balance race and awareness with respecting the victims and their families?
Do you think that, you know, hearing from the community, this is something, a case we've seen the social media very, very present with a lot of comments and sometimes misspeculation and misinterpretation, misinformation, a lot of that being spread out there in social media, people saying he was found before he was even found, you know. Do you guys wish maybe you would have communicated a little earlier about this case, or do you guys wish you would have had a press conference or something?
So there was nothing that we could have done in a press conference. We did a press release or a news release from the department, and our detective bureau did as well. And then our detective, our lieutenant in charge of the investigations, was on scene that day and actually gave an interview that day. There's nothing else that we could have done in a press conference. We gave out that information. We waited on the press release from the coroner. Those are different things that we do that give out details. A lot of times, and up until, you know, he was arrested, there wasn't a lot of information we could put out. And so at that point, a press conference is not really going to accomplish anything. We were giving out as much information as we could. Social media is going to be social media, and people are always going to speculate and run with their own theories. And unfortunately, we can't control that. But the reality is, most things you read on social media, especially early, probably aren't even true.
Speaking of that in social media, is there any rumors right now regarding this case that you want to dispel right now that you can think of, like, hey, this is the fact?
I can't.
Like, for example, does the grandma really have some parts in it? And I will have to really, really listen to the grandma, like really listen. I think one of the 2 videos we're going to react to has the full interview with the grandma, so we'll see.
I can't think of anything out there on social media right now. I try to avoid it as much as I can. So I don't have anything really right now that I would say, hey, stop listening to that because it's not true. And really, it's probably too early for us to even address some of those issues.
There is a lot of things going on in this case, and a lot of details and things being looked at. We know that you guys are still investigating, but, you know, in terms of how long you think you guys are getting closer to the answer and closer to a conclusion, you know, how long do you think this is going to take or play out?
Unfortunately, that's very hard to speculate. There is a lot involved in this case. Obviously, we're talking about 2 different cities being involved. We're
2 different cities.
You know,
2 different cities. What do you mean by that?
Happened, right? So we are working the case as fast as we can. As I said before,
but you can't go too fast.
Investigatively, and I think as soon as we can button everything up and run down every lead, last thing we want to do is be premature in our charges or premature in saying this is the only suspect we have, we're good. We don't like to do that. We like to make sure we investigate everything out there. So when we do take this to trial, there is no room for doubt.
Speaking of that, you guys are reactionary, right? I mean, when there's trouble in the city, you guys are the ones called and you guys come in. But
Blessings with whole Bob blessings. This situation is completely sad. And I'm hoping that, you know, if there is somebody involved, that they figure it out, right? I don't understand what he means by 2 different cities, right? But I have a question. What lessons can society, right, learn from this tragedy to prevent similar incidents in the future, right? What type of red flags, you know, can, you know, communities be brought aware of, right, to notice that situations like this are happening, right, in neighborhoods? The crazy part about it is, right, we live in a society now that, you know, because of the way people are, the way they carry themselves, a lot of people don't want to get themselves involved. Because at the end of the day, when people get involved, right, they end up getting, you know, the fucked up end of the stick. You see where I'm coming from? So it is a touchy situation. Real touchy. And I wonder, did the schools notice that there was something going on?
But looking at this case and just looking in general, is there anything?
Oh, my bad. I was supposed to say, I don't know if I said it. Blessings. I'm a whole vibe. Blessings. I'm so sorry. Welcome. Like, yo, this case right here, I'm over here in my head right now. Like, really in my head. How could a father do? I mean, I'm not shocked. It's just I'm trying to figure out what is causing parents to do this. And it's happening more and more. It's happening more often than it should. Was it this bad back then in the 80s, the 70s, the 90s? The 60s and the 50s? Was it that bad? I mean, I don't know where y'all watching from and how old y'all are, right? But shit, a shorty from North Philly, and I'm 35 years old. And I didn't even know that shit like this, you know, was like this until I got a little older. I mean, I know that there was toxic families. You see where I'm coming from? I knew that a parent was capable of abusing their child and doing things to their child they shouldn't. But damn, to go as far as to unaliving your child. Oh, we just starting with it. This is just part 1. Shit, I mean, I had to do the same thing. Everybody was talking to me about it. I mean, listen, people were sending me certain videos, but it's like, how do I put this together when I don't even got the time right now? But I do got the time to review and react to, you know, whoever has it together. So that's what we're going to do tonight. And it's so far 2 people that I know, they got the videos well put together in order, right? And how can I say it? In a way where I could pause and give my commentary too. So I appreciate, you know, Trey King and Carlos King.
Investigate everything.
Big shout out to
there.
them, yo.
So when we do take this to trial, there is no room for doubt.
Speaking of that, you guys are reactionary, right? I mean, when there's trouble in the city, you guys are the ones called and you guys come in. But looking at this case and just looking in general, is there anything that the community can do with things like this or with situations like this that help prior to you guys having to come out and do something?
Oh, absolutely. So our community knows their neighborhood better than any police officer can possibly know it, right? So no matter how many hours we spend in the neighborhood, there's things that we will never hear or never see that other community members or family members are seeing. So if there's ever any doubt in anybody's minds about any, you know, so let's take this case, right? So if you ever have any doubt that some child is being abused or something is just not right, then by all means notifying us and or notifying, you know, CSB and getting people, the authorities involved early before it gets to this point. Because unfortunately with this case especially, once we were involved, it was already way too late for us.
I think my last question for you here is,
what was CPS in this case?
The officers who responded to the scene and found the body, you know, from what we've learned of the details, you know, it might be a lot. And when we hear of cases like this of children involving children and children on the scene, you know,
This case
that
is
can be a
going
lot to
viral
take
right
in.
now, yo. I'm on a
Is
whole
there anything that you are doing
This
for the
case is
officers
sad.
right
It's
now
heartbreaking.
to help them get through that, who were there on that scene?
We are. So over the last several years, we've really developed a wellness program that is kind of top notch. And we immediately have our peer support officers reaching out to those officers. Sometimes, depending on the situation, we'll do debriefings and bring in professionals to come talk. Our wellness coordinator, Sergeant Welling, is always contacting them and offering up services and to see if there's anything we can do. You know, as an officer, we all deal with trauma in different ways. Some people like to talk, some people don't. But we're always looking out for those warning signs to make sure that we don't need to intervene.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to include at this time that you would like to mention about this case that I did not ask? Now's the time.
So the only thing I would add is, you know, I'm extremely proud of our department. This case moved pretty quickly, and we were able to develop information and leads, and as sad as it is, recover her and bring some closure to the family, to the community. There's nothing worse than a missing that's still missing, and there's that hope out there. So I think our officers did an outstanding job. And I'll say it again, I think the Columbus officers, when we contacted them and asked for assistance, they did an outstanding job as well. And, you know, we have two good police departments that are coordinating and communicating and working together to get to a conclusion, at least on this case.
Thanks for joining us for this.
So I would love to hear what your thoughts are on this. And see, I'm on a whole vibe says, is it true that the grandmother got arrested? I don't know. We're going to find out on this next video. Well, one of these two videos, right? So give me 1 second. We're going to check this video out, right? But before we do, right, listening to what we've heard so far, right? What does Keimani Latique's story reveal? What does Keimani Latique's story reveal about the vulnerabilities children face in today's society, right? How do we balance the urgency of justice for the victim with the need for systematic reforms to prevent future tragedies? I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions, right, in your comments on these questions down below. And let's get this discussion started, right? What solutions do y'all have to bring to the table for a shorty, right? Let's not debate this, right? A child has already lost their life. There shouldn't be no debate. What changes, what policies, you know, can we bring about? What conversations can we start to start making a change and a difference? And trust me, we cannot make a change or a difference in one day. I'm just asking. All right. All right. So I am sharing the screen, right? I appreciate those that are, you know, taking the time, right? So we're going to start from the beginning now, right? We've seen that the father is arrested, right? So that was the latest update on this case. Now we're going to jump from the beginning. And I appreciate all those that sent me the videos on Instagram, right? When I do, you know, get the time, I always end up putting the case on my own together, right? And we always dive down the case and, you know, try to bring solutions to the table together. And I appreciate all those, whether I'm reviewing to somebody else's that has put a case together or it's me that's putting the clips together. I appreciate those of you that are here with a shorty trying to bring awareness in so many different ways. And on that note, let's get this video started.
Year-old girl. Case of a missing 13-year-old girl. Investigators finding a body on the second floor of an abandoned house on Miami Street in Toledo today and tonight. The coroner's office confirms it is Kmani Latique. Her father, Darnell Jones, is charged with murder in connection to her death.
The family of Kmani Latique is in mourning. They were distraught on Monday.
This is a child. Where is she?
As a search for a missing teen,
I want answers, and I'm not going to stop until I get them.
Came to an end at this abandoned house on the corner of Miami and Wilmot. This is where Toledo police say they found a body on the second floor, a body they believe to be 13-year-old Kmani Latique, the teen who has been missing for more than 1 week.
Damn.
Kmani's mother, Tiara Caston, said it's a place her daughter never should have been.
I have no idea. My daughter, there's no reason my daughter would ever be over here.
I mean, you have no idea. You haven't been a part of your child's life you know, accordingly to what I've heard, right, from what I've read, from what I've put together, you haven't been a part of your daughter's life since she was 9 months. You gave her up to, you know, her godmother, your best friend. I mean, and according to certain people, you wasn't present in your daughter's life. So I'm trying to figure out why out of nowhere, you know, now that your child is nowhere to be found and then, you know, unalived, you pop up. See, mothers like this, I question, and I don't like being around. I'm going to be very honest. I can't claim a woman like this. I cannot respect a woman like this. I can't stand being around a woman that behaves like this.
My daughter go to school, go home. Go to school, go home. She go play her basketball, come home.
Caston lives in Cleveland. The last time she saw Keimani earlier this month, they played video games and caught up. Police say the last person to see her was her father, Darnell Jones. Officers issued a warrant for his arrest for abduction. Jones previously told he last saw Keimani on March 16th when she was afraid to be home alone.
Came over here because she said that if it seemed like somebody was trying to break into the house.
The abduction warrant said that he's given inconsistent statements to detectives.
Yo, YouTube, what's going on? Tripping again to y'all in the video. Hope y'all having a very great day. Hope y'all having a very great week. My day is going absolutely superb. Big shout out to all the channel members and subscribers to Trey King Show family. And much love to each and every last one of you all. And you all, we have a story out of Ohio about Web Toledo. And big shout out to everybody in the great city of Ohio and everybody inside the great city of Toledo. Now, before I start the story, I want to send a special thank you out to my channel members and also to my subscribers for sending me this story. And also, keep these stories coming. And you all, also, before I start this story, I want to send a special condolence out to the family and friends of 13 years old Kmani Latique, because it's very sad and tragic what happened to this beautiful young girl. Because to be honest with you all, family, all of this could have been prevented if CSB would have stepped in, and also if other people that knew Keimani would have stepped in instead of everybody just sitting around speculating. Now,
and that's my biggest question, right? If people notice that CSP, as they call it, right? DHS, right? Needed to be called in, right? Why wasn't people intervening? Why didn't nobody say nothing if they noticed, if they seen red flags? If they thought that the father was going to be capable of harming his daughter, right? Why wasn't nothing done before it happened? I mean, I know the justice system has to be, you know, changes have to be made, right? But hey, that takes us, we the people. What we gonna do about it? I've made my stand in a lot of things here, right? When it comes to the justice system, the kids, the schools, right? My question to y'all is, when is y'all gonna make y'all's, right? I stand 10 toes down on what I believe in, and that's what I fight for. But see, I hear so many people say, this needs to be done, that needs to be done. But everybody's, you know, sitting at home, sweating their little fingers, you know, like little puppets with strings attached to their backs, right? Waiting on their master's next command.
all of this came to a head just a couple of days ago, where 13-year-old Kmani Latique was found inside of a burnt 2-story dilapidated home, as you all see the photo. Now, the graphic detail and the graphic nature that Keimani was found, I have to edit those words because the way they found her is very gruesome. And it's all by the hands of guess who? Her own dad. And now, before I tell you all the details of her death and how they found Keimani at this crime scene, the dad had the nerve, before Keimani was discovered, to go on the news and try to plead to the public for help. Listen to this.
Came over here because she said that if it seemed like somebody was trying to break into the house.
The abduction warrant said that he's given inconsistent statements to detectives.
Now, the nerve of the dad to go on the news knowing damn well what he have done. And notice, not one time did the dad shed a tear. Not one single tear. And also, guess who didn't shed no tears? You all may get mad, but hell, I don't give a damn. I'm going to tell you all just how I really feel because I'm tired of
the grandmama, I think he's about to say, right? Let me see, but why was she in a, that's what we're about to find out. I'm a whole vibe for real, right? Because I've seen different things. I've seen a lot of people's perspectives. Now, you know, we're going to dive down ourselves, right? We're going to figure this out ourselves, right? Because, you know, I mean, it could be probably, the answer could be right probably in front of our faces with everything that they're saying. You see where I'm coming from? And what's crazy is, right, could the grandmama have something to do with it, right? We don't know. You see where I'm coming from? The father definitely probably has something to do with it. Like, he has a whole guilty mind. He was on a whole suicide mission, as y'all can see if y'all watch the you know, the body cam footage from the police, right? He was on a whole suicide mission. shaved his head and everything, but he was walking around like he was emotionless. And that's what I don't get. Like, how can these parents sit around and tell their kids, I love you, and in the same breaths that, unalive them? How can you say I love my child and unalive your child? How can you say you love your child and harm your child in ways that they should not be harmed at all? I don't seem to understand this. My brain cannot comprehend how there are parents out here like this, but unfortunately, we have them. Look how calm, cool, and collective is this grandma and this father. But let's continue.
Well, Trey, you can't tell people how to grieve. Of course, we can't tell people how to grieve, but at the same time, these folks are not grieving. And I'm not saying everybody about the name,
like they are.
But at the same time, if my child got found dead the way Keimani got found dead, I would be crying my ass off. And I'm sure some of you all will be also. Now, let me ask you all this before I give you the details of Keimani death. Now, if your missing child was found dead inside of an abandoned house with their throat cut so bad till they almost decapitated and both of their hands cut off, and they also been violated sexually, how would you respond? I mean, I know me, I would be in tears, I would be in an uproar. But notice, not one single tear came from the dead eye.
And that's a good question. How would y'all respond if this was your child, right? If the scripts were flipped, right, and you had to walk a mile in, their shoes, how would y'all respond? Me, personally, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Y'all heard the story of Griselda Blanco? Shit. Call me crazy. Man, y'all can say I have multiple personalities. I don't think I'm Griselda Blanco, but I sure as hell could sit here and fucking, man, listen, I feel like I'm Griselda Blanco. Shit. 911, what's your emergency? I just committed. Listen, I look pretty in that orange suit. Let that have been my child, boy. I would have fucking blazed hell and earth.
And also, another culprit, even though she did not commit the murder, but at the same time, as the story goes,
Kmani's grandmother and legal guardian Dorothy Latigue says they did come knocking on her door, but she denies there was any abuse in the home.
I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSP or CSB on her behalf.
And while the news reporter was talking to the grandmother, not one single tear fell from the grandmother's face. And also, the mom face, not one single tear. You all may say,
we know the mom hasn't been in the daughter's life, since the daughter was like 9 months. Some people look like they're taking the mom's side, right? They make it seem like the mom was a good person, this and that. Nah. Don't come over here. You're not playing me with that. From what I've been reading, from what I've been hearing, the mom ain't shit. The mom is a deadbeat. She ain't do shit for her child. Fuck out of here. It's crazy how they could call Dr. Umar Johnson, right, a deadbeat baby daddy, right? But at the end of the day, the mofo sat here and paid his child support. What'd she do? According to some, she did nothing. According to others, she spent some time with her daughter playing video games.
Well, Trey, they may be in shock or something like that, but at the same time, ask yourself this. Would you not still be crying your ass off if your child was found dead like that? Now, Keimani was found Monday evening. They said toward Monday night after being missing for roughly 7 whole days.
Of a missing 13-year-old girl, investigators finding a body on the second floor of an abandoned house on Miami Street in Toledo today.
But it's another thing to get abused up until your death. Now, to give you all a little backstory on Keimani. Keimani was a 13-year-old girl, and she also was an honor roll student, as you all said at the bottom. And she also was being awarded this month for good behavior. Now, think about this before we break the story.
Hold on, wait a minute. What did you find on Keimani's case that we don't know about, that I don't hear nobody else talking about? Was the grandmother abusing her or something? Or was both the grandmom and the dad? Was she going through something in the grandmother's house? Because there must be a reason that people are speculating that the grandmom has parts in her death. Things that make you wonder.
All the way down. Now, here we have a child who's being abused at her grandmother's home to the point where even her friend, as you all going to hear, has something to say about that. Listen to this.
She came to school with bruises on her eyes.
That's 7th grader Imani Fisher, a classmate of Kmani's from her most recent school, Spring Elementary. Fisher says she would often see Keimani come into class with visible markings, so she and other students decided to say something to a teacher.
And she said she would deal with it, but I don't think nothing happened.
And now, as you all heard Keimani's friend say, that
Facts,
Keimani would
I'm a
come to
whole lot.
school with bruises on her body. So quite naturally, if a child can tell that another child is being abused, guess what? Adults should be able to see the same damn thing. But evidently, no adults did not see anything because
I mean, I say the same thing, yo. In all these cases that we've been reviewing and reacting to, how is it that people are not seeing the red flags? Like in the first case, right, that we just finished earlier, right? Part 1 we did last weekend. How is it that the judge with the 5-year-old saying that my daddy's touching me still lets this, still gives custody to this 5-year-old's father, and a year later, this child is found unalived with semen, the father's semen inside his stomach, but apparently the stepmom is the one that killed her. Something off in that case. And I asked the same question. If the grandmom had the opportunity and the chance to sit here and get full custody of the child, right? Why didn't she? She just let the father take it. If I felt like something was off, right, I'm not letting my grandchild go off with this person. I don't care how much, of a biological father you are or a biological mother you are. If I feel like this child is in danger and I know that, I could be the next of kin or the only person, right, that can sit here and take this child under my custody, I'm going for it. If I could save this child's life, I'm definitely going to sit here and fight for this child's custody. This shit is crazy. What is going on with these moms, these grandmoms, and these dads? It's like some type of, I don't know, the pandemic started and people just started losing their minds. And I mean, it was happening a little before, but what the hell was being sprayed in the air that made everybody go a little wilder? It's like we're on an episode of Tiny Toon. We're tiny, we're toony, we're all just a little loony. I swear to God, I feel like we're pulling the Matrix into reality. And we're the ones in the screen being watched by the, movies and shows that we watch in the Matrix. It's like we're making Hollywood a reality. It's like Hollywood's not fiction no more. Hey, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's get back on topic.
CSB stated that they did not receive any reports.
TPS representatives say they have no records of abuse against Keimani to either CSB or TPD.
Even though in another news interview, they stated that they did receive reports and also went to the grandmother's house twice to talk to the grandmother. Listen to this.
Keimani's grandmother, legal guardian Dorothy Latigue, says they did come knocking on her door, but she denies there was any abuse in the home.
And now, family, as you all heard, the grandma on a mission out her own mouth stated that CSB came and talked to her twice. So she say. Now, during one of those meetings, CSB had to tell the grandmother how to discipline, how to chastise, how to whoop her own child, as if the grandmother didn't know.
I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSB on her behalf when she went to Bennett Academy. And they came in, they did a case study and closed it. They've stated there's a way to chastise children without physically harming them. You need to whoop them on their behind, nowhere else. So, okay.
Hold on, wait a minute. So you're telling me that CSB had a case where this child had physical bruises on her body, and they didn't put this grandmother on parenting classes. They just gave her some advice and closed the case on how to whoop her child? Oh, but yet, oh, wait, my bad. CPS gets called on, a case where, a mother is abusing their child, but there's no bruises, right? Everything seems to be fine. The mother's doing what they got to do, but yet they want to take the child from this mother. Oh, but they get a case like this and they decide to ignore it and say that everything's okay with evidence of the child being abused. Is this world fucking backwards? Am I living an actual movie right now?
With that in mind, I knew that.
So let me ask you all this right now, family. Do you think the grandmother was really abusing this child? And also, why would the student say something? And also, why would one of Keimani teachers also say that she's seen the abuse? Listen to this.
But it's also not the first time someone has raised concerns about what was going on inside Latigue's home. Kayleen Harabedian was her 6th grade English teacher at Bennett Venture Academy, the last school she attended before spring. Harabedian says she also spotted visible markings and bruises on Kmani.
It's hard.
So who was abusing her?
Especially in a role like education. Your day doesn't end at 3:30. You take these things home with you. They weigh on you. I'm a parent myself, and I tried my best to make sure that she was removed from that environment.
And now, family, as you heard Keimani's 6th grade teacher say, she tried her best to get Keimani removed from where? The home that Keimani was staying with. Now, once again, who was Keimani's legal guardian? Her grandmother. So the teacher stated out her own mouth, as you all heard, because I have to make that very clear, because people act like they can just sue you over any damn thing, even though they don't have a case to stand on. Now, the teacher stated out her own mouth, family, that she's seen the bruises, she's seen the markings. Not only the teacher stated that, but also Keimani friend stated that. But the grandmother wanted us to believe there was no abuse. And the reason why I'm driving the point home with the abuse was because Keimani was abused before she got killed. Now think about this so we can drive the point all the way home. Now think, if a person is going to kill you, I mean, hell, just go and kill me. But it's a damn shame to get abused and then later on to get murdered. Now, on one hand, we got the grandmother allegedly abusing her granddaughter by the teacher admission, and also by Keimani classmates stating that they seen these bruises. But at the same time, the grandmother, as you all heard her tell the news reporter, she stated that she did not abuse the child.
I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSP.
Even though CSB had to come over there and talk to the grandmother several times and tell her how to chastise her own granddaughter, as if the grandmother did not know. Until the mom stays in Cleveland, Ohio. And Keimani was staying in Toledo. So I want to ask the mom this right here. And I know some of y'all gonna make excuses up, but go right ahead. I want to ask the mom this. Why wasn't your daughter staying with you, ma'am? That's what I want to know. You are 115 miles from Toledo, Ohio. So why wasn't your child staying with you, ma'am? Please answer that, because we definitely need to know what's going on. Because like I said, all of this could have been avoided if people would have used better judgment. And also if CSB would have stepped in and took Keimani away from her grandmother, because Keimani was abused before she was killed. So remember that point right there. Even though the grandmother was not charged with a crime as I know of, and if she has been charged with a crime, please let me know in the comment section. But think about this, family. We have a beautiful young girl who was savagely murdered by her own daddy in a most horrific way. And then also before all that took place, she was being abused, allegedly, by her grandmother. So what I'm trying to say today, family, think about how much pain and torture this child was going through. But the point I made earlier in the video, even though Kmani Latique was being abused at her home and also being neglected by her parents, she still went to school and made the honor roll, as you all see once again. She also was being awarded this month for having good behavior at school. Now, think about this also, family. When most children get abused, guess what? They act out in some kind of way. They act out, whether it's fighting or cussing the teacher out or trying to fight or bully other students. But Keimani did not do none of that. The good girl still had faith. But guess what, though? Did nobody come and save her? And that's a damn shame. I find it very appalling and very sad. And shame on everybody involved in this situation, because to me, everybody failed this child. Nobody did not really give a damn, because guess what? If they gave a damn, Keimani would still be alive. And family, what makes it even more worse, now Keimani was found Monday evening. Keimani would have been 14 years old on March 28th, and that's tomorrow.
Yeah, her birthday's the 28th. She'll be 14.
Now,
that is really crazy, yo. Let me see. What societal conditions create environments where such violence can occur, and how can they be dismissed? What does this case teach us about the intersections of race, gender, and social economic status in crime and justice? All right. How can we assure accountability, not just for the perpetrators, but also for the systems that fail to protect children like Keimani? Right? I would love to hear y'all comments down below. Me, I've already listened, like I've told y'all before, man, I've brought so many solutions to the table. I would love to hear y'all's, right? I'm already making a stand. See, I attend the town hall meetings, go to community meetings, and much more, right? And I'm already trying to make a difference. And I would love to hear the difference of opinions y'all got, right? What type of solutions, what type, of changes y'all think could be done or made that could help a shorty when she comes, it speaks to the governors and the senators and stuff like that, right? How do we ensure, once again, accountability, not just for the perpetrators, but also for the systems that fail to protect children like Keimani?
The news reporter was talking to the grandmother, asking the grandmother, why did you let Keimani go with her dad if you felt something was wrong? But guess what, though?
It's the same shit I keep
grandmother
asking.
gave the most outlandish excuse. Listen to this.
Do you have any regrets of letting Keimani go with, as her guardian, do you have any regrets of letting Keimani go with Darnell?
I do. Only because, like I said, I feel deceived. I feel like this was pre-planned. I feel like you meant to do this. I feel like you was grooming her.
Now, family, as you all heard the grandmother state, she stated that she feels deceived. I don't know what the hell that means. I think she meant to say deceived, but at the same time, granted, what about the abuse that this child experienced before her dad took her life? And ma'am, where are the tears at? That's why.
That's crazy. Who was abusing this child before the dad did it? I don't know what's going on in families, right? And what's crazy is we in 2025. Why are there families that still keep things in the on the low, right? Things are secret, right? When there's so many resources and so many programs that can help us protect our youth. They see red flags and they stay shut. For what reason? Why? Then I hear them scream, I wish I could have did something. I mean, a lot of things could have been prevented, but I don't know. People show fear wherein fear shouldn't be shown. Y'all scared when things are happening, but after it happens, y'all not scared? Y'all scared to save a child's life, but after the child is unalive, that's when y'all want to think of ways that y'all could have came up to try to save this child's life. It doesn't make sense.
I want to know right there. Can somebody please tell me that? And the reason why I keep driving that point home, family, is this reason right here. It's because it's one thing to get killed, but at the same time, it's another thing to get abused up until the point that you get killed. Now, you would think by CSB receiving multiple reports of abuse that this child would have been taken away from this home with her grandmother. But guess what, though, family? If CSB would have done their job properly and removed Keimani, Keimani would still be alive today. She'll be away from her grandmother and also her perverted father. That's a damn shame. And Darnell, you better hope that you don't drop the soap. So let me ask you this, family.
Man, listen, yeah, he better hope he don't drop the soap. Do y'all, listen, let me ask y'all this one question before he asks this one question, right? Do y'all believe that he will survive in prison? Because, according to a lot of people, right, that people, they tell me stories about prison. And that's crazy. The stories that I hear about prisons are not the way, we see them on TV. But anyways, right? I do know that for a fact they say that predators like this, those are the ones that have it the worst. Right. And I used to think that, they used to, just heard a lot of people try to test them and stuff like that. I mean, I wasn't that off, but it's not exactly as they portrayed in the movies. Right. And yeah, I do have questions. Right. Because shit, I've never been in jail and I hear so many stories. I just want to know what's true and what's fake. And it's crazy that, I have a lot of people around me that debunk, right. The false stories that are being put out here when it comes to prison. Right. Now, I do know that for a fact, he's not going to have a nice time in prison, right? But shit, I don't feel bad. He should feel what he made his daughter feel. He should have been protecting his daughter, but yet he sexually assaulted his daughter, cut her hands off. And I'm guessing he did that so that they couldn't, figure out who she was by the fingerprints, right? That's my guess, right? I'm not no detective, but shit. My question is, was the house burned while she was in it? Was it burned before or was it burned after? And then, I got so many questions still.
In closing, do Ohio have the death penalty? If so, they need to put Darnell Jones on the top of the damn list. Because it's a damn shame for somebody to kill anybody for no reason. But it's another damn shame for a parent to kill their own child. And then not only that, you violate the child sexually, slit her throat, cut her hands out. And people want to make up all kind of excuses for Darnell, talking about he's mentally unstable. If he ain't mentally unstable, guess what? He's going to be. So to all those people out there that want to say Darnell Jones was not in his right mind, he's insane. True enough, he may be insane, but he was not mentally unstable. And the reason why I say that is because after he killed Keimani and threw her body inside of an abandoned house, he still went on national news and asked the public to help find her and made multiple reports to the police, lying to the police.
Crazy.
And that's the reason why the police named him a suspect. Number one is because the child was last seen with Darnell, and every time they came and questioned Darnell, he always gave them a different answer. But the police quite naturally knew that Darnell was lying. That's why they kept an eye on him and put a warrant out for his arrest. So by them finding Keimani Monday evening, they had the warrant out for Darnell Jones' arrest. And Darnell Jones was shot in Columbus, Ohio, roughly 100 and some miles away from Toledo, in a section of Columbus called the Victorian Village. And my people from Columbus, you know exactly what it's at. But at the same time, when I do these videos, and this one is...
Yo, that is crazy. Okay. Blessings. I'm a whole vibe. Salute. Good night. Hope you have, some rest tonight, man. This situation is crazy, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you for stopping by and having a conversation with a shorty, yo. Whew, this case right here. And you know what? He had a good question. Does, Ohio have the death penalty? And according to Google, right, it says male death row, right, incarcerated persons are housed at the Ross Correctional Institution, RCI. So if you are from Ohio, you should know what that is. I'm not from Ohio. I was in Ohio for a year, no longer than that, no less than that. So I don't even know the prisons that are there. But it also says female death row incarcerated persons are housed at the Ohio Reformatory for Women, ORW, in Marysville. Executions take place at the Southern Ohio Correctional Facility, SOCF, in Louisville. So if you're from Ohio, you should know where, So it looks like Ohio does have the death penalty, right? But it seems like they have to take them to a certain facility, right, in order for them to do the death penalty. Let me see. It says over here, does Ohio still do the death penalty? Or let's see. It says, as of September 2024, Ohio has 114 inmates on death row. Oh, snap. Notable inmates on Ohio's death row include serial killers Sean Gray, Anthony Kirkland, and Michael Madison. The only woman on Ohio's death row is Donna Roberts, who murdered her ex-husband in order to collect his life insurance. Oh, snap. So, apparently they do have the death row penalty and it still does exist. So hopefully they do put him up. They should put him up for death row. Shit, listen, he doesn't deserve to stay alive. The question is, right, does the grandma have parts? And what should they do with the grandma if she did have parts in this situation?
It's hard for me to do. But at the same time, when I do these type of videos, I always tell you all to reach out to CSB, and ask for help. But it's a damn shame when people do report these incidents going on inside these homes of abuse. CSP and also CSB does not do their damn job when it's time to do their job. Only thing they had to do was remove Keimani, because Keimani was going to school multiple times with bruises on her body before she was even killed. That's a damn shame. But I'm gonna tell you this right here. I hope the grandmother can live with herself, and Darnell, the hell with you, and the mom. I hope that you can live with yourself also in Cleveland. That's a damn shame that you all would sit up here, number one, and neglect this girl. So mom, and the reason why I'm bringing the mom in is this point right here. When you talk to your daughter, because you say that you all talk several times.
Caston lives in Cleveland. The last time she saw Keimani earlier this month, they played video games and caught up.
Did your daughter ever state what was going on inside this home and that she was being abused? Because if so, why did you not step in and at least let your child come and live with you? And more than anything, why isn't your child staying with you? And why does your mom have custody of your child? Please answer that question also. But in closing, Keimani teacher has this to say, because she was really trying her best to get Keimani moved out of this home. It's a damn shame that you have a teacher fighting for the child instead of Keimani's own family. Listen to what the teacher has to say.
And Keimani was allowed to continue living with her following the alleged CSB check-in.
It just fell on deaf ears, and I think that had she been investigated more, this was looked more into, she would 100% be alive today.
And now in closing, as you all heard the teacher say, if this case would have been investigated more and if Keimani would have been removed, guess what? she would have been alive today. And that's the whole point I'm making. And that's the reason why I said everybody involved in this child's life failed Keimani. But guess what, though? Keimani is in a better place now, even though it's sad the way that she went. But at the same time, God is only going to allow you all to abuse these children so long till he call them home. But I always tell you all this. If you don't want the child, whether it's the grandmother, the daddy, or the mama, give the child to somebody who will take care of the child. Because it's a damn shame that CSB have to come tell you how to whoop, how to chastise your own granddaughter, as if you never knew. Anyway, rest in peace, Kmani Latique. You all even know what you think about this story.
And he is, you know, speaking some facts, right? Unlike the other case that we reviewed and react, right, the Janiyah Russell case, right, we knew why that mom didn't have custody of her child. The Kmani Latique case, we don't know why this mom gave up custody of this child at 9 months, right? I know that parenting doesn't come with a manual, right? And we learn our kids as time goes by, right? And that's why I got this little phrase that says, right, you know, I know that we all think that we are, our kids' teachers and stuff like that. But in reality, we are the students, right? And they are our teachers. Because as time passed by, right, our kids teach us how to be parents. We learn how to be a parent with our kids. But I just can't understand how parents like this exist. Unfortunately, they do, no matter how much we want them not to. Right? So we're going to move on to this next clip right here, right? Shout out to Carlos King. And he goes into a little more details with his videos.
Is the LCCS, who exactly did she come from, and how did she?
She came from her other legal guardian. I choose not to state her name, but she came from her other legal guardian because the other legal guardian and I were best friends.
I just want to know if it's my baby. They still not telling me nothing. It takes nothing. It's nothing to take a picture. It's nothing to, you know what I'm saying, let me know when the coroner's bringing her out so I can see if that's indeed my baby. Y'all not saying nothing. And y'all can tell if it's a grown woman or if it's a little kid. My daughter tall, but she still has the body of a child. You know the difference.
All right, what's up with the YouTube fam? I'm back again with another video. And listen, man, we got a crazy situation to talk about today. But before we move forward into this whole situation, I gotta start it off with some positivity. I want to tell everybody out there that's rocking with me that I definitely do appreciate y'all for being here. I hope that everything is okay with you and your family. And I just want to cover us with some positivity right now before we move forward into this tragic situation. Now, listen, this really doesn't hurt me, man. You know what I'm saying? Just to know that it was somebody who looked up to this guy, thought it was a father figure. And I'm saying thought because obviously he wasn't a father the way that he was out here moving, but he is her biological dad. And, you know, let's start this off also by saying RIP to Kmani Latique. Now, she's 13 years old. Her birthday is literally this Friday coming up, right? And it's just so sad and unfortunate that she's been missing. And people really got to sit back and take their time to analyze these situations and know what the hell going on.
Yo, this little girl is her daddy's twin, yo. How could he do this? Like, how can, like, that's why, like I said, when they found him, he just kept saying, kill me, bro. He was on a suicide mission. That guilt, that shit was killing his conscience, yo. What psychological, right? Psychological, right? My bad. Psychological factors might lead individuals to commit such heinous crimes, and how can early intervention programs prevent them? Was he receiving any type of mental health? Was he having issues? Did he suffer from mental health, right? Because it kind of seems like he did from some of the videos that I've watched, right? What ethical responsibilities do media outlets have in covering tragedies like this without sensationalizing? I can never say the word. sensationalizing, right? Let's keep it like that. Or exploiting, right? Let's put it like this. What ethical responsibilities do media outlets have in covering tragedies in this, right, without exploiting the victim's story? I gotta get used to saying that word, right? Sensationalizing. Oh my God, man. I hate when I cannot pronounce a word, right? But for those of y'all wondering, right? No, I did it wrong. Where am I at? My bad. But yeah, I would love to hear your comments on that. And I do apologize for the little, tumble, a little mess up for me not pronouncing my words right. Shit. I'm all discombobulated anyways. Like, I'm just like, wow. Like, yo, they say that kids are the purest out there, right? But once you grow up, right, the adults, they become so demonic. And we're not saying kids, I'm just saying the adults. Once, everybody turns into an adult, it's like you got some that'll be like, is a mixture of yin and yang, right? They got bad in them, but they'll do good. But then you got the ones that do bad, but it's like, there's no good in them. It's nothing but pure evil. It's kind of hard to break this jaw down. Like, how can people like this exist? Shit, sometimes I wonder, like, is we walking in hell? Like, is this hell right here, right now, what we're experiencing? And the tragedies that, we go through is like a test to see, how we will survive. I don't know.
People been saying that the father, he wasn't there. They also saying that he took himself out and all this other type of shit, man. Listen, the man didn't take himself out. He is alive and well. Now they did find her in an abandoned house that has been burned previously. Now I have the initial reaction of the mother and the family members that were there also as well in this video. So you can watch the full live at the end of you actually figuring out what took place first. Because right now we're going to get all of the details. At the end is just the initial reactions of everybody that's associated with this case. Now, it's a lot of people there speculating that the grandmother was associated with the whole thing in totality. Now, I don't know how true that is, but she is also in this video. She's breaking down everything that happened.
I know you did the video before Trey King, right? But me watching the video that Trey King uploaded after, you did your live, right? It seems like this grandmom was abusing her granddaughter before the dad unalived him. So could it be true that the granddaughter called the father to try to escape, thinking that the father was going to help her, but not knowing the state of mind that the dad was in, because she didn't really know her dad like that?
How she felt, telling her parts and things like that that's got something to do with this case, her role in Keimani's life. And, I didn't even know that the mother, didn't have custody of her child. Her mother had custody of the child. And the guy, his name is Darnell Jones. That's the dad's name. Darnell Jones been coming around acting like he wanted to be in her life. And, they're going to let him do that because, people do always try to be acceptive to a father that's trying. Not all the time, but y'all know what I'm saying when I say what I say. He came around trying to gain their trust. He did that. He ultimately ended up taking her life. He removed her hands. He, it's certain things I can't say because of YouTube, but he did, with her neck. And he took her innocence as well. Now, I don't understand how the hell you can do this, how you can consider yourself any type of human. He needs to be taken out. And I really do hate the fact that she was so loving and caring. And
I mean, shit, Arliss, I thought that when, they threw all them shots at him, they took him out. But unfortunately, karma didn't get him the way karma was supposed to get him. It should have. I don't know what it's waiting for. What does karma got planned for him?
timid as they say a lot of her, man. Now they're saying that the grandmother, actually harmed her on a number of occasions. She said that that was just her form of chastising her, and CPS was in her life. Now people are blaming CPS for not removing the child and things like that, but ultimately, I don't think that it was going the way that people are putting it out there. You feel me? I don't know, what just my thoughts and opinions on that situation right there. But they ended up getting to a shootout with him today, because he didn't want to turn himself in. I know how it go when you do what you do. He ultimately ended up confessing to everything that he's done. And the mother knows what took place. She spoke about that too as well. I just want to say, man, be careful with who these kids are around. It's sad you even gotta watch the damn mamas and daddies and shit these days, man. This shit is so crazy, bro. But let's go ahead and get into the video. Like I said before, every single detail that's out right now is in this video. So take your time, sit back, relax, and let's go ahead and see what the hell going on with this situation right here. And also, this is a sequence of events from the beginning to the end, just so y'all know. Now let's get into it.
We continue to track breaking news right here, right now on WTOL 11+. The search for a missing 13-year-old has come to a tragic end.
The Lucas County Coroner's Office confirms police found Kmani Latigue's body inside of an abandoned home in East Toledo. Now, her dad, 33-year-old Darnell Jones, who is still on the loose, is charged with the investigation started after police put out an alert for Keimani when she went missing on Tuesday, March 18th.
Well, right now, Toledo police are asking for your help finding a missing teenager. Take a look here at your screen. This is 13-year-old Kmani Latique. Police say she was last seen on the 2900 block of Elm Street. That's near Central and LaGrange. Anyone with information should call or text Crime Stoppers. That number is 419-255-1100.
Just hours after the developments Monday night, a makeshift memorial appeared outside the house. A woman who dropped off flowers didn't want to go on camera, but said that she felt the need to honor Keimani's memory and to show the city that she was loved. Kmani Latique had not been seen alive for 6 days, and late Monday night, her father was charged with her family, friends, and community searched for any signs of her. And though the physical search has ended, the search for answers continues. The story made headlines when Toledo police made this post on social media Tuesday, March 18th, 4:03 p.m. That's when the alert for missing 13-year-old Kmani Latique went out.
I usually get off of work at 9 o'clock. I made it home like 9:40 that morning. She wasn't here.
WTOL 11 talked with Keimani's grandma the following day. She said she saw something unusual when she came home from work and called TPD.
There were things in the floor that should not have been. That's what caused the alarm. So I called the school to speak with her. I asked them, could I speak with her? And then they did. They contacted the principal, her teacher, and the gym teacher, and all three of those guys.
But what I don't understand is, right, she said I came home and there were things that were out of place, right? And shout out to Miss Dumb Lady, right? Because she pointed that out, and I haven't heard nobody else point that part out but Miss Thumbnail Lady, yo. And if y'all haven't, checked out Miss Dumb Lady, right, go check her out, right? If y'all go to my community wall, y'all will see all the people that I watch, right? So make sure y'all go check these content creators out. I think they're great content creators, yo. But Miss Thumbnail Lady pointed this out. She's one of the ones that I've seen, review and react to this case, right? And it's kind of crazy, yo, but if she's supposed to be in school, right, and you were supposed to be, I don't know where you was at, probably at work, I don't know, right, but what made you think that something happened with her if she was supposed to be at school? You see where I'm coming from? Like, why you ain't down 911 and, get an officer there to see what was going on? You called the school like if you already knew that whatever was going on was with your granddaughter. Like if you already knew that something happened. Hey, correct me, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Shit, we everybody's still trying to connect the clues right on this, but that's a good, that's a good key point that Miss Thumbnail Lady pointed out. Like, I don't know. I feel as though the same way Miss Thumbnail Lady feels that her the way she was talking was already planned out. Did she have parts in this with the dad? Like, was they sitting here and just using this girl? Could she have been using this girl? Like, was she getting a check for this girl or something? You see where I'm coming from? Like, what benefited you from abusing this girl? Because it's obvious a lot of people knew what was going on, but why not speak up? Why didn't CPS take this case? Where was CPS? Where was DHS? And did the best friend give custody to the grandmom? Like, did they go to court for her to have custody? Right? Because apparently, according to the grandmom, right, the mom gave custody to the godmom, which was the, you know, her best friend and the mom's best friend somehow, right? When Keimani was 9 months. According to people, the mom wasn't really in Keimani's life.
Said that she was not there.
2 more days passed. Now 72 hours since anyone has last seen Kmani alive. Family, friends, and even strangers came out to search for her.
So let's scour throughout here.
The group spent the weekend alongside Kmani's mother looking for any signs of the 13-year-old girl.
Honestly, this is breaking me. I've been falling the apart since I found out.
Where the tears at?
I've legitimately been on social media since the minute I found out, spreading awareness, sending out flyers, contact information, anything to get my baby home. I have not slept in 3 days. I have not ate in 3 days. We need all the support we can get from anybody. We don't care who it is. Please just come out and help us find my niece.
The next day, Sunday, March 23rd, a felony abduction charge filed against Darnell Jones. Jones is Kmani's dad, and court records show he was the last person with her before she went missing.
This man has been to my house several times. He usually takes her for weekends to his house to visit with him and his other children. And I feel deceived. Like, you played for so long in my face, like you was her dad, like you really had her best interest at heart. But where is she?
If my baby don't make it home, I will never be okay again. And I hate to say that because I have other kids.
That fear became reality when police pulled a body from a home on Miami Street in East Toledo.
My question to the grandmom is that if you had suspicions of the dad being a certain way, why did you leave? Why did you let your granddaughter go with him? But it still doesn't, you know, clear the fact that you was also abusing this little girl. I see no emotions in the mom. I just see the mom's mouth moving, but a whole bunch of gibberish come out.
A body Kmani's grandmother says is the missing 13-year-old girl. And of course, that being
how was the grandmom able to see the body before any? How did the grandmom even know that it was her granddaughter before they pulled out that body? Something's missing. There's a piece of the puzzle, maybe a couple pieces of this puzzle missing. But somehow, some way, that the grandma, you know, I don't know. See, cases like this are so touchy, so sensitive that it's like, damn, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it's so obvious that it's hard not to say.
confirmed by the coroner and Toledo police today. Kmani's father, 33-year-old Darnell Jones, reportedly telling police that he saw his daughter late Sunday night. He claims she called and said she was afraid someone was trying to break into their house. Jones and a cousin allegedly stayed with her for about an hour and left around 12:30 in the morning. Jones was initially charged with abduction. Late Monday night, police announced a new charge, murder.
That's a weird coincidence, right? The grandmom calls the school because she sees the house out of order, right? But then he's saying that the daughter called him because she thought somebody was breaking into the house. Hope you see what I hope y'all see what I'm seeing. And let me know if y'all see what I saw, what I heard. Like, maybe I'm tripping.
With no court date set as of yet, and no update on where he might be.
Okay.
On Friday,
now look
March
at this right
21st,
here. Now, like I said, this is a sequence of events, so he has been caught, things like that, right? But They should have knew. I mean, I feel like he should have been arrested instantly because there's no way in the hell a real father will leave their child after someone tried to break in. I don't give a damn what's going on. What the hell finna happen after this? I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. Even if I got to sleep in my car outside and y'all don't want me in here, the people that you living with, I got to be here. I got to, because look what the hell is going on. You're a little girl. They taking little girls. They doing things to them and things like that. But ultimately, he was the weirdo the whole time. And they was just...
That's some real shit. So, guys, let me ask you a question, right? For all the fathers out here, if your daughter calls you saying that I feel like I'm in danger, I feel like somebody's breaking into my house, would you go and just leave your daughter? What was the whole point of going over there? Would you just leave your daughter there? You're telling me you're not going to get your daughter out the house, try to, to figure out what's going on, ask questions. I mean, wouldn't you just like raise hell on earth?
His alibi for being here. I got to, because look what the hell is going to happen after this. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. Even if I got to sleep in my car outside and y'all don't want me in here, the people that you living with, I got to be here. I got to, because look what the hell is going on. You're a little girl. They taking little girls. They doing things to them and things like that. But ultimately, he was the weirdo the whole time, and that was just his alibi for being there. But he ultimately, took her. You see what I'm saying right here? Y'all see, if you not listening, this is what he took from her. He took these.
He took her hands.
He removed those so he wouldn't,
What was the whole purpose?
Caught, or they want to identify her and things like that. I think that the heat was so on him to the point where he just couldn't do everything that he needed to do. You couldn't go in and out. You couldn't do certain things without getting caught because everybody on your ass and trying to find her. They ultimately ended up finding 3 bodies in the midst of looking for her.
Wait a minute. Did he take the 3 bodies, or is it 3 other, bodies, 3 different separate crimes? Or, did he commit those other 3 crimes? Well, hold up. Wait a minute.
That's how bad it is out there where they are. This is crazy. Let's get back into it, though.
Friends and community members organized a search party in North Toledo. That's where Keimani went missing. Her mother traveled from Cleveland to join in. She expressed her distress over her daughter's disappearance and told Chase Bachman she hadn't slept or really eaten since hearing the news.
People in North Toledo spent the afternoon and evening looking for Kmani Latique. She's 13 years old and has been missing since early Tuesday. WTOL 11 spoke with Keimani's mom, Tiara Caston, who lives in Cleveland. She says she just got to Toledo Friday to help with the search. The last few days for her have been a nightmare.
I have never had a seizure before in my life, sir, and I've had 3 within the past couple days. This is tearing me up. If my baby don't make it home, I will never be okay again. And I hate to say that because I have other kids.
Family and friends say Keimani isn't the type of girl to get into trouble. They aren't sure why she would go missing or if she was taken, why somebody would want to hurt her.
And we need all the support we can get from anybody. We don't care who it is. Please just come out and help us find my niece.
Tiara says the last few days have taken an emotional toll on her, and all she wants is to see her daughter home safe.
It would be the work to me.
Grandma, the father,
I hate to.
There's no tears coming down. The mom,
honestly,
I don't see it. And if she had
I've
any,
been falling apart since I found out. I've legitimately been on social media since the minute I found out, spreading awareness, sending out flyers, contact information, anything to get my baby home. I have not slept in 3 days. I have not ate in 3 days.
If you have any information that could lead to Keimani's whereabouts, you're asked to call Toledo Police or Crime Stoppers. Reporting in North Toledo, Chase Bachman, WTOL 11.
And once again, unfortunately, the search has come to a tragic end. It was Sunday, March 23rd, when a felony abduction charge was filed against Darnell Jones. Jones is again Keimani's dad, and again has now been charged with court records show an open warrant for his arrest. The affidavit alleges that Jones was the last person with Keimani before she went missing, and it shows he provided inconsistent statements regarding what he was doing and where his daughter was. Phone records, surveillance footage, and witness statements contributed to those charges. Here's a look at reporting by WTOL 11 Sophia Pericone and Silver Barker as those developments unfolded.
We continue now with breaking news. The father of a missing teenage girl is being charged with 3rd-degree felony abduction. 13-year-old Kmani Latique has been missing since last week. Police say she was last seen on March 18th. Silver Barker joins us live from the safety building with the latest. Silver.
So
Sophia, court records show that there is an arrest warrant out for Kmani's dad, 33-year-old Darnell Jones. Toledo police did confirm with us earlier this morning that this is in relation to her disappearance. Here's a picture of Keimani right there on your screen, Kmani Latique. Again, police say she's been missing since Tuesday. Police tell us Jones, who also uses the last name Ogletree, is the biological father of Keimani. According to court documents, he's wanted for abduction removed from place found. The report also mentions Jones was the last person with Keimani before she went missing. It also lists that Jones gave officers inconsistent statements about his activity with Keimani and their whereabouts. Now, the report also mentions communication records and surveillance video. To help the detective get to this point, reached out to TPD for further information regarding that. We'll continue to keep you guys updated as we learn more today. Reporting live in Toledo, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
This case is just what kind of community and familial structures could provide stronger safety nets for at-risk children? And how can this tragedy serve as a catalyst for reforms in child welfare and protection systems nationwide? What are the long-term effects of witnessing or living through such trauma on the broader community? And how should we as a society respond in situations like in the Janiyah Russell case or in the Keimani, I can't pronounce her, her last name, I just got stuck. Latigue, my bad, Latigue, Kmani Latique case, my bad. I apologize for that. Like, what are y'all solutions? What type of resolutions can we bring to the table, guys? Leave your comments down below and let's get the discussion started.
It was just after 3 Monday when police pulled up from the home on Miami Street in East Toledo. That house is at 1101, the corner of Miami and Wilmot, almost directly behind the Glass City Riverwall, and less than 4 miles from where Keimani was last seen alive at her home in the 2900 block of Elm Street. The house where she was found in East Toledo was boarded up and had been on fire at least 2 times in the past few years. The most recent, July 14th, 2022, just a few months ago before that, in May of 2022.
Within moments of the discovery, WTOL 11 was live online and on WTOL 11 Plus. Our team provided updates as they had from outside that home in East Toledo. Sophia Perricone and Silver Barker, they kept us informed as the situation developed right before our eyes.
Welcome to WTOL 11 Plus. We have breaking news we want to alert you to right now. The family of a missing teenage girl tells WTOL 11 police have found her. TPD confirming to us this afternoon he has been found, but they aren't sharing the identity at this time. Our Silver Barker joins us live from where police are.
Now, if you make it to the end of this video, which I'm sure a lot of y'all will, in the end, you will see that the mother was really, really upset because they wasn't letting her know. They actually let everything is allegedly. Lord have mercy. Let me say that too. Everything from the to the end is all allegedly, from front to back. Every single word that I do say in this video, but in the video, you can see that they were not letting her know anything. They wouldn't let her come in there and stuff like that. And this a lot of
she didn't have no guardian.
Why, people overreact. They mess up the crime scene. They gotta process it and things like that as well. But
I mean, if they didn't let nobody see the body or nothing like that, how was the grandma able to determine that it was this little girl? How did the grandma know before everybody that it was 13-year-old Kmani Latique who was there?
She just wanted to see a picture. She had to stand out there for hours just wondering, and I really didn't like that. I think it would have been more commendable to just snap a picture and then take it to her and let her see. But at the same time, you gotta look at it like this too. People do weirdo stuff. People can take that picture, send it to someone else, and it can cause a whole bunch more confusion if it wasn't her. You see what I'm saying? So I can understand both sides of it, but damn, just to actually know that it's a possibility that your baby is there, so many different thoughts run through your head. Now, people are also mad at the mother for not being in the child's life. We don't know their situation. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how she go. I'm so understanding over here, but at the same time, I'm hard as well, But the grandmother the sister, and the grandmother, they both said that she hasn't been in her life. Don't call, don't do nothing. But, they're still a baby at the end of the day.
I mean, that's what's crazy. And I heard a lot of people say that, but yet you got some people that say that the the mom did spend some time. They would play video games and, you know, chill, sometimes go watch a movie. So which one is it? Was she there or was she not there? You see where I'm coming from? If she was there, you know, she's not a deadbeat mom. You see, she wasn't giving money, but at least she was spending time. You see where I'm coming from? But if she wasn't there and she wasn't helping this child, you know, economically or physically, mentally, you see where I'm coming from? Then that rules her as a deadbeat ass mom. For real, for real. You was out of this child's life for 9 months. I mean, since she was 9 months, and now out of nowhere, out of the blue, right, you get the news that your child could be, you know, that is missing and could be unalived or something. You don't know what the heck is going on in this situation, but now you pop up. You was out of her life for 12 years, but now you pop up. I don't know.
You know, she's still gonna have some type of love for her, even if you have been a deadbeat. Allegedly, I don't know if she have or not, but that's what they saying. But let's get back into the video.
Searching. Silver, what can you tell us?
Right now we're here on the scenes where has been found in the house behind me on Miami Street. Toledo police tell us it is in relation to 13-year-old Kmani Latique, who's been missing since March 18th. Now, police have not yet confirmed with us whether the body is the little girl, but family members we talked to earlier have told us it is. Lots of Kmani's family.
See, they knew way ahead of time.
Community. We heard from Keimani's mother, Tiara Caston, who says she hasn't been told anything. Now, right now, there is an arrest warrant out for Keimani's father, Darnell Jones. He is wanted for a third-degree felony of abduction in relation to Keimani. At this time, police have not given us any updates besides what was previously reported.
I just want to know if it's my baby. They're still not telling me nothing. It takes nothing. It's nothing to take a picture. It's nothing to, you know what I'm saying, let me know when the coroner is bringing it around so I can see if that's indeed my baby. Y'all not saying nothing. And y'all can tell if it's a grown woman or if it's a little kid. My daughter tall, but she still has the body of a child. You know the difference. They're not telling me nothing. They ain't told me nothing. Not a word. Then they talking about it might be days before I be able to identify my child. Like, no.
Now, this is an ongoing investigation. We'll continue to be here live at the scenes. We'll continue to try to give you guys updates as we can. Reporting live in Toledo, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
All right, Silver, thank you so much. And again, if you are just joining us, family members of 13-year-old Kmani Latique tell us her has been found, but we are still waiting to hear more from Toledo police to confirm the identity of that was found. Court records show there's an arrest warrant out for Kmani's dad, 33-year-old Darnell Jones. Toledo police tell us that warrant is related to Kmani's disappearance. Police say Jones, who also uses the last name Ogletree, is Kmani's biological father. According to court documents, he's wanted for abduction. The report also mentions he was the last person with Keimani before.
But for those of y'all that don't know, Keimani's father has been found, right? Charges have been pressed. He was, you know, shot by the police, right? Was in the hospital. I'm not sure if he's still in the hospital. Probably still is because they shot his leg, his arm, somewhere on the side. So
she went missing last week. It also lists that Jones gave officers inconsistent statements about his activity with Keimani and their whereabouts.
Sophia Periconi and Silver Barker there. As we continue to learn new information, one of the questions we're seeing asked a lot on social media is why there wasn't an Amber Alert issued in this case. Kaylee joining me once again here in studio. There are very specific requirements, we understand, before that system can be triggered.
Jeff, we've all heard those Amber Alerts go off, or maybe we've seen them on our phones. Amber Alerts are definitely a good way to get people's attention, and here's what it takes to issue one. 4 pieces of criteria must be met. First, law enforcement has to confirm the child is younger than 18 years old. There also has to be a credible threat of immediate danger, serious bodily harm, or death to the child. Police need to have descriptive information about the child, the suspect, or the circumstances surrounding the abduction. and believe that an alert will help the child be found. Finally, investigators need to determine the child did not run away or was not taken as a result of a family abduction unless, again, the investigation determines the child is in immediate danger of serious bodily harm or death.
Now, I feel like that these type of situations, you know, I'm gonna keep it real. It's bullshit. I feel like once you call somebody, let them know someone is missing, somebody should take the time out to do what they need to do to try to find this person, especially if it's a minor. Now, I know it's a lot of time and resources that go into these type of things, but they don't be doing shit majority of the time unless they actively looking for something. And I feel like that the challenge.
Let me learn
to actually look for. I mean, we're all in danger once we walk out of our houses. Hell, we even in danger at our damn houses these days. Y'all already know how it is out here, bro. But they should have instantly been after her. You know what I'm saying? But and anybody else out there that have lost a child. But it's just so sad and unfortunate to see that, you know, these kids are losing their lives to the people who's supposed to be there to protect, provide, and lead them. You know what I'm saying? It's the mothers too. It ain't just with the women. I can't call it the females and the males. They do things like that because real mothers, real fathers, real men, real women don't do things like this. But you know, I don't give a damn if a child is considered a runaway or not. You know, you be out there trying to find them, bring their ass to the house, take their ass to juvenile, do something, tighten them up. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I digress. There's gonna be somebody out there too to try to argue with me. I don't think they should do this and do that. Get your ass on. I care about these goddamn kids. They need to be taken care of, man. You know what I'm saying? And helped and guided in the proper ways. You know, let's get back into it though.
That's a fact. But nowadays, right, we live in a society where people want to call CPS child services, right, on a parent that is chastising or disciplining a child the way they're supposed to be, right? But they want to turn a blind eye, right? Blind cheek, right? I mean, blind cheek. Turn the cheek the other way, right? When they see a child actually getting abused and mistreated. That's something that I cannot honestly understand from people, yo. It's like people are backwards in this society. But then again, maybe I'm wrong.
As we've seen over the last week, this is a story that has touched a number of people in the community. Tonight, there are a number of heavy hearts. Videos posted to social media Monday appeared to show Toledo police taking Kmani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, away from her house in handcuffs. WTOL has reached out repeatedly to TPD for clarification, but as of Monday night, we have yet to hear back.
Okay.
Family member.
Now, I know a lot of y'all have seen that the grandmother allegedly was arrested. She's under investigation for this, but she still is, even though I said allegedly just then. Everybody gonna be under investigation when there's something like this going on. But ultimately, she came out. Y'all gonna see in the video too. Just stick around. You're gonna see everything you need to see. But I'm gonna just give y'all a couple of spoilers here and there. The grandmother actually asked to be arrested, allegedly. That's what she said. She asked to be arrested because everybody out there wanted to smoke with her. I mean, everybody, even people that didn't even know them, they just want to smoke because they feel like she's involved because she didn't cry, she wasn't bickering, she wasn't doing this and doing that out there with them, right?
But accordingly to friends and certain people, the grandma was abusing the granddaughter too. There were bruises. The teacher came out and made a complaint. She asked to get arrested. I don't think they will comply with that. Would a police officer comply with that just because somebody asked them to arrest them? Nah. I think they'll arrest you if they think that you have a part in it. But to arrest you just because you asked them to get you arrested because of the way people are treating you, I doubt that. When that police officer get arrested, the shit people, I mean, the stuff people come up with, I swear to God, yo, I can't make this ish up.
She did go back and get on a couple people's ass here and there, but ultimately, we don't know how she is as a person. You know, a lot of older people are emotionally unattached. You feel me? They don't really be like tripping like that. And sometimes you be in such shock that it don't hit you right in there. It take a little time for the shit to kick in. You know what I'm saying? But she did somewhat cry allegedly in the video. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that too. But I don't know. I still don't feel like she just necessarily had nothing to do with it. Now that I know that they had custody of her and the dad was coming by there, building and growing a relationship. You feel me? To the point where they believed him. So that's how this happened. Because at first I thought it was her son. Then I was really thinking like, damn, they in cahoots. But now that I know what I know, I got to understand it and it make more sense. Let's get back into it.
Said that Dorothy was arrested, but she did not have any information on the charges. While Toledo Mayor Wade Capsicavage could not give specifics, we did ask him about the investigation.
It's hard to put into words just how terrible an event this is. Obviously for the family and friends most directly affected, but really even for the whole community. I mean, for several days now, a lot of people have rolled up their sleeves and, have been a part of search efforts and been a part of, trying to find answers to what's going on and to realize now that all along, it looks like there were folks inside that family who knew she wasn't going to be found. There's almost a sense of betrayal to the community, really. I mean, nothing's more important than the young girl and the loss of life and what that means to her loved ones. But the community really rallied behind that family and for her to try to have a happy outcome here. And to know that all along there were folks inside that family that looks like knew that this wasn't going to end well is just, I mean, that's more dishonesty, I think, than a lot of people could wrap their brains around. So it's a heartbreaking day. Look, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a judge, and I want the process to play itself out fairly, make sure everyone gets their day in court, but whomever was responsible for this, I hope they throw the book at them.
They will. A couple
It's
of
a message that so many people across Toledo are feeling tonight. A message heard loud and clear from Keimani's family. Here's WTOL 11's live team coverage from the news at 6, Monday, March 24th.
Yo, I can't. What do y'all think are the long-term effects of witnessing or living through such trauma on the broader community, and how should society respond? How do racial, cultural, or economic bias, right, impact investigations, media coverage, in the pursuit of justice in cases like Keimani's, right? I would love to hear y'all responses, right? Leave your comments down below. Let's get this discussion started, guys.
Now, this is, at current time.
There's no reason my daughter would ever be over here. Today make a week, she's been gone. And this is not right. We just want to get her home.
I think that's an Amy.
Praying for the best, but of course always prepare for the worst.
That was the family of 13-year-old Kmani Latique. She's been missing for several days now. Earlier today, Toledo police discovered her inside of a home on Miami Street in East Toledo. Police have yet to confirm it was her, but according to the girl's grandmother, Kmani Latique was found. Jeff.
As we continue to track this story throughout the day, WTOL 11 has also learned that the father of Keimani has been charged. His name is Darnell Jones. An arrest warrant has been issued for his arrest. Tonight, we have got live team coverage on this breaking news story. Silver Barker and Michael Sandlin have been looking into the story all day long. Silver joins us live from the home on Miami Street where that body was found. And Michael is looking into the case surrounding Keimani's death. But we'll get to Silver first. Silver?
Yeah, well, Jeff, right here on Miami Street, there were a lot of people here earlier today trying to figure out what is happening as they were hearing the news that we were hearing of a being found in this home. By the way, we know it's burned, but however, police tell us that it was burned before the body was found there, or it was before this incident. We were here as well, of course, here on the scene earlier today, waiting for information. We're still waiting for some information now. Now, while we have not been able to confirm with police whether this was Keimani's body, it was taken out of the house and sent to the coroners. Keimani's mother, Tiara Caston, who was here on the scene, also was either shown something by police or had a conversation which we believe was to confirm whether the body was her daughter's. Moments after the conversation or whatever was shown from police, we then see Caston drop to her knees crying. But as mentioned earlier, we have not been able to confirm whether this was Keimani they found. We spoke to a cousin of Keimani's prior to police finding the body, and she tells us that.
So wait a minute. They wasn't for sure to, if that was Keimani they found, but yet the mom drops on her knees and cries, saying that it was Keimani, or was that the grandma? Hold on, let's go back a little bit. I'm sorry.
Silver first. Silver.
Yeah, well, Jeff, right here on Miami Street, there were a lot of people here earlier today trying to figure out what is happening as they were hearing the news that we were hearing of being found in this home. By the way, we know it's burned, but however, police tell us that it was burned before the body was found there, or it was before this incident. We were here as well, of course, here on the scene earlier today, waiting for information. We're still waiting for some information now. Now, while we have not been able to confirm with police whether this was Kmani's body, it was taken out of the house and sent to the coroners. Kmani's mother, Tiara Caston, who was here on the scene, also was either shown something by police or had a conversation which we believe was to confirm whether the body was her daughter's. Moments after the conversation or whatever was shown from police, we then see Caston drop to her knees crying. But as mentioned earlier, we have not been able to confirm whether this was Kmani they found. We spoke to a cousin of Kmani's prior to police finding the body, and she tells us this.
I don't want to go to assumptions, but at this point, I feel like we're looking for a body and not a teenage little girl anymore.
Now, we do know that this is still an ongoing investigation, so there are more parts we're waiting to figure out and find out, which of course we will keep you guys updated as we learn more. Reporting live in East Toledo, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
Our team coverage continues. The one person wanted for Kmani's abduction is her father, Darnell Jones. And according to police records, he was last seen taking Kmani from her.
I just have one question. Was he the only one person wanted for Keimani's disappearance because of what the grandma was saying? But according to the community, they had mixed emotions, right? Because they was also accusing the grandma of, probably doing this to, the child. So I'm a little confused.
Her guardian's home without consent, possibly making him the last person to have seen her alive. Michael Sandley's got more on the charges surrounding Jones, his background as well. Michael, how is Kmani's family reacting to the news of Jones's possible involvement?
Jeff, we caught up with Kmani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, and she says the feeling right now is betrayal. Now, we did some digging into Jones's past, and he does have quite the record. Now, looking back, we can see that he had previous charges for domestic violence, specifically an endangering children charge back in 2021. However, those charges were dismissed. He also had a felonious assault charge from 2017 that resulted in the victim being seriously harmed, and he was indicted on that.
So hold on, wait a minute. The grandma didn't know about these charges? Nobody in the family knew that he had a history like this, a past like this? That's why I said it earlier. Why are these grandmoms sitting here saying, I hear them say they love their grandkids, this and that, they'll do whatever for their grandkids, but yet y'all would sit here and release the kids to the one person that y'all feel like is capable of harming them. I wouldn't. Right? And that's me personally, right? I can't tell nobody how to think and what to do. But if the red flags are there, man, there wouldn't be nothing in this world that could stop me to protect my child or my grandchild if I was a grandma. But I'm not a grandma. I'm a mother. But I'm not a grandma. But still, I would love to get the perspective of other grandmothers out here that are real grandmothers that love their kids, like they really truly love their kids and would, do anything to not let their grandkid get harmed. How do y'all feel about this situation when it comes to this grandma?
That one. Kmani's grandmother says this feels like a betrayal because despite his record, she truly thought Jones had stepped up to be a father for her, despite not even being her biological dad.
It was told to me that he was her biological father. However, her biological mother has told me on several occasions that he is not. So I don't know what to believe, but I know that he was present. He's been more.
Now, look, I don't give a damn. I cannot move forward until we know this is your biological child. I ain't going for that shit.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like all the red flags this grandma had and she ignored them. She chose to ignore them. She didn't care. Now out of nowhere she cares because she, she's caught between a nail and a wall. I feel as though she had parts. She had parts. She abused this child, right? Knew that this child was probably going to turn to the dad, right? Which I wish she would have turned to something of the police. But hey, as a kid, you know, I know how it is. You think that the police isn't going to really help you either. Listen, you know what, man? Whew. This grandmom, they ain't care. And if I see any tears in future videos, I swear to God, they're crocodile tears. Because she had every little excuse on why she let this, you know, child go with her father, knowing that she saw red flags. I think, you know what's crazy? I'm tired. Fuck that. I'm tired because I really do think that motherfuckers think that, you know, when they see red flags, that they're an adventure at Six Flags. It doesn't matter what the situation is or what the topic it is that we bring up.
I know a lot of women out there ain't as well too, but I feel her at the same time. She probably was feeling gullible, you know, different things like that. Ultimately, there's no way in the, and I feel like, okay, let me break it down a little bit more because some people probably gonna be like, what the hell are you talking about? I think a blood test should have been taken off top when it comes to that situation right there. And they're really saying and sticking with the fact that that is her father. Like, too many people been saying that. So I'm gonna stick with the biological father, you know what I'm saying? The mother said that, but at the same time, we don't know how true that is and what they got going on. So this was going on with it. But I feel like that if I'm a guardian of anybody's child, especially my grandchild or my child and things like that, and somebody want to get them and they claim to be a parent and whatever the hell going on, we got to verify this shit before you go any damn where. Hell nah. Let's get back into it though.
I agree with you, Carlos, right? But my thing is, right, if the mom was saying that that wasn't the biological father, right, and according to the mom, she was present, right, but the grandmom says the mom wasn't really present. The sister, you know, the Keimani's aunt was saying that the mom wasn't really present. You got people in the community saying that she wasn't really present in her life, but then you got others that were saying that she was kind of present, right? So if she was present and she knew that this was not the biological father, right, why didn't she just, you know, why didn't the grandma take heed to it, right? Okay, the mom should know that this is not the father. All right, mom is saying that you're not the father. We're going to have to go to court. I want a DNA test before I release my child. That's why I say I agree to him. But what's crazy is something is off. And what's crazy, that little girl looked like him. Listen, I don't know about y'all, but there's one hell of a resemblance between the person that's supposed to be her biological father, Darnell Jones, and Kmani Latique. There is one hell of a resemblance.
Present than the biological mom, and I feel deceived. Like, you played for so long.
Nah. I want y'all to pay attention to what she's saying.
And they claim to be a parent and whatever the hell going on. We gotta verify this shit before you go any damn where. Hell nah. Let's get back into it though.
Present than the biological mom, and I feel deceived. Like, you played for so long in my face, like you was her dad, like you really had her best interest at heart. But where is she?
However, it's very important to note that we caught up with Kmani's mother earlier today, and she says that the grandmother is telling a completely different story from the truth. So we're going to continue digging into the details, and we'll bring you the latest as soon as we can. But for now, reporting in downtown Toledo, I'm Michael Sandlin, WTOL 11.
Also, late on Monday night, a vigil gathered at the site of where the body was found. More on that throughout the day here on WTOL 11 Plus. Family, friends, and loved ones came together, as we said, to remember the life that was left behind.
And again, since our 6 p.m. newscast, we did speak with Lucas County.
All right, so we're going to pause it right here. We have hit the 5-hour mark, right? Man, we're going to finish this tomorrow. We're going to pick up right here where we left off, right? And we're going to continue to dive down this case to see what really happened, right? I really want to know that the grandmom had parts in this, right? Like, I have a feeling that, you know, even though the grandmom didn't unalive this child, she had parts or knew something. She had parts or she knew something about it. And it's unfortunate, right? That situations like this do happen. Right? My condolences go out to Keimani's family, right? Those that care for her and make Kmani Latique have, paradise, have peace in paradise, right? And it's a shame on how both these cases, right? Both the mothers were out of these kids' lives to the day that they were unalived. In both these cases, these fathers were supposed to protect these little girls, right? But yet they sexually assault their daughters, right? One is 5, one was 13, and unalive them. And the women in these little girls' lives ain't no better. In one case, the stepmom was supposed to be there. Like, I feel as though that the stepmom witnessed and helped cover up the scene, try to clean up the evidence, the DNA. And in this case, I feel as though that the grandmom, right, was abusing this little girl, and this little girl was probably trying to find a way out. And she thought that, the person that, she thought was her dad probably was her escape, and not realizing that it was her end. So we're gonna catch on to, more of this tomorrow, right? I'm gonna ask y'all one last question before we go, right? And it's right. What role do community members play in identifying and addressing warning signs of abuse or violence, right? How can law enforcement and social services work together more effectively to protect at-risk children, right? And on that note, guys, we're going to end this live, right? And we will pick up tomorrow, right? But I would love to hear y'all comments, right? Y'all perspectives in this case, right? What do y'all believe that the grandmom has parts? We know that the dad is guilty 100%, right? But does the grandmom have parts in, the death of this child? We'll find out some more tomorrow. So, stay tuned. I think the word is live. For those of y'all know who the word is, make sure y'all go check him out, right? Man, and let's see what he's doing. But, shorty out for right now.
In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. You'll see, through trials and tribulations, I'll keep the fight alive. With courage in my heart, I will continue to strive. You may throw obstacles in my way, try to make me fall, but the warrior in me will rise above it all. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Who are we so blind to the truth? Ignoring the facts, we've lost our roots. Loyalty's gone, there's no trust anymore. No need for new friends, we're alone at our core. Staring at the mirror, asking where went wrong. Where's the loyalty, respect, and morals? Long gone. Who are we divided by war? Falling like flies, we can't take it anymore. Bullets flying in the air like the 4th of July. But who we hurting as innocence dies. Caskets for children no longer than 3 feet. Heaven's playground full, God's anger and meats. But no one notices, not enough love. Too much hate, it'll take a shattered life to rise above. Who are we so quick to judge and condemn? Why can't we unite and stop killing our own kin? The white man isn't the only one with hate. Let's put our pride aside before it's too late. Forgetting the youth watching, we take a step back. Celebrities aren't the ones who raise our kids on the right track. A world divided, our children suffer and bleed. The solution lies within us. It's time for us to heed. So many ignorant to the facts, they just don't care. But the solution lies within us. It's time to be aware. Who are we to let this world fall? Just take a minute and listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down. Embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip. For me to move forward, my soul to equip. Forced to be a woman ahead of time. Never learned what real love was. A crime. Always scared to cross the sidewalk line. It showed in her heart a defense so proud. Such a loving person full of redemption. How can you love in a world of deception? Where hate reveals evil's cruel intention. But she saw past the dark clouds. A divine intervention. A blessing from above she was chosen to be. Took a lot to get here. Not where she wants to be. Always doubted by everyone. Her motivation. God took her breaking point. A divine revelation. Just when she was about to give up the fight, God said, no, my child, you'll be all right. Took a lot, but the worst is yet to come. She never thought she could do what she's done. Realizing she's blessed with love so true, it was in front of her the whole time. Who knew? Always yearned for a family portrait, her dream. Now she has hers, a team that gleams, In a world where I feel misplaced, Thought there was a flaw without a trace, but now I know I'm far from perfect. Just like any soul with love, I'm worth it. My heart beats with a love so strong. Untouched by pain is where I belong. Though it's been torn, it still loves fiercely, never ceases. In the depths of darkness, it found its light. A love that grows, reaching new heights. Through every trial, it only grew bolder. Though scared, it became so much stronger. Now I'm in a place where I finally belong. No longer questioning where I went wrong. With a heart that loves hard, just like the rest, I'll journey forward knowing I'm blessed. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid ground. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. In this world full of evil, she saw the light. Through dark clouds, her vision took flight. A blessing from above guiding her way. Not where she wanted, but where she had to stay. Always doubted by everyone around, but that pain fueled her. It kept her feet on the ground. Motivation grew stronger with every doubt. She proved them wrong, no room for backing out. She's not where she wants to be just yet, but she's on her journey, never willing to forget. With each step forward, closer to her dreams. In a world full of evil, she shines and redeems. My heart won't break, it's a muscle strong. Though used and abused, it still goes on. In this world, it remains humble and kind. Letting go allows me to leave behind. So I bid farewell to what held me down, embracing the unknown on solid grounds. My heart had to release its tight grip for me to move forward, my soul to equip. Just listen, take a minute to listen to what I said. It's just a little food for thought.